Pleasant streams, everyone.
Oh, hi, Anthony.
Seem to have just snuck in there.
Yeah, Anthony got here right at the start. Wow, look at that.
He starts with a drone shot.
I am loving those drone shots, by the way. They're fantastic pictures there.
Thank you. Yeah, this little thing is pretty neat as far as the shots it'll give you. And I know that this shot is very popular with Steve because it has a toll plaza in it.
I hear no comment.
It's a $3 toll plaza today.
And today it's $3, yeah.
Let's see.
I am not familiar with this toll plaza.
I'm sure
You don't recognize it because it might have a couple new ramps near it since the last time you saw it.
Well, I don't recognize it now because he took it away.
No, that's Delaware 1.
Here, I'll put it back up on the screen for you. How's that?
Aww.
US 13 to the right, 301 curving to the left.
Yep, that's Delaware 1.
There we go. Yeah, because it looked like the old one ramp that curved in from 13, but I've never seen it with 301 involved as well, so they clearly changed the geometry there.
That they have.
All right.
I haven't been on 13 yet in that area where you used to get on Route 1 at the last moment to cross the bridge there. That's all been redone since I've been down there.
My apologies.
Yeah, that new ramp from 13 onto 1 North rides all like a roller coaster because you see that hill there in the middle. That's all one ramp there. It goes up the hill and then it comes back down into the merge.
It's actually between the toll plaza, like Stamp House there to the right, and the toll plaza itself.
Yeah.
So the way it looked here, you get your choice: 1 or 301. Bad chance of getting on 13.
Yeah. So if you're coming south off the bridge, you have the 3 choices, right? You can take the Shunpike ramp to 13. You can take the 301 ramp, or you can stay on 1 through the plaza. If you're coming north at this point, you really don't have a choice. There are no exits at this point. You can't go from 1 north to 301 south. You can't exit to 13 until you're past the bridge at this point.
Which probably doesn't matter because you've been robbed and raked all the way.
Yeah, you would have missed your Shunpike opportunity a few miles back at this point.
No doubt. So what is the high in Delaware for temperature?
Did I? 50-something?
Probably.
Yeah, it's 57 here in Sanford. So
It's a great day. It's a great day for a meet, isn't it? Perfect
weather alert for town. Avoid the subject event as per the instructions.
Clear skies, high temperature of 57 today in Wilmington.
All right.
okay, it's the same there as here.
Yeah, pretty much.
Same there as here. I think the whole country's got that going on today.
Just got to watch out for Joe Jams.
What?
Yeah, more and more of them down there.
Alright, time to disable this.
Like I said, I just missed one the other day in Pennsylvania crossing the Canterbury Bridge. Bunch of state troopers and unmarked cars around 95 there. And supposedly he was in Chester and he was getting ready to leave Chester, head down to Wilmington, and I missed all of that.
Steve, how's North Carolina?
It's about the same as Delaware, I think.
What, on on the coolness scale, or
Full of
On the number of toll roads they seem to be building scale.
yeah. Well, the next phase of 540 is still a few years out, isn't it?
Yeah, that I just went through there. They're clearing for it. I've heard that there's a bit more activity going on at the east end in Garner, but I think it'll be a year or two before it's really worth bringing everyone down here for a meet.
What's this?
What?
What's this?
The extension of 540 around the south side of Raleigh.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about something in New Jersey.
No, it's
I
not
know, that's why you tuned out.
540.
That's what happens for me having just joined.
Yep.
I'm also working on a site update simultaneously. All of this.
Ooh, site update.
Today is a landmark day in the world of roads.
I imagine this is going to be a day of multitasking inherently.
Quite.
Yes.
Josh is going to finish his thesis today. Congratulations.
I wish.
Good luck.
I wish.
Josh is going to come closer to finishing his thesis today.
We certainly hope for that.
About 2 lines, if not less.
I can't wait until we can start calling you Dr. Josh.
Hopefully later this year.
Yay!
I'm just going to call him Josh Fid.
Oh,
All the letters
sorry,
together.
I was a little slow on that one. I'm still waking up.
That's alright.
Just,
Hey, Josh, I got some poison ivy on my wrist. Can you check that out for me?
ooh!
I was clearing out some township property behind me last weekend and all, and was hoping the poison ivy would be dead enough it wouldn't affect me, and nope, wasn't the case.
So you knew it was there and you touched it anyway. That's on you, buddy.
There's just so much back there. I need goats is what I really need back there, just to chew it up.
Goats. They
Yeah.
actually have an army of goats that walk around Dubuque, Iowa, chewing up grass.
Yeah, where is it? Up in North Jersey too. The
Don't bring me
shore.
into this.
Living
No,
long.
not your North Jersey. The Highlands area.
Oh.
What's the federal park up there?
Oh, Palisades?
No.
Alps' front yard?
Delaware Water Gap.
Oh, yeah, that one.
No, by the shore there. Now I gotta look it up.
No, Island something? Island Beach?
Island Beach is the one down at the end of NJ 35.
The one with the nude beach on it.
Sandy Hook.
Yeah, there.
Yeah, Sandy Hook's that one.
There's a nude beach? I want to go to the nude beach.
Gunnison Beach.
Of course you do, Laura.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
You might be the youngest person there if you do.
Have you been there, Laura?
Really? Clearly I haven't. I'm in. Road meet at the...
I don't know. I've never been to a new beach myself, but I'm led to understand that they're full of nothing but old people usually.
I have
We
been
have a
to
road meet
the...
at the nude beach.
I think technically I've been to the Sandy Hook Beach, but at a time of year when there was no threat.
Well, you and I were there a little over a year and a half ago.
You both were
There's something
nude
like
at the...
10 beaches up there, and there's one nude one.
Yeah, it's not the whole peninsula, it's only one section of it.
Isn't that the case with most beaches that have them?
Yeah. But I will say I have been there, and it's an interesting sight the first time you go. After that, it's normal.
Yeah. Well, here's an interesting question for you guys. What route did you take to get to this meet today?
I took the plane.
I have traveled through Delaware to get to my current location, so I might be winning.
If it counts just wherever the most recent other place I've been, I got here by clinching National County Route 8.
I took a staircase.
Nice.
I am currently on Business Route 1.
Yeah, I rolled out of bed and stepped about 2 feet over to my desk.
Walk out of my bedroom into this room.
I took transit. I got off at I got out at the bedroom stop and got off at the office stop.
I think Laura's the only one that's actually driving right now, or had to drive this morning.
Well, I got so much transit in my house, I just had to meet my cat at the transfer station.
This is an interesting implementation of together mode.
Where's that photo from?
I just put a copy of my together mode in the chat. In the private little chat.
Oh, could somebody do a copy with Rainy in it?
Too late. Done. I'll send that private.
Thank you.
This is large. This is large. There we go. I'm literally looking at a green shield right now.
There you go, Laura. The Giants.
I'm mostly just ahead, clearly.
Yeah. Okay, where did I put those? Alright, time for lunch.
Okay, I can make other appendages show up on it. Very good.
Wait, so you can zoom the picture when you're not on Zoom? That's kind of crazy.
I see only Steve's forehead.
Yeah, same here.
I'm amused by the facial recognition technology that does not recognize hands. There's a hand.
I think it's trying to recognize bodies, but it's it's imperfect because it kind of assumes you're sitting behind the camera, and if you're in weird positions doing weird things, it doesn't always recognize where your body ends and the background begins.
I've got the white screen behind me, so as long as I behave, it works out just fine. But that's asking a lot of me.
I've had this happen on work meetings too, where my shoulder keeps blurring and unblurring constantly, and it's a little bit visually distracting. But it's not my fault, and I can't do much about it other than try and reposition myself.
I don't like that this cuts off my luxurious hair.
I think Skype's a little worse with backgrounds than Zoom, but I tend to sit far back from the monitor, so either way it cuts in and out on me on occasion.
Well, I think now that we're all on this call, about 25% of people that use Skype are currently using it, so...
So for the webinar itself, we're not going to be on the screen, right? So if I'm on my microphone instead of my webcam, I'm good, right?
Just turn your video off. You're gonna have
you can just turn your video off. I don't know that. This is kind of open forum, so if you don't want to show your face and you're too shy for that, that's probably fine.
No, my point was just checking what we aren't doing for.
You presume there's more planned organization here. This is an intentionally open event.
Because I know in the past I've gotten better audio quality with the microphone, so that's what I plugged in today.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah.
So I need my face in this?
You do.
Let me go. Oh, man, let me get a Buckeye. Let me get an OSU hat, so you guys can torture me.
Yeah.
Sniffing
Look, Mr. 504.
If Shandor puts on an OSU hat, we have to boot him out of this video in overtime.
Well, I have an LSU cap I can wear since they're playing later this afternoon. I can change teams.
I'm curious if those on this call hear any background noises at all.
I hear background noise.
I hear a little.
Well, for me, I should say. But
I don't know that it is immediately identifiable who the culprit of the background noise is.
okay, that works for me.
What's going on, guys? Can y'all hear me?
Here we go.
There he is. How's it going?
All right. What's going on?
I hope we didn't.
Sandwich.
I hope we didn't wake you up too early, Jason.
I've been in the office since 7 o'clock this morning.
Wow, look at you, early right?
Yeah, reinstalling all the software on my work computer.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
Well, what's going on down on your end?
Not a whole lot. Mostly just working. That's about it.
Nothing wrong with gainful employment.
Yeah. Yep. Can't complain. Things have been pretty good.
What the heck?
What time is this thing going live? Is it going live at 12 o'clock Eastern?
Yeah, we're gonna start. We're gonna start the show in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Are we not already live? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure this is already all on YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are all on YouTube.
We're just. I think we originally said noon, and then we said, well, we'll start broadcasting at 11:30. It's anyone who wants to come in for the pregame dicking around can.
Yeah.
It's called virtual lunch.
Oh, yeah. I see it live now. Wow. Even got people in the comments section. I mean, in the chat.
Oh,
I've
I'm
had
sure
to tone down my dicking by 85%.
Excitedly.
They've been there since 7 a.m. themselves, too.
Good lord.
I hope this webinar goes to Hampton Roads so no one comes to our houses.
Do we have somebody's screen being shared right now?
My camera is off.
Yeah, it looks like there's a screen share, but it's frozen in place.
That must have been me.
All right, well, I muted my YouTube, so hopefully that helps.
I muted my YouTube before I opened it in the first place.
Now we can call it YouTube.
Deadpan snark.
Just a quick check. How's my audio quality?
What?
How's my
Oh,
audio?
you're good.
All right,
Y'all
guys.
can
Yep, 10-minute warning before we get started. So, if you have any collectible maps you want to share with people, or any food orders you'd like to send back, now's a good time to do that. I know Josh is going to send back an order.
Does this include lunch?
I mean, we're kind of doing that right now. We're going to be doing that.
Condor, I think you're the one sharing your screen in Skype. Based on the little icon I see.
Yeah, I think I fixed it. Of course, it's got to be the Buckeyes fan who screws with everything.
Hey, watch it. At least I don't send death threats to undergrads.
All right.
Wait, so now the screen share is moving again, but I only see Dan. And now I see me. Okay, you still need to stop sharing your screen.
Was that?
All right.
Stop sharing.
Stop sharing.
Wrong menu. You had it.
Oh, there we go. I think I found it.
Okay.
Yay.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here. I'm not.
Now our screen looks normal again.
Yeah.
And now I can.
I got a
With
little
attempting.
delay for some reason.
Oh, this is fascinating. So when I move a pillow over my face, Gather mode just kind of. It does not display the pillow. It just makes me disappear.
I got a delay of like 15 seconds on my YouTube here. Let me figure that out.
Wow, lively bunch today, huh? You guys.
You're really talking so much, aren't we?
I know. Yeah, I guess you guys are.
I've got dinosaur attacks going on one level below me, so I'm otherwise engaged.
You have what?
Play the
Dinosaur
game.
attack.
What can I get to?
Is this a video game or something?
For Okay.
That's enough of that.
Hey, Dan, do you mind making me a little bit smaller so I'm not like the biggest person here?
So it's kind of wanting to make that disappear.
That's the program doing it, Jeff.
Okay.
That's.
Also, for those of you watching, yes, I do have a pillow with a picture of my cat on it.
I'm still sharing.
Yeah.
I have no control over whatever the hell is going on the screen there. Clearly, if you sit closer to the webcam, you become bigger. So,
Yeah, once I move back far enough, then
yeah. So.
I don't even know who's
yeah,
showing
I'll disappear.
your screen.
Oh, this guy's back. Damn it.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you look disappointed to be back. Yeah.
Schmitty's back.
Yep. Hey, what's for lunch today?
Let's see. I'm just gonna float right underneath like this.
Yeah, why don't you go and hide?
Jeff, all he has to do is just sit back.
Josh has the right idea. I like that.
I'm gonna try to set my coffee cup right on the shelf here. No, I keep disappearing.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way.
Interesting. I slide out sideways, it will not show my hand.
No, because the background has dominant.
Right.
Focus.
Oh, there you go. Whatever you did, that works better now.
Whatever the background isn't Steve's because I can see his.
I disappear if I get up too.
I see half of Steve's head.
That's interesting. There are circumstances in which that might be a very life-saving feature.
This is ideal.
Steve is literally half the man he used to be.
I like
that was really be a Phantom of the Opera impression there.
Alright, let's see what kind of crowd we got. No, we don't have enough people yet.
22, it looks like.
Yeah. I should email my workplace and tell them to tune in.
22 probably means half of them are us.
Well, yeah, but...
Almost half.
Oh, by the way, welcome.
Okay, now I'm presentable.
Are by far the most presentable of all of us. Inherently.
Well, our group just got a lot more credibility just now with the individual who just popped in.
Oh boy.
Nice.
I wouldn't go that far.
Serious.
I hope we're going to be live casted on the radio today.
Yeah, are we on GCH?
The problem is we need to watch our language if we do that. Can't upset the SEC.
I don't know if you want to
I
do
wouldn't
that.
put it on the radio, but the internet radio I could have.
This thing has a tape
Somebody
delay.
else do a drunk radio.
Where the heck are we sitting? What am I looking at?
This is the get together mode.
Some sort of
Heads
fucking
rolling
elbow,
around
I
on the
think.
stairs.
It's crazy.
Can I move? No, I can't.
Heads are
move.
gonna roll.
Literally.
As long as they don't bounce.
Hey, I'm big.
Uh-oh.
Laura, what you got? Is that Royal Farms?
Royal Farms.
I don't know. It doesn't
Right
look
chicken.
famous.
Somebody ate on a live stream. Royal Farm remembers.
It's a Royal Red Robin burger without a bun.
It's not a burger.
Nice.
I also don't like Royal Farms because if you walk into a Royal Farms with a vintage 1995 video camera and walk around narrating the store's contents, they will yell at you and demand you leave.
Lame.
Why would you do that in the first place?
That's a good
Because he
question.
can.
I was kinda wondering.
You had to have been there.
Was Surge involved? I feel like that's not even a
Rural
question.
Farms is those fries that they have. I'll use the app, play that game, get a bunch of free, points, and then get some free fries out of it.
I love Royal Farms. And I'm happy that Royal Farms is spreading throughout Delaware.
Oh, we got several up here in Jersey now. I think it's over a dozen locations, and several of them near me, so I'll stop in once in a while.
Welcome one and all to the 2021 Delaware Road Meet.
Delaware?
It's great to have everybody with us. What is going on with our screen again all of a sudden? Oh, here we go. Hi, everybody. We've got a stadium full of people, as you can see on the screen.
Sorry, just left.
We're gonna do some quick introductions here in a second. We're gonna have people coming in and out throughout the day as things progress. But we have quite a bit of a crowd here at the start that I want to introduce everybody to. I see. Let's see, up here in the luxury box seats, we've got. I'm gonna go from top to bottom here. Let's see, we've got Alps, we've got Jeff, Anthony, some idiot in a Roadway Whiz hat, Sondor, Josh, Rob is with us. Hi, Rob. Scott, Laura is having a fantastic lunch, and Jason is with us.
Yay!
Hey, what's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing?
It's too early in the
Alma
morning.
mater.
Doing well.
It is too
I don't
early.
know. It's too late in the afternoon for me.
It's too early for some. I understand that. Yeah. Guys, this is obviously an unusual way to host a road meet, but no one ever said that a meet couldn't be held in a Skype call virtually. There's no rule against that. So we're going to give this format a shot today as our final episode of our long-running season of programs. And everybody will be popping in and out as the day goes, and we hope to see you guys along the way today. I thought that a good way to do this, when I was thinking about ways that we could host a virtual meet of some kind, would be to kind of combine some of the features that we've been using here on the channel the past year. So, why don't we do a kind of a supersized webinar today to start out, just to get you guys all familiar with the state of Delaware, and we'll take it from there and we'll see how things go. A couple of procedural things for you guys. We will be taking a 5-minute break at the top of every hour, more or less for voice break purposes and all that other good stuff. And then at the end of each of the 3 main sections today, so there's a section on highways, there's a section on bridges, and then there's a video section, there will be a 30-minute intermission period between those sections. So you'll have ample time to do whatever the heck it is that you want to do during those break periods, all right? Guys, you have any anybody in the Skype chat have any questions before we start, or are you guys good?
So someone
Just make sure you turn your vid cameras off.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea for everybody who is on the Skype call, if they're not about to say something, they should probably put everything on mute. We should probably all check to make sure that that's the case right now, because I hear an echo in the background from somebody.
Echo, echo, echo.
Okay. I think it's gone now. All right. With the cast of thousands watching us, let's take off, but not before I do a couple of announcements first. YouTube, Interstate 81 was the focus of this past week's uploads. We'll be back in West Virginia next week with more I-79 coverage, and that will finish out that interstate, bring that to 100%. None of the Gribble Nation peeps are here to talk about what they're doing, although I'm sure they'll speak for themselves later today. Alps is here, so maybe he wants to say something about his next update.
Sure thing. I have just finished photo editing for my update as of 11:25 this morning. Perfect timing. So I am now into the upload phase, and I will be announcing that as soon as I can, and also encouraging people to come watch here.
But you don't want to tell us where it is?
You'll find out.
Alright.
The only way to find out is to subscribe to my Facebook, because I'm an antiquated dinosaur.
You see where we are in the schedule in the bottom left? Look at all this crap we did the past 3 months. Can you believe all these programs that we got through? And now we're at the last one. How about that?
Last one, and then the traveling season begins. We all get out of our houses and go around.
We all get out of our houses and come other people's houses. But yeah, as far as the travel season, it's upon us in the next couple of weeks. I know that a lot of people in here have ideas going around about places they're going. Frankly, I have ideas about things that I want to do in the next couple months. I'm sure we'll dive into that off and on as we go throughout the day here. But yeah, I think a lot of us are really eager to get out, and now with vaccines and all that stuff coming out, it's going to be a lot easier for people to congregate again. So really looking
Get me out of here!
Yeah, really looking forward to this travel season. Before we go any further, would like to propose a toast. Because we have a very special individual on the screen right now, and I would like to make sure that he is acknowledged. It's great to have you guys with us. I hope that this event is a success, and I'm sure with the spirit of the late former mayor for life of the District of Columbia on the screen, this toast will go a long way to ensuring that happens. So cheers and Shapilov, everybody.
Shapila!
Drink!
Shapila!
That bitch set me up.
No, Josh did not set me up. But, now that that's out of the way, history of road meets in Delaware. This was the only one that I was able to find. Maybe somebody else knows of other events that were contained within the state. This was admittedly one of the better attended meets of the last few years. December of 2017, Alex put on a meet here in Newcastle County. The meet lunch location was at the Delaware service area on I-95. We also went around to other places in the county, such as the US 301 construction and the C&D Canal. And this meet was also pretty significant, too, because it was the first meet that we did a live simulcast for. There you see my setup in the bottom row there. In the lower left, that's about the closest thing that I ever found to a meet photo. Maybe somebody's got a better one out there. Everybody's backsides are in this picture, so that's not exactly appealing, but it is what it is.
It's appealing to some people.
Yeah. And then you've got Alps riding in the snow. on the upper right.
How did the Dalton Highway get in here? Oh wait,
Alps toads.
Yeah, and of course there's Doug being angry inside the toll booth.
Damn, you missed your toll.
Yeah, I'd be angry too if I was him. But that was a fun meet. That was one of the better ones of the last few years, if you ask me. And I say that not just because it was a Delaware meet. I think several of the people who are on Skype right now were at that event, weren't they?
Yes, we were.
Yeah.
We were, and it was awesome. It was fun to see US 301, the construction in the snow.
Yeah, and the best part is that now it's not under construction anymore. You can actually drive it if you want.
Woo! We actually just did it as recently as a couple weeks ago. Had to get rainy clothes.
And you can do it for the low price of $4.
What do you think of it, Rainy? You want to tell them?
On your screen right now, we have additional websites and sources of information. A lot of the info that we're going to be pulling from, a lot of the stuff we're going to be telling you about today, you can, research more on your own time if you'd like. We really want to give you just an overview of things, but this is a really good book on the screen right here on the right. It was published in 2018 to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the completion of I-95 through Delaware. It's got a lot of great stuff in it. It's got other stuff about the other interstates as well, the Delaware Turnpike. But what I really like about it is the construction through Wilmington. And it's also got a lot of pictures of the west side of Wilmington before the interstate came through. So that is pretty valuable to me. All around, it's a great resource. I'm probably going to be quoting from it at least a couple times here in the first part of the show today. So if you're looking for a road-related book that's also Delaware-related, this is a good place to start for you. Also, Alex's page on AA roads for Delaware, outstanding. Steve Anderson did a lot of research on the freeways of Newcastle County with his Philly roads page. Alps has also been there. David Golub of East Coast Roads has been there, although I think his contributions deserve an asterisk because a lot of them, he wouldn't have done them without me. But that's, whatever. That is what it is. And also, for some reason, some dude from Idaho clinched the state a few years back, and so he's got coverage of all the highways in the state, at least to some degree. Where is he right now?
That dude, not from Idaho anymore.
Yeah, but he isn't from Idaho anymore.
From Connecticut.
Yeah, like, why isn't he on the call? Like, that's not legal.
He's busy moving his shit.
Well, tell him to stop moving his shit.
I don't think he's ever been here. Womp womp.
Not in this latest round. Not since December.
Well, I don't think he has access to internet anyway, so.
All right, Delaware by the numbers. It is good being first. Why is it called the first state? It was the first state to ratify the U.S. Constitution, and that took place in December of 1787. The population of the state in the 2020 census is going to roughly put it at about 987,000, so we're just about at 1 million. Largest city is Wilmington at around 70,000. The Wilmington metro area is kind of a hard thing to define exactly, but I'm going to say that the population of Newcastle County is just north of 550,000. State capital is Dover. It's actually one of the smaller state capitals by population in the United States. You may be aware of a guy who occupies the White House right now. He spent all of his political career representing the state of Delaware. There he is on the screen there. Also important
until he ran for vice president.
What's that?
All of his political career until he ran for vice president. Then he's representing the whole country.
Yeah. He was a senator, going back to
which includes Delaware, so the statement is still accurate.
All right, fair enough.
He was one of the youngest senators in history too.
Yeah, so when he was elected first in the election of 72, he actually had not yet turned 30 years old. So, but he turned 30 in the period between the election and his inauguration, so that's why it was legal. Because, of course, as you know, 30 is the minimum age for senators. But yeah, he was 29 and a lot of change on election day. Here you see the state flag and the seal of the state on the right. All right, well, we've got that out of the way. I want to spend a few minutes talking about how Delaware got its shape, because you may look at it on a map and you might say, well, this is an interesting way to draw state boundaries, and it looks like some of it belongs to Maryland and some of it ought to belong to Pennsylvania. And well, actually, the borders of Delaware were disputed for many years and were finally resolved with survey projects like the one you see here near the Fenwick Island Lighthouse. They came up with a few different ways to draw the state line. So you've got the Transpeninsular line, which runs directly east-west across the Delmarva Peninsula. The location of this line was agreed to by the folks from the Maryland and Pennsylvania colonies to settle a border dispute there. You see the marker here. And if we go to the next slide, here's kind of the detail of it. So you see the line runs east to west from Fenwick Island all the way across the peninsula. That forms the southern border of the state. And then the Mason-Dixon line, which has a more or less north-south component, forms the western boundary. And then we should talk about the 12-mile circle, which was a way of establishing a border for the Delaware colony, centered around the courthouse in Newcastle. So in theory, the courthouse is the center of a circle with a 12-mile radius, and you see how that forms an arc in the northern part of the state that becomes the northern boundary. There's also something at the far northwest corner of the state known as the wedge, and that's where the 12-mile circle intersects the east-west component of the Mason-Dixon line and the north-south component of it. There you can see where the wedge is in relation to all these lines here on the screen. Where the 12-mile circle intersects the north-south segment of the Mason-Dixon line, it forms what's known as the tangent line, which, and as this map says here, it's not to scale. It's actually a very slight deviation, but it's actually this tangent line that takes over and runs southward to form the western boundary. This is the courthouse in Newcastle. The theoretical center of the 12-mile circle is actually the cupola here, right here in the center. So surveyors now, for colonial times, trying to draw a circular line was not exactly an easy thing, and by today's standards, it's still not particularly easy. But the surveys of the day did a pretty decent job considering what they had to work with, because you had to imagine establishing a line with infinite points radiating out from a central point, which is not typically how you would try to survey something, but colonial surveyors made the most of what they had, and they came up with something that was pretty darn accurate.
Do you know why they chose 12 miles?
I don't. I'm not sure if that was some sort of agreement made between the surrounding colonies or whatnot, but
There's a certain metric equivalent to it or something. Yeah, I have no idea. I've never heard the reason.
Yeah.
I think it was some sort of compromise agreement between Delaware and Pennsylvania. So for anyone who's interested in these types of questions, whether for Delaware or for any of the other 49 states, there's a book called How the States Got Their Shapes that goes through these questions for all 50 states and the District of Columbia pretty thoroughly. So definitely worth reading if you're interested in these types of things.
I actually know the answer to this question. So basically when William Penn received his charter for the province of Pennsylvania in 1680, it was part of the charter that the grant was for land west of the Delaware River and north of the 40th parallel, but land within 12 miles of Newcastle was excluded. But the area was so poorly charted for the time, as Newcastle was actually about 25 miles south. So that's where that 12-mile number comes in. And also just want to say that this is 2021 officially granted to Delaware. So this year's the 100th anniversary of the wedge being officially.
Yeah, I think Laura's got a bad connection, but I think what she was saying was that the wedge was officially the wedge was a border dispute in and of itself, and that was finally resolved about 100 years ago. So I think that's what she was trying to say. Like, her connection's not all that great right now, but yeah, that's how the state got its shape. We have other historic markers here to mark out kind of where the border is. I think this is up at the this is the tri-point at the west corner of the state, I believe, right?
This is the Arc corner. So, this is where the 12-mile circle meets the edge on the north side.
Oh, okay. So that's that. This is more arc and wedge stuff, I think, right? What does this say?
All right. The left is the tri-point, and the right is the top of the arc corner monument. So the left side is the tri-point between Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland. That tri-point itself was part of the dispute, and because that is not the original tri-point, the marker itself only references Pennsylvania and Maryland, because again that was a disputed territory. So,
all right. So you put all of that together, and this is the state as it stands today, I do not think that Delaware will change in terms of its appearance anytime soon, although I wouldn't be opposed to the state annexing Salem County, New Jersey. That would be perfectly fine. We have, so here's the summary, right? Here's the arc up here. There's the wedge over here. Here's the tangent line. And here's the transpeninsular line. Okay? And then a whole bunch of water out here. And that's it. There's one thing you should take from today's presentation. That's it. That's how Delaware got its shape. All right? Another thing I should mention before we start with roads is you may be wondering what the highest point in the state is, and that is here, right pretty much at the border with Pennsylvania. Actually, where this picture on the right was taken was more or less right at the state line. You see the welcome sign here. This little rise in the ground here, just past the stop sign, and where you see in the lower right where there's that cutout in the sidewalk, that's where this marker is right here in the lower left. The azimuth stands at about 448 feet above sea level. It's the second shortest high point of any state in the country. I think only Florida has a shorter high point.
Correct.
Yeah. But yeah, and this is only within a couple hundred feet or so of the Pennsylvania border, and it is definitely all downhill from there, as we like to say. A little bit of an intro into the city of Wilmington. As we said, it is the largest city in the state of Delaware. It is the site of the first colony, or the first settlement in the New Sweden colony. The area was settled first in 1638. The original settlement was named Fort Christina, named for the Queen of Sweden at the time. The vessel that the folks from the Great North came over on was named the Kalmar Nyckel. There's actually a historic replica of that ship docked in Wilmington, and there's a visitor center and all that other stuff for you to go and check out if that's up your alley. The colony was overtaken by the Dutch and then eventually by the British in the mid to late 1600s. It was renamed Wilmington in honor of a gentleman named Spencer Compton, the first Earl of Wilmington. He was not named in honor of the Earl of Sandwich, unfortunately. Compton was a British statesman, served in the House of Commons for about a 30-year period into the early 1700s. Pretty significant and noble statesman, so they named this settlement in his honor. What else we got here? Wilmington, of course, is the capital of tax-free shopping. Of course, Delaware is one of the states that does not have a state sales tax. So the dollar menu at McDonald's costs $1. And I think Rob is still here, if he's still with us. But the sports teams in Wilmington, there isn't a rich history of pro sports teams, but we have the Delaware Bluecoats. They are the NBA G League affiliate for the Philadelphia 76ers, and the Wilmington Blue Rocks are the it's changed a bit in the past year or so, but now they are the High A long season affiliate for the Washington Nationals. I know Rob is going to be very familiar with the Blue Rocks roster by the end of the next season.
Yeah, by the end of May, I'll have a pretty good idea about the Blue Rocks, because the team I broadcast for will have visited them, and they will have come up to Dutchess County, New York as well. So I'll see a lot of them.
Do you anticipate going to a lot of road games this year?
I don't know. I would like to. I hope to. I'm supposed to meet with the team this week, the Renegades, for folks who don't know, up in the Hudson Valley. And we're going to kind of hash all that out. I'd like to go at least to a handful of road games. I think with COVID and budgets being what they are, I think they're going to keep travel down and not have to put me up in a hotel room. But I may still mix a few trips myself.
Yeah, because I was looking at the schedule for A-Ball, and I liked how it was like blocks of a week at a time, right? Like you would go to a city and play there for a week, and then you would go to another city and play there for a week. Do you think that's motivated by COVID, or is that kind of how they want to do business going forward anyway?
This was the game plan for Major League Baseball to do this, to cut down on travel. Instead of 3 and 2, sometimes 2-game series. They're now going to all 6-game series for minor league baseball, and it's all across baseball. Mm-hmm. And this is really all from the mighty overlords in New York.
Yeah, I actually like the idea of that.
It's intriguing. Yep.
Yeah, it cuts down on a lot of the skipping around, but it also allows people, I think, to go to more games. If you have one opponent in town, maybe you see one team in town and you're like, maybe I'll go check these guys out a few times. They're here all week, so maybe I'll.
Yeah, I mean this works for minor league where you're focusing more on training people up anyway. I would not see major league ever going this route because strategically, play 6 games against the same people. By game 6, everyone's going to have each other's number, and you kind of need to change up the opponents just to keep the game interesting.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point as well.
Yeah, well, Major League Baseball is going to be too busy instating the DH in the National League to be worried about the schedule.
Yeah, among other things.
So that's a summary of Wilmington. Here are some aerial views that I've captured in the few months of the city. It's a nice little area. It doesn't have a sprawling skyline, as you can see, but there's some pretty nice cityscapes here, if you're into that kind of thing. So I'm gonna scroll through these relatively quick, and if anybody wants to jump in with a comment or anything like that, that's certainly fine. But I think the tallest building in Wilmington is what is the tallest building in Wilmington? I was gonna put that on the slide, but I forgot to do that. But I can do that real quick.
Hey, the DuPont Hotel.
No, it is not the DuPont Hotel. What is it here? Here it is, 1201 North Market Street. What is this here? It's actually this building right in the center of the picture in the upper right on this slide. 23 stories. It has a height of... what is it? 360 feet is the height of the roof. So that's the tallest building in the state of Delaware. See that? Delaware builds skyscrapers too.
It does have an impressive skyline when you come across Delaware Memorial Bridge or come up in 95 there.
Yeah, it's neat how you can. It's very prominent. That's for sure. For such a small state and a relatively small population, Wilmington does have a pretty impressive skyline. Hey, here's a landmark that Rob is going to be pretty familiar with, I'm sure.
Woohoo!
This is Frawley Stadium. It's located just off of downtown Wilmington on the riverfront there. This is the home of Wilmington Blue Rocks baseball.
That is correct, with a great view of 95 and that water riverfront area down there. And I believe the field is actually named after a Negro leaguer. I believe Judy Johnson Field at Frawley Stadium is now the full name of the place. But that's one of the many I'm hoping to see this year.
Yeah, this one is... I would kind of put this one at like mid-pack as far as minor league baseball facilities that I've been to. It's good. It's neat. It's not. I wouldn't say it's the greatest thing ever, but it's in a great spot. You know, it's right in town. It's easy to get to, and if you're lucky and you go to a game, you might encounter the Blue Rocks official mascot, Mr. Celery.
Point.
Which I think has been voted one of the most terrifying mascots in all of sports on multiple occasions. He's right up there with Gritty from the Philadelphia Flyers.
Flyers.
Yeah, I think they go hand in hand almost.
Yeah, I've had nightmares about Gritty.
I think one of my Gritty shirt today.
One of the best places, and I know this is out of state, but just an hour down the road in Aberdeen, Maryland, is a great stadium.
I've heard about Aberdeen being a good scene for baseball. Yeah, I haven't been to a game there yet. I think somebody in this chat has been there, though.
It's where Cal Ripken is from.
We have not yet, but yeah. So Cal Ripken is from Aberdeen, Maryland, and Mike and I have been to the Ironbird Stadium, which he founded, and we will have an Ironbirds game in the near future.
I believe my high school friend was a coach or possibly the manager there. I don't know if he still is.
My brother had his wedding rehearsal dinner there, but there was no game going on at the time.
Well, that's too bad. That's a killer right there. You got to have a game going on.
Yeah. At least I can say I was inside, though.
Oh, yeah. At least they didn't put you on the field. Okay, we've also got some riverfront aerial shots here. This is the area known as Dravo Plaza. Back in the day, Wilmington was a major hub for shipbuilding, especially in the Second World War. And if you take the river walk today, there's a lot of historic markers and such. Some of the old cranes from the shipyard have been preserved, like the ones you see here. This is right across from the ballpark, so it's all in that riverfront district. It's neat, you know. A lot of municipalities would not be very quick about trying to preserve stuff like shipyard cranes, but I think Wilmington has done a great job of integrating some of that history into its Riverwalk. And there are other landmarks here that I photographed. I'll show you one more, and this is the St. Elizabeth's Catholic Church on the west side of town. This picture has a lot of interesting stuff in it. If you look really hard, you have the church front and center. You've also got 95 running in the background. You've also got the skyline of town in the upper left. And you've also got a twin-span bridge in the upper right. This is one of those shots when I took it, and I was looking at it afterwards, and it's only then when I realized there was that much stuff in the picture, because I was too focused on the church itself. All right, enough introductory stuff. Time to get into some roads here. We're going to focus on the all three of Delaware's interstates and also all the other limited access highways in the three counties in the state, Newcastle, Kent, and Sussex. and we'll try to, again, give you an overview of all this stuff. We probably won't get to everything, but, we'll do the best we can to give you folks an introduction if you haven't been here before, or if you'd like a little bit of a refresher on what's here. Hopefully we'll be able to help you out with everything. As far as maps go, if you want to go all the way back to when the U.S. highway system was created, you have a map like you see on the left here. 13 was created early on. 113, as you see, existed from Dover on south. Also, if you look real close on the far left, you can see US 213 on the far left there, running south out of Elkton. There's also US 40 and 202 in the Wilmington area. And then this is a more current map here. It's hard to see exactly what's going on here. I think this was about the year 2000, but you can see how some of the highways in the northern part of the state have taken shape in the years since then. If we take a look at, again, a historical look at Wilmington on the left and Dover on the right. Again, this is all pre-interstate era, pre-limited access highway era. This is the highway system as it was originally drawn up in the 30s and existed pretty much like this all the way to the 50s and the 60s. US 202's alignment through the city of Wilmington has changed over the years, as you can see. But a lot of the state highways have stayed similar. 48 has changed quite a bit. And then if we get into the interstate era, here you can see how 95 is a thing through Wilmington. This is not that recent a map, though, because 495 is still a dotted line to the east of town. This takes a more macro view of Newcastle County, so you have Wilmington at the top of the map, and then you've got the rest of the county below that. What I like about this map is the old designation of US 301N and 301S running out of Hare's Corner and Bear. Of course, that was a weird setup because the N and the S suffixes were actually located to the east and west of each other, respectively. So that was always a little odd. And here's the map of northern Newcastle County as we have it today. So we have 95 coming out of Maryland, running up through Wilmington and then out into Pennsylvania. 495 originates in Newport and runs east of Wilmington. 295 again begins in Newport and goes across into Jersey. We've also got other limited access highways like 141. We've got Route 1 down here. And then further south, we also have Route 301. And then we've got other major divided highways like 40, 13, 202 that we'll cover here shortly. You guys are awfully talkative back there. And how's everybody doing? Have I put? I was going to ask when
did the US 202 get cut off at the I-95, or whatever it has been at the time. I mean,
right. So it didn't get cut off; it got moved.
Yeah, 202 is one of those things. Every time you look at it, it goes somewhere different in Delaware.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it's like U.S. Route 202 all the way down to, I can't see it on Google Maps, but at least I see it to 95, and then State Route 202 going into the Rainier Village. And then from there, it disappears.
Yeah, so the official routing of 202 is that at exit 8 it jumps on I-95 and it follows I-95 down to Delaware 141, and then it runs concurrent with Delaware 141 to the interchange with US 13, and that's where it ends. It's one of those routes that ends while concurrent with another route.
And spawns an old alignment that has its own number running parallel to itself.
Sounds like a Wisconsin problem.
I mean, that's a pretty unique thing for these parts. Is that the only route like that in Delaware, Dan, that has, the state route for the old alignment?
A state route for the old alignment, yeah. Because US 9 and Delaware 9 are not related to each other. What are the
well, then that's another duplication. So
yeah. But yeah, I think Delaware 202, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But yeah, that is a remnant of the old alignment. Yeah.
202 itself is a crazy road because that spawned from US 2 all the way up in Maine, and it winds its way across a bunch of different roads all the way down to just south of Wilmington, Delaware.
It's one of those highways when you think about where it was spawned, you get down to northern Delaware and you say to yourself, how is this still here? But it manages to survive all the way down to... Yeah. All right.
If it's not longer than the eastern US 2, then it's got to be pretty close to it, I would think.
That would be something for somebody to look up and tell us.
202 is way longer than Eastern US 2. We've looked at this before.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, I want to talk about the Delaware Turnpike, guys. Because it contains everybody's favorite toll plaza in Newark. Can somebody mute their sound? We're getting an echo again.
Newport Pell Bridge.
Yeah, so we've got a toll plaza in Newark. We've got the Delaware House service area, which is located between the 896 and 273 interchanges. That is the single service area along the highway. It was named in 2018 in honor of Joe Biden and his family for their political contributions and philanthropic contributions to the state of Delaware over the past 4 decades. That echo isn't going away, guys. Somebody's either asleep at the wheel over there or something. Okay, I think it went away. The turnpike itself is pretty short as far as lengths of turnpikes go. It only stretches officially from the Maryland border to the Newport interchange, and then it has an eastern leg off of that connects with US 13. All in all, it's about 10 miles long. The toll at Newark is about $4. It is $4.
No approximations here, no tax.
Well, at least they don't hit you with sales tax. But that on a per mile basis, it would be one of the more expensive toll roads in America. But most people don't pay the toll because they'll just get off in the lower right picture here at Route 896, and they will go around it.
I think I would hesitate to say most people.
Most road geeks, maybe.
Well, okay, most people
Yeah,
in
most of
our circle, most people would, yeah.
I've already done it once. I'm not doing it again. That's how I look at it. Especially for some turnpike in another state north of Delaware.
Well, you don't really spend a lot of time in Delaware to begin with, so.
Precisely.
Yeah.
We're so close to Delaware that half the time we're already on the roads that are the Shunpike routes anyway. We're already we're on Route 40. Well, let's keep going. 179. Woo!
Yeah, so that the popular Shunpike for the toll plaza is to get off at 896, go around on Christina Parkway, and then rejoin I-95 at the first exit in Maryland. I think that's what most people do. But Delaware State Police have caught on to trucks trying to get around the tolls, so they instituted weight limits on the roads that go across the state line. And they are patrolled by the state police, so that pretty much ensures that all truck traffic will stay on the interstate. This is a kind of a historic map of the turnpike itself. This is probably from the early 60s or so. This shows you where everything is. You've got the toll plaza on the left, you've got the service area. Towards the center of the screen, you've got the original interchanges at 273, Route 7, because there wasn't a Route 1 for many years. And then the eastern interchanges at Newport.
Was the Delaware Delaware Turnpike named after or dedicated to JFK after he passed away?
Yeah, so a word about that. So it was originally, so that the Delaware section of it was known as the Delaware Turnpike, and then the Maryland section of the highway was known as the Northeast Expressway. The road was dedicated, that whole stretch of highway between Newport and somewhere northeast of Baltimore was dedicated by JFK in early November of 1963. It was actually one of his last public engagements before his assassination. He was assassinated in Dallas later in November, as we know, and the highway between Newport and Baltimore was renamed in his honor shortly thereafter. Delaware still does sign their section as the Delaware Turnpike, as you can see in the picture in the upper right. That's actually a new sign that went up recently. Nice of them to put it on a brown sign, as if this is some sort of scenic byway or something. That's interesting. So there's that, and then there's also the service area here, which you can see in the picture on the lower right. And then the tricky part about this service area is that it's located in the median. It's not located off to the right side of the road, which is what you would normally expect.
I mean, that's actually fairly common on a lot of toll roads in various places. It's the former Northeast Expressway, now officially known as the JFK Memorial Highway, but frequently just known as I-95 in Maryland, has two service plazas that are the same configuration. All of Oklahoma's service plazas are in the median like that. Florida's Turnpike has a couple. So it's not actually that uncommon. It's one of those things. We don't like left exits from a safety perspective, but it's easier to have one service plaza than two, having to build two of them, and so the easiest way to do that is just put it in the middle.
Yeah, the Kansas Turnpike, in addition, it's in the middle of the highway, too. So that's another example there, Anthony.
Adding some from the Garden State Parkway, Pennsylvania Northeast extension of of the Pennsylvania Turnpike, you can access it from both sides, even though it's off on the the west side of the extension.
And one last one would be the
right. And that northeast extension one doesn't have left exits, so that's the safer way to do it, is to have one plaza and just have the ramps cross over to it.
Similar to
there's
Cal
one on the
Oasis
northeast
in-
and northeast has
Illinois.
one, and Main Turnpike has one.
Yeah,
The
the
extension is that the ramps from the two directions take you to different parking lots. So you can't use the service area as a turnaround if you miss your exit. You have to go up to the next exit and pay the toll to come back.
Yeah.
And also, if you walk out of the out of the building at the service area on the wrong side, you wind up in the wrong parking lot and you won't find your car.
Everybody remember where you parked.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right, well, and that's part of with it being a ticketed toll system. You kind of break things if you make a U-turn there. There are a lot of other median service plazas like that you can legally U-turn through, and no one will stop you.
I remember at one point Del Dot was advertising their service plaza to locals to try to encourage them to stop there for breakfast and coffee in the morning. Of course, you're going to be paying a premium for that breakfast and coffee, so I don't know how well that worked out.
Yeah, it's not like the prices are cheaper than they are locally, so I'm not sure how they were figuring to get around that. But that's a weird little promotion to try to get local people to use a highway rest stop.
Yeah, I guess it sits there and it's probably fairly empty in the morning, I imagine. So maybe try to get a few more bucks in there.
Yeah. To commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Turnpike in 2013, DelDOT put out this toll booth assembly out in the plaza out in front of the building, and it was out there for quite a while. I think it was out there for about 3 or 4 years, in fact. And this was an original booth from, I think, the Newark Plaza, and I don't know, they pulled it out of storage from somewhere and they stuck it here right as you go inside. This is the same plaza booth that Doug was able to sneak inside at the Delaware meet a few years back. All three of Delaware's interstates converge at this interchange. Here in Newport, this is a diagram of it. The east end of the Delaware Turnpike comes in from the left here. You also have the limited access section of 141. You have the Wilmington section of 95. You have the 295 approach to the Delaware Memorial Bridge. And you have 495 coming from the east side of Wilmington. And all of that converges here in this mess known as the Newport Interchange.
Which has a rare feature to it.
And what is that rare feature?
A reverse loop. You notice, looking at the diagram, the ramp from Route 141 northbound to I-95 and 495 northbound, it's a left exit and entrance, and it's a loop ramp. So, normally in this country, because we drive on the right side of the road, you go around a loop in a cloverleaf or a partial cloverleaf. You're always steering right. This is a loop where you'll go around that loop steering left around 270 degrees. You do not usually see that. It is not unique, but it is rare.
Right, yeah. And of course that, this interchange is designed, especially from the 141 side of things, is required because of the location of the connecting highways and the location of where the roadways are in relation to one another. So yeah, this is a rare instance of such a loop ramp. but it's absolutely necessary given what it connects into and what's immediately around it. But yeah, this is easily the largest interchange in the state, and I think it's no more than 2 levels at one time. I don't think there's any point in it where it's 3 levels. It's so spread out that you don't have a need for stack movements or anything like that. It can be spread out with simple overpasses over everything.
Yeah, you're correct, just 2 levels.
Yeah, so you have 4 freeways converging. You would think that there would be these huge stack-like ramps in it, but no, that is not true. All right, it's the top of the hour. I'm going to take a 5-minute voice break, and when we come back, the rest of 95 in Delaware, and hopefully some other highway stuff too along the way. So we're back at 1:06 Eastern. Until then, you can entertain yourself with whatever you want to talk about. Where is everybody? Is everybody alive right now, or like what's going on?
We're all
Well,
muted.
turn off a microphone so you would have to get the echo.
What?
Yeah, we're here.
Oh, that was you?
I'm not sure if anyone can hear me, but
We can hear you, Tom.
okay, cool.
Oh, hey, Tom's here. What's happening?
Yeah, I was just listening to your lecture there. Learned a lot. As you know, I'm not a big historian, so I didn't have much to add. But I was lurking.
Well, that's good. Hopefully, you'll put some of that lecture on your site or something. I don't know. Maybe.
It's been since 2016 since I've been to Delaware, so I'm due to go back.
Oh, all right.
So
Well, they haven't added any new interstate mileage, so you're in good shape there still.
yeah, if they did, it would still be very manageable given the size of the state.
Well, that is
But
true.
they have added new U.S. route mileage since then.
No, Delaware, yeah, well, that's true.
301.
Yep.
The current alignment of 301 did not exist yet back then.
Although, didn't 301 just take a different route from what it was? So, did it really add any true U.S. mileage to it?
Yeah, but almost all of the, well, okay, it didn't add new U.S. mileage, I guess. It added new mileage to the state route system because almost all of what had been there previously was multiplexed with various state routes, and those state routes continue to exist.
896.
Well, and even these sections that are not part of state routes are still part of the Delaware state highway system, since this is the state of Delaware, and every road that is not within an incorporated city is DelDOT's responsibility, regardless of whether it has a number.
Yeah.
This occasionally has some interesting implications. The Delaware Department of Transportation has a policy that you may not install structures such as basketball hoops in any state right-of-way. There was a news story, this was years ago, that stirred up a lot of controversy, where someone had installed a basketball hoop in their residential cul-de-sac so their kids could play basketball in the cul-de-sac. State highway, not allowed. The state came in there and ripped their basketball hoop out, and they were not happy.
Pretty crazy.
That's kind of cruel.
That is odd, because that happens so often, and I mean, why they decide to do this to one person's hoop, that was a little surprising there.
Well, I guess they got nothing better to do.
The same reason they do these things to anyone. They can look the other way if no one complains, but the instant someone complains, they have to enforce it.
Yeah.
Yep. as someone who works as a zoning enforcer and code enforcer in a small town, yes. Although what's funny is that apparently that's actually illegal within our town. You can't have the basketball hoops over the streets, but that's one of those things that our police and public works don't enforce. But yeah, it's always frustrating when I have to do code enforcement because people call to complain about the most minor things. And then it's so uneven too because you'll often have the same neighbors that will call and complain. So some areas are way more enforced than others.
Yeah, I'm sure you deal with a lot of petty rivalries between neighbors, and instead of working their problems out, they try to go around to you to have you deal with them.
What's interesting is that since the 2020 election, people have figured out which side each house stands for. So you have people on the opposite side who will then call and complain over like the tiniest things.
Yep, sounds about right.
Yep.
Well, there was an article in the New York Times this week about how divided cities are just on basis of political party. And they had colored slides of various cities and sort of showing how one part of town is all blue and other parts all red and vice versa. So it's getting worse, I guess.
Zoning does that too.
The folks who are joining us today on Skype are the contributors who helped with my channel's live programming over the past year. So folks such as Rob Adams, who's with us, and Tom, who's with us, they have all contributed at some point along the way to making the past year's live programming a success here on the channel. And I'm sure I'll do this again at some point later on in the day, but I want to salute everybody who helped out over the past year. There's about 20 people who were eligible for the call today, and a lot of them have already made their presences known today, so I want to thank all of you for all your work in the past year. That's right, Shapilov, everybody. Have a drink
Salute.
to that, okay?
Drink!
And thank you for organizing all of this. I think you did the most hard work of anyone here.
It's hard work. It's hard work being a YouTube star, isn't it? Or something like that.
Something like that.
All right.
Well, compared to all the rest of us, you are a YouTube star.
Well, I don't know. Jason's nipping at my heels, man. He's getting pretty popular himself. I'm going to step up my game.
Oh, Jason, the 504 guy.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really picking up now. Catching up with you, Dan.
All right. Awesome.
But look, I just wanted to say I got to duck out of the Skype because my battery's gone dead and I don't have a charger here with me. But I wanted to thank you for having me, and I'm going to be watching on YouTube. So let me get out of here.
The pleasure's mine. Glad you were able to join us, and take it easy. I'll talk to you again soon.
All right. Thank you, Dan.
All right. That was Jason representing New Orleans and 504 road trips. That's a good segue for us to jump back into the PowerPoint here, shall we? So, we left off talking about 95 in Wilmington. This is more or less the equivalent of the Central Artery in Boston for Delaware's largest city. It runs right through town. A lot of it is on an elevated structure between Adams and Jackson Street, so the viaduct's name is originally enough the Adams-Jackson Viaduct.
It probably splits a neighborhood too.
What's that?
Probably splits a neighborhood too.
Well, it's funny you should say that because the next bullet point here says paying the price for progress. Now, I could probably spend an hour just dissecting all of the decision making and everything that was lost with the construction of this highway. Hundreds of houses had to be demolished. Thousands of families were relocated. At least 4 historic churches were demolished. The section of the city that was literally leveled for the construction of this highway was known simply as the Swath back in the 60s. I want to quote a couple sections of this book, Interstate 95 in Delaware, so that which has a lot of interesting information about the construction of this highway. Let's see here. Where do I want to pick up? Okay, here we go. This is a quote. "In the beginning, few people argued that Wilmington did not need or want I-95 as long as it wasn't built through their neighborhood." See, NIMBYism was a thing back in the 50s, too. Various groups argued that the highway would lead to a great economic boost to the city and that it was necessary for growth and revitalization. These champions of progress and urban renewal failed to see how the highways would make it easier to relocate to the suburbs. And isn't that the truth? It's safe to say that the west side of Wilmington was not the same after the construction of the highway. In fact, most of this area of the city went into severe neglect around the time of its construction. There have been signs of life in recent years. There was even a petition put forth about 15 to 20 years ago that would have seen some sort of a deck placed over the highway in the area of 6th Street on up through 10th Street. And that area would have been converted into public green space, but nothing ever came of that idea. That would be a pretty good idea, I think, to revisit somewhere along the line. What else here? I don't know. What else do I want to say about this?
I agree. I think it would be great to cover the highway and to try and rebuild what was lost, whether it's through green space, whether it's through trying to rebuild the neighborhood, maybe, and I think that would be. I think those are great ideas.
Right, and you can do that in the little section where it is below grade there, but you can't do that with the viaducts, and it's a limitation of TAPS is that the highway's kind of already got to be below grade.
Yeah. Here's another passage from the book that I'll read you real quick. After I-95 was constructed through Wilmington, those homeowners left alongside its path got used to living next to a multi-lane highway with its on and off ramps and its traffic. Those forcibly displaced had begun their new lives in new homes either in the city or elsewhere. Others who had jobs in the city voluntarily moved away because the highway made it easier for them to live in the suburbs and commute to work, creating rush hour traffic. Wilmington did experience some of the promised benefits from I-95, such as easier access to downtown, but urban renewal did not happen. Downtown merchants struggled as shoppers drove to new retail centers in the Brandywine 100, such as the Concord Mall, which opened in 1965. This is, of course, when the US 202 corridor started to boom on the north side of Wilmington. That's the area that they're calling Brandywine 100. The once popular shopping district along Wilmington's Market Street saw such notable stores as Wilmington Dry Goods close by 1979. All downtown movie theaters closed, and the Grand Opera House was almost lost. In fact, the Grand Opera House was saved from the wrecking ball on multiple occasions. So yeah, they build a highway thinking it's going to provide a certain amount of benefit, and then in fact in a lot of cases it did the opposite, at least in terms of Wilmington. It completely changed the economic formula for the city. I mean, we could go on for hours and hours about the pros and cons of building highways through populated urban centers. It's a formula that we have seen in cities all across America over the last 50 to 75 years. And it's something that I'm sure we won't stop debating anytime soon. But the effects in Wilmington were certainly contrary to what they were expecting them to be. I'll say that much. the aerial shots here.
There was that period of time in the 1980s. A lot of cities had a downturn, though. I mean, we're not talking, just simple highways through the city. New York City, Times Square was a, hazardous place to be, more or less. Philly, a lot of cities, you can just say. And then,
Right, and it's a complex issue that has no one cause and no one solution. It's impossible to separate the construction of the interstate system and freeways general from that because, they did have a major transformative effect on cities, both, on and adjacent to their footprint and not. But right, the key thing to keep in mind here is that while there definitely was an impact from freeways, they were neither the beginning nor the end of anything that happened or is still happening to cities. So anyone who points to one thing and says that's the problem, is grossly oversimplifying everything.
Well, I'm going to try to simplify what we see on this slide for you guys. 95's designation through northeastern Delaware has gone through a couple of changes, and it's also gone through periods of proposed change. And I'm going to try to give you a little bit of an overview of it with this slide here. So as we know, 95 runs through the city of Wilmington. Now, in the late 70s, there was a major reconstruction through downtown. And in order to divert traffic away from that section of highway, DelDOT switched the designations of the highways around Wilmington. So the newly completed I-495 was renumbered I-95, and the existing 95 through town was given the temporary number of 895, which you can see is acknowledged on this map on the left. I believe this is a 1979 or 1980 print.
Do we have confirmation that designation was in fact signed as such?
I have not seen any pictures from that era. That would be something that I would like to see, though. If I would like some confirmation on that. Alex, if you're watching, can you find that for us? So it was designated as 895. Now, the reconstruction project was completed. The designations were flipped back. The bypass received the 495 number. So this 2-year period or so around 1980 was the only time when 895 ever existed in Delaware. This was not the last time, though, that proposed changes to the system were considered. There was a proposal in the 90s to, again, eliminate 495 in favor of 95 and renumber the existing 95 as a business loop. You also had a proposal for a 195 along the existing 95 in the 90s or early, I think this was the 90s, or maybe early 2000s, something like that. There's been a lot of chatter in the last 50 years about what to do with the designations here, as you can see. But nothing has ever changed permanently. And I have it on good authority from somebody that they were considering doing changes again as when it came time to do this project that's currently ongoing in Wilmington, that they were thinking about either bringing back the temporary switch of designations or making the switch permanent. But DelDOT apparently decided against doing that this time. And what project is it that I'm thinking of? Well, it's this one. Restore the Corridor is an effort by DelDOT to renew and reconstruct all of the bridges along I-95 through the city of Wilmington. This includes all of the overpasses and connecting structures. Construction began in earnest a few weeks ago, in March of 2021. Construction is scheduled to conclude by the end of 2023. It's a 2-year-long super project. It's involving the shutdown of more or less half of I-95's capacity at once. So you're down to 1 lane per direction on the elevated section, and it's been advertised for a couple years as a traffic nightmare, and it's certainly played out that way, at least here initially. The scope of this project is to rehab and repair substructure concrete, replace bridge bearings, perform steel repairs and painting, resurfacing of bridge decks, and replacement of parapets and barriers, as well as new lighting and overhead sign structures. These pictures that we're going through now were taken in early March of 2021. You can see that the viaduct structure here has certainly seen better days, but a lot of the deficiencies here are going to be addressed in this project, which will be in progress for the next 2.5 years or so. And as you can see, it's quite the scope. It stretches the length of the interstate through town. I believe there are 19 different bridges that are part of this contract. So there is a lot of bridge repair work to be done in a relatively short amount of time. And again, these aerials were taken, today is March 20th, these aerials were taken about 2 weeks ago. Just as the contraflow pattern was set up in the southbound roadway, and the northbound roadway is completely shut down. And as you can see in this picture in the lower right, they've already ripped out the old roadway down to the base. And they're going to start work on rebuilding that back up. But they went to all this trouble to put up these nice new monotube overhead signs, and now they have to cover them up right away, because nobody's going underneath those. So that's Restore the Corridor. That'll be going on for another couple of years. We'll revisit that in video form later today. That would also be a nice online road meet destination for someday in the not too distant future. We'll have to see how things play out this year and next year. But so that's 95 in Delaware. Other interstates in the state. We have 495, which, as we mentioned, it was I-95 at one time in the late 70s before it was switched back. It is,
and it has a signed exit 0 now. That's new. How long has that been there?
This was in the last couple of years that was put in. Yeah.
It was there when I took a trip down that way in April 2019, so it goes back at least that far.
Yeah.
All right. So that tells me how long it's been since I've been on 495 southbound.
Well, it sounds like you need to take a road trip, young man. Yeah, so the exit 0 thing is new. That's the first use of an exit 0 in Delaware. Not that there are that many other opportunities for there to be an exit 0 in Delaware, but still, it is notable for that purpose. I say I-95 in all but name because DelDOT has consistently over the years encouraged long-distance through traffic to use this road instead of the mainline Interstate 95. In fact, they went as far as posting through traffic and local traffic banners over Interstates 495 and 95, respectively. A little counterintuitive, because you might expect the auxiliary interstate in this situation to be built more for local traffic, but in fact we see that the opposite is true here in northeastern Delaware. And that, again, is an argument why it may make more sense to flip the designations at some point in the future. However, again, nothing has ever been undertaken on a permanent basis as far as that's concerned. The 495 bypass was actually always on the planning maps going back to the 50s. The the federal government allocated about 41 miles of interstate highways to Delaware over the length of 3 highways, the 3 interstates that we have today. So 495 was always on the docket as far as construction goes. So it adds more fuel to the fire for people who question 95's existence through Wilmington itself and the need to completely level the west side of Wilmington in order to put it in. When you already knew that you were going to be building this second highway further east anyway. It's one of those things that some people want to scratch their head about. The other thing I want to
tear it down.
Yeah, well, the other, well, there are people like that too. The other thing I want to mention about 495 is the Christina River Bridge, which we'll revisit this later on today. But this bridge has had a weird history. It was built in 1974, and it's had a bizarre history where, well, first of all, every time I drive over it, it seems like it's under construction for some reason. That bridge has always been a problem for one reason or another. There was a nasty tanker fire on the bridge probably about 30 years ago now, that shut it down, and major emergency repairs had to be undertaken because the structure was in danger of partial failure. And then in 2014, as I go to this slide, see, this is one of my favorite slides of the whole presentation today, because I get to talk about my work, sort of. 2014, there was a structural failure of foundations on the bridge. Somebody thought it was a good idea to introduce a surcharge load to the ground around the foundations for this bridge, and it caused the foundations to settle, and the bridge itself subsequently settled as well, and came
doing
close.
Its Pisa impression in the process.
Yeah, so it basically it was near collapse, and the foundations themselves had to be replaced. DelDOT needed to perform emergency construction work. They needed large amounts of rebar and drilled shaft footing rebar on short notice. There weren't really any clients in the area that could help them as far as fabrication was concerned, so they went around to projects that were already in progress and looked for some help from them. One of the contractors they came across was a joint venture known as Tappan Zee Constructors, and under an agreement reached between TZC and DelDOT, DelDOT purchased some of Tappan Zee's rebar for an undisclosed amount for use on their emergency contract in Wilmington. And so we actually shipped some of our material by truck down to Delaware. It ended up being a win-win because it gave Delaware the material it needed on short notice, and the material that Tappan Zee gave up was not detrimental to the project schedule. That was stuff that they could easily replace. So that was our little assist that we lended to Delaware back in 2014. And as you see in these shots here, you can see the new piers that had to be built. They easily stand out from the existing piers that were built with the original structure in the 1970s.
And also, in all this, regarding the prior discussion about, which designation goes where, one of the things that was done years ago was they also, in addition to saying through traffic and local traffic, they actually restriped it. And they made it such that I-95 southbound going into that mega change actually squeezed into one lane with the idea that, well, most of the traffic should be coming off of 495, so let's make this striping favor 495. And then when they had to close 495 because of this bridge issue, all of a sudden 95 was the detour route, and they realized, wait, this is a problem. So they went and striped it back. I mean, they had the pavement there ready to go. So they restriped it back to being 2 lanes through coming off of 95, and at least as of the last time I was there, they hadn't striped that back, so I don't know if they intend to restripe that again. But, another one of those little things about trying to influence traffic decisions.
Right, yeah.
I remember that timeline of that bridge being closed in 2014 as well. It was a Monday or Tuesday right after a NASCAR race. But the issue was discovered just before that NASCAR race. And it almost seemed like Delaware kind of held off on closing 495 just because of the additional traffic coming through the state that weekend. That was always my opinion, whether that was... I don't think they ever really officially said anything like that, but the timing seemed a little suspect on it.
Well, you would have. They probably there was some lag time between identifying the problem and realizing how severe the problem was, and then realizing exactly what they had to do in order to correct the problem. So, that those aren't exactly split-second decisions that are made. Yeah, I mean, it ended up working out as far as the traffic was concerned, but. Decisions to shut down major interstates in the Northeast Corridor are not taken lightly. I'll say that. And so it's important to make sure that when decisions like these have to be made, we have all of the information in front of us as far as what the problem is and what we need to do to correct it. That's my very politician-like response to that comment.
Right, and it's also not like when someone on the site realizes, oh shit, we got to close this bridge, that they immediately call 911 and a bunch of state troopers just show up and close it off immediately. No, it takes time even just to put everything in position to make even an emergency closure happen.
Yeah. 295 is the shortest of the interstates in Delaware. It serves more or less to connect the Newport interchange and the other interstates in Delaware with the Delaware Memorial Bridge. Interesting note about this highway is that the majority of its length is maintained and operated by the Delaware River and Bay Authority. It's not a DelDOT property. DRBA, of course, operates the Delaware Memorial Bridge. They also operate the majority of the length of I-295 in the state of Delaware. This also probably explains why there are no exit numbers on I-295 in Delaware, which is a little bizarre, but they just have never existed, at least not to my knowledge. There have never been exit numbers here. But there's really only 2 intermediate interchanges. There's the one at 13 and there's the one at Route 9. And there's also the slip ramp at Landers Lane, which was built as a compromise agreement with the adjoining neighborhoods who raised hell about a freeway approach to the bridge running right through their vicinity. So Delaware officials capitulated and gave them easier access to the highway in the form of a eastbound only slip ramp.
Which is interesting because usually you'd expect communities to make exactly the opposite complaint, that they don't want it to be easy for traffic to detour through their community.
Yeah.
But yeah, the maintenance handoff between DERBA and DelDOT is at US 13, right? So
more or less, yeah.
Yeah, so it really is the majority of the length of the state.
Yeah, so the interchange project that was completed a couple years ago that widened the main line of 295 southbound, that was a DERBA project. That was not a DelDOT project, because of reasons of jurisdiction and the fact that it was a 295 widening as opposed to a 13 widening. Let's see if we can run through some of these divided highways relatively quickly. Concord Pike, you guys were bringing up the 202 designation. Well, we can have a quick recap of that here if we want. Yes, there is an interchange on 95 where you have a US 202 and a Delaware 202. That's pretty unusual. Delaware 202 is, of course, an old alignment of US 202 from back in the day. This is also more or less where 202 ends as far as it being on its own alignment. As we said before, it does continue southward for several more miles on various different concurrencies, but it does, for all intents and purposes, end here on the north side of Wilmington. And I think we covered the 202 saga pretty well a little while ago, so I'll leave it at that. Oh, by the way, one thing I want to mention before we go to the next highway is this is also where you have one of those rare overhead gantry "Welcome to Pennsylvania" signs that's still standing. Here you can see it in the lower right.
US 202 in Delaware is an oddly crowded road too. Most of the roadways in Delaware, you got the businesses and homes and whatever well off the roadway itself, but 202, those buildings are right up against the roadway in most instances.
Yeah, and that's kind of, a lot of that area boomed like in the late 60s and in the early 70s. We were talking about how there was that flight of business out of downtown Wilmington with the completion of I-95. Well, a lot of that business resettled along Concord Pike. So that area sprung up pretty quickly. And you can kind of tell as you drive along it that there are areas of it that look like they developed many, many years ago, and there are other areas that look a lot more recent. And I think that's part of what you're describing there. Like some of the older development is more like right along the highway there, and it's kind of crammed in, whereas some of the more recent development is more orderly, more spaced out, stuff like that. Everyone's favorite state highway in Delaware is 141. It's got a freeway section through Newport. It's got divided highway sections in Newcastle and leading north towards Fairfax and Concord Pike. Freeway upgrades along the northern stretch of 141 were on the planning maps, I think as recently as the 90s, but those have not been constructed. What has been constructed in recent years is a full divided highway upgrade of 141 between Price's Corner and Fairfax. With the exception of a 2-lane bridge over the Brandywine River, the entirety of 141 is now at least a 4-lane divided highway. Improvements at the Newport interchange. I think this interchange has been under construction for the last 10 years just about, but there's a project, an unrelated project underway on 141's main line that is addressing a lot of those loop ramps and some of the merge and exiting geometry, and is widening and straightening the alignment through that interchange and making everything at least conform to some semblance of modern standards. If you can survive and manage to get through the Newport interchange in one piece, this is a pretty neat freeway drive. It's got an elevated section through Newport, which is basically a miniature version of the elevated section of 95 through Wilmington. And then it's got a generally wide open, free-flowing freeway section leading up to Kirkwood Highway and Price's Corner, like the scenes you have here on this slide. Here's an on-ramp to...
That's an example, too, of... the whole name number debate. A lot of Route 2 in Delaware is known locally as Kirkwood Highway, not as Route 2.
Yeah, so in suburban Wilmington, we don't really call things by their route numbers in general. 141 is different because the problem is that 141 has a lot of different names over its length, so people just call it by its route number. But yeah, so like in the Wilmington area, you have Kirkwood Highway, you've got Maryland Avenue, aka Route 4, Concord Pike, 202. So you know there are a lot of examples of that where we just call things by their names and not by their route numbers.
I think that often tends to be a general urban-suburban thing, because I mean we do the same thing here on Long Island.
Well, I prefer to not call things by their Nassau County routes either. So.
No, I'm talking about state routes.
Oh, okay.
People will generally say, Northern Boulevard, Jericho Turnpike, Sunrise Highway, not 25A or 27. And if they do say, 25A instead of Northern Boulevard, that's generally a good indication that they're from out in Suffolk County where it's more rural.
Yeah, I would agree that that's a phenomenon in the Baltimore area too, where it's more likely to be by name for the state highways anyway. They're by name as opposed to the number.
Right. Well, you get different degrees of this. In New York City, nobody uses numbers even for the interstates. Whereas in a lot of cities, people know the interstates, and other freeways potentially by number, but surface streets usually get names rather than numbers, even if they happen to have numbers.
And interestingly, New Jersey, despite being between multiple states that use names instead of numbers, New Jersey uses route everything. So we go back to being an exception, at least for state highways.
Yeah, but a lot of New Jersey state highways tend to be, these big divided highways with great separations and jug handles, so they're almost highway-like than a lot of the stuff.
You see a lot of them in North Jersey, but there are plenty of routes that don't fit that bill, and they're still route whatever, unless they're a tiny spur.
Right. And you also then get the ambidextrous ones. Around here in southwestern Connecticut, either Route 1 or the Post Road is recognizable and acceptable.
I agree.
Even out here in the Midwest, Columbus names everything unless you're talking about 70, 71, and 670. 270, Alternate Street, Outer Building, 270, but everything else, names, you use numbers. Nobody would know what you're talking about unless you go into neighboring counties.
We go so far the other way that we still have Route 24 almost 30 years after it was decommissioned out in western Morris County. So, New Jersey for you. I see the slide has moved on from 141, and I do want to touch on 141, the controversial missing section of it. That Delaware has tried and failed at least once. I think twice they tried to complete the 4-lane section of 141 all the way around Wilmington, and they ran into that one problem by DuPont crossing the river, and they've just, at this point, I think they've completely given up on trying to complete it.
Yeah, that's the one piece of it that's not 4 lanes at this point. And I think there was a lot of chatter in the 90s about doing something about that bridge, but since then it's really died out. It is a significant choke point still, though. I mean, the problem hasn't gone away. I just think that DelDOT has kind of said, fine, whatever, we'll leave it for the time being and we'll revisit it at some point in the future. But they're going to have to revisit it at some point because that bridge is going to be due for replacement in the not too distant future. So
it's also worth noting, too, that, when you say the DuPont plant, it's not just any DuPont plant. It is the original DuPont plant, so there are historic structures there.
Yeah, that's going to be a mess because that bridge is also considered historic by ASCE. So I don't know what the grounds would be for them to be able to even replace that bridge in the first place. And then again, as you said, there's a lot of historic property right where that bridge sits. So it's going to be complicated as far as how they try to figure out what they're going to do there.
Yeah, there's also a famous bit of DuPont lore with that so the company DuPont is known as a broad chemical company these days. It got its start as a manufacturer of gunpowder during the Civil War. That's why you have Powder Mill Road in the area, because that was a powder mill. And and the founder of the company famously decided to go and live in a house right next door to the gunpowder plant just to send a message saying, this is how safe I believe my operations are, that I'm comfortable living right next to this gunpowder factory.
And I take it that he was not blown up.
He was not, no.
Okay, very good. All right, real quick, 40. Divided highway, you've seen a million of these if you've been around the country. It's your typical suburban 4-lane sprawl paradise. Not much else to say about that. I do want to spend a minute on 896. Summit Bridge Road, as its name suggests, links up with some structure called the Summit Bridge, which we'll actually talk about later on in the PowerPoint. Across the Chesapeake and Delaware Canal. Links the bridge with Newark and far northwestern Delaware. This is another highway that has seen a lot of chatter in my lifetime as far as freeway upgrades are concerned. Most recently in the 90s, there was a plan to fully upgrade 896 from the Summit Bridge all the way up to I-95 to freeway standard. The only part of that plan that ever came to fruition was a section known as the Glasgow Bypass, which bypasses the small hamlet of Glasgow. The one interesting part about the bypass, though, is that they built it with an at-grade intersection with US 40, which you can see on your screen in the lower left. Now, DelDOT did build the bypass with a provision that an interchange could be built in the future if traffic warrants it. And boy, does traffic warrant it. And as a result, DelDOT is starting to visit the possibility of building an interchange there finally. That might be a few years away still, but that is something that is on DelDOT's active radar now.
What's also worth noting is that this intersection was, until a couple of years ago, the northern terminus of US 301.
It was. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know how much the opening of the toll road has necessarily reduced traffic in this area, but it's a worthy note at least.
Yeah, this is still a major intersection for the far western corner of the state. 896 is still a major route for north-south traffic, and 40 it's 40. You know, it's one of the, other than 95, it's one of the big routes coming out of Maryland. And also you shunpikers out there are probably taking 40 out of Maryland. So,
yeah, and that section of 40 is really, really old as a divided highway. That's been that way for so long that there actually really isn't a former alignment of US 40 in the area. It has been that divided highway through there since there has been a US 40, pretty much.
Yeah, if you drive 40 through Glasgow, it's got an interesting and very apparently old design to it, because you have businesses in the median there, and then it kind of morphs into a one-way pair, and then it's not really a one-way pair, but there's still like crossovers in the median. It's got a very substandard look to it, which kind of screams that it's been around for a long time. Another divided highway, 113. We should talk about 113 at this point in the presentation. The original Dover to Pocomoke City, U.S. route was truncated to Milford, in 2004. So Delaware 1, interestingly, serves as a terminus point for 2 U.S. highways in the state of Delaware. There's the northern terminus of 113 and the north end of 301. Both end at State Route 1 now. This is more or less like the central corridor through the southern part of Delaware, south of Milford. You have 13 to the west of you, and then you have 1 to the east of you. A lot of the signage will encourage long-distance traffic along the Delmarva and towards the eastern shore to use 113 instead of 13. 113 is still comparatively a quicker route, and it's more rural still than 13 is. And that's probably also why a lot of weirdos in the community, when they cite future Interstate 87, they say that it'll follow US 113 because I guess it'll be easier to build a freeway along here 500 years from now. So I guess they got that going for them.
Right. It's worth pointing out and for anyone who may have any doubts, no, there is no actual plan to build an interstate numbered 87 or anything else through this area. This comes out of a tendency of the fact that the state of North Carolina has created their own Interstate 87, which is completely separate and independent from the one in New York. And a lot of people's brains just want to connect the two somehow. So they come up with ideas on how to do it. This is purely, road geeks' fantasies. There is no official plan.
Yeah, if you want to see some real fictional stuff and you want to see some real people tripping on acid, go to the fictional highways section of the AA Roads Forum. You will be endlessly entertained, as well as with some future I-87 proposals, I'm sure. Delaware 24, no, we'll save that for the honorable mentions. I don't want to get into that just yet. But this is a scene near Millsboro. US 13 is Delaware's longest numbered route, stretching from Claymont in the far northeast all the way down to the state line near Salisbury, Maryland. Depends on where you are in the state. If you're in Newcastle County, it's known as DuPont Parkway. If you are in Kent or Sussex, it is known as DuPont Highway. Just to get that cleared up. In Newcastle, south of Wilmington, it takes on a very suburban divided highway feel that you've seen a million times over. No need to really say much more about it than that. I do want to bring up the Odessa speed trap because a lot of you folks who like to shunpike the Route 1 tolls will end up in Odessa proper, where the speed limit abruptly drops from 55 down to 35, which can be seen in the picture in the upper left of this slide. And yes, the friendly folks of Odessa, Delaware don't take kindly to speeders in their town, and they will get you. They've never gotten me before, though. See, they don't call me the roadway whiz for nothing. But that is a pretty active and well-patrolled speed trap area there. So if you are going to shunpike Route 1, that is something you need to be on the lookout for. Oh, hey, speaking of Route 1... by the way, I was really proud of myself when I was putting together this PowerPoint that I was able to at least bring back a semblance of the Beaches logo. You can see it in the upper right. I couldn't find an actual real version of it online that looked any good, so I had to crop out a picture that I had. I think it looks halfway decent, but I wanted to bring back the Beaches logo because that's something that's actually going out of style in Delaware. They're starting to phase that out. I said that US 13 was the longest numbered route in Delaware. Route 1 is the longest state highway. stretching from Fenwick Island in the southeast all the way up to Christiana in the Wilmington suburbs, by way of the beaches and the state capital of Dover. We can talk about Route 1 in two different sections. I'll start with the coastal highway section. This is the piece south of Dover. It's now it's a full divided highway. In between Dover and Lewis, there is exactly one traffic light still. Most of the traffic lights have been eliminated in favor of interchanges. South of Lewis, it takes on a slower pace as it runs right through many of the beach communities such as Rehoboth, Dewey, Bethany, and Fenwick Island. It's a very pleasant drive. We covered Route 1 extensively in our virtual tour episode last week. And if you want to kind of learn more about the highway, I recommend that you check that out. We go into more detail about the southern section of the highway especially, and then the evolution of the divided highway and the creation of the interchanges through there. One of my favorite parts of Route 1 is the Indian River Inlet Bridge, which we'll cover later on in the presentation. That's really the southern part of the highway. The relief route part from Dover Air Force Base on north has a very long history. It goes all the way back to the 50s. Delaware tried for about 30 years to convince the federal government to grant an interstate highway corridor from Wilmington down to Dover, to no avail. And there were many different proposals for a second Delaware Turnpike originally, like a north-south turnpike, and then later on an interstate, and then eventually just a state highway, because Delaware just said, screw it, we'll just build the highway ourselves, knowing that it would never be an interstate. So the turnpike idea kind of came back into the fold in a way to help finance its construction. Ground was finally broken on the toll road in the mid to late 80s. I think 1987 is when ground was broken. It was completed in 2003 with the final section connecting Odessa and Smyrna. The toll road is about 50 miles in length. One of its primary signature pieces is the Senator Roth Bridge over the Chesapeake and Delaware Canal, which I keep teasing these bridges. We are going to do a section devoted entirely to bridges once we're done with the highways, but so we will be able to get into that. And then so there's the Roth Bridge. Also, the toll plazas are worth talking about, not just because there are two of them, but because the toll rates on the toll road are variable. So today is Saturday. If you were driving this road today, you would be paying $3 per barrier per direction. If you were driving this road yesterday on a Friday or a weekday in general, you would be paying $1 per barrier per direction. And that is a year-round thing. That is not a seasonal thing. So Delaware jacks up the toll rates on Route 1 on all weekends of the year, not just summer weekends. I think we talked about this also in our Toll Roads Talk episode from a couple weeks back.
Yeah, and they have resumed cash collection, right? Because I know they haven't gone permanently cashless.
No, Delaware resumed cash collection, yep.
Yeah. Just addressing a viewer question here.
Yeah, I'm glad somebody is paying attention to the chat, because I'm not really paying much attention to it. So if anybody sees anything they want to bring up, feel free to yell at me. Scenes in Sussex County. This is in the Lewis-Rehoboth area on this slide. Here are a couple of maps that I really like as it pertains to the evolution of Route 1. I love this map on the left so much because it shows how plans evolve over time, and it shows how a highway can take on one form initially, and then it'll just you'll make adjustments to it over time, and then it'll eventually take on the form that it possesses today. So what I highlighted there is the Route 1 alignment as it passes through Odessa. Looks fine, right? That looks somewhat accurate. Well, actually, this was the original proposed alignment of Route 1 through Odessa. The village, which was made famous for its speed trap, raised holy hell over this alignment. They didn't want it passing so close to their village. So DelDOT realigned it into more of it takes a far more westerly jog like this now before it turns back to parallel 13. Okay?
Right, and it's very noticeable on a map is, hey, why is there this huge kink in the road? And it almost looks like, all right, it would be more direct to go around the east side of Odessa at that rate, but the reason that they wouldn't do that is because, well, you notice that little squiggly blue line. The Delaware 1 Turnpike is a new enough road that wetlands impacts had to be considered when it was built, and so the western side of Odessa kept it more away from the water, and therefore was easier on the environmental side.
That's right.
Even though it is a longer route, and so you have to drive an extra mile basically going that way.
Oh, it's grossly out of the way when you look at it out of context. But yeah, that was the way that they had to get the road through while making the villages around it happy. And then the map on the right, this is an older map going back, I think, to the 70s. But this is when chatter really started to build as far as building a bypass of Dover, which eventually morphed into building a modern Route 1 highway. What I'm highlighting in yellow here, because it's kind of hard to see, this is a proposed alignment for a highway west of Dover. This was one of the iterations that they looked into, and they actually were far enough along in the planning of this that they decided to print it on a map for public consumption. The route that ended up being selected, I'll see if I can highlight it here, but it kind of goes more like this.
Completely different.
Yeah, so they ended up going with the eastern alignment instead of the western one. But it's interesting to see how plans change over time, how alignments change, how desires change, and how all that influences the construction of the highways that we see today. Because, right, like if you look at a map today of Odessa, you look at it in a vacuum, you're like, why the hell does this road take such an odd turn to the west like it does? Well, there are reasons for that, and it's always interesting to study those reasons from time to time. Do we want a 5-minute break, or do we want to keep going? We've got, what the hell do I have left? I got 301. Oh, I got a lot of 301 stuff. All right, so we'll do 5 minutes, and then we'll come back at let's see, it's 2:03. Let's come back at 2:08 Eastern. All
Man,
right?
You're running behind schedule in this relatively unscheduled chat.
I'm very, yeah, we are way behind schedule. Yeah, this is not going well at all.
It's so terrible that we have a time limit.
How's everybody doing? You guys still alive? We're only 2 hours down.
Doing well.
Yeah, I'm still here. I have one of the games up on one of the March Madness games up on my other monitor.
What is March Madness exactly?
Oh, you haven't heard?
No, I've totally,
you haven't heard?
I've totally missed out on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like this contest of basketball teams made up of college players, and people use it as an excuse to gamble, mostly.
I've seen that a lot the last few days. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I don't have any bracket pools at work this year because I haven't been in the office.
I know.
If I want to gamble, I'll just go down to Atlantic City and do it there.
Well, you can do that too, right? Well, Jeff, you live in Jersey, so you can gamble. You can do all the online gambling, right?
Yeah, we actually have a sufficient number of ways to gamble online. In fact, Jersey itself gambles more online than Nevada.
Oh, really?
Mostly because New York doesn't allow online gambling, so they just come over across the river up there to Jersey, and they do it all right there.
I know. It's so ridiculous how people just... They can either drive through the Holland Tunnel or take the PATH train to Hoboken, and they can go gamble online, but they can't do it within New York. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been quite a income stream for the state. I don't know how much the state itself gets from it, but the casino, the gambling companies, they've been happy.
Wonder how they track that, because if you're on the border of New York and New Jersey, you live within 5-10 miles of the border, your ISP, Internet Service Provider, you're probably hitting a server in one state or the other. So, if you were in New York, but your internet service is coming from a server in New Jersey, how would they trace it to know you were in New York gambling online?
You basically have to do it on your phone, and then they triangulate the points and things like that. So it's very specific, and I forget which one it was. There was a casino company that did get fined because they realized people in New York or Pennsylvania, whatever it was, could gamble across the river there.
So so you have to do it on your phone so that they can triangulate the position.
They know exactly where you're at. Yeah. I don't really do it myself. I mean, I could, but I would rather not. So if I've done it, I've gone to Atlantic City. I actually have some winning tickets from the first weekend of the NFL playoffs I haven't cashed yet. About $180 worth.
Jeff only gambles on the Eagles.
I don't gamble at all. But I do know some people who have lost it. I would consider it or classify it as a gambling addiction they had, and it's pretty ugly. They'd get their paycheck and have it all gambled away by the next day.
Oh yeah, that's a sin. Now, when I was getting my COVID shot yesterday, I was wearing a Phillies t-shirt, and so a few people I ran into working at the vaccine site were Mets fans, as it turned out. So, but they still let me through.
I was gonna say,
you sure they gave you a COVID shot?
Yeah. Does that make you ineligible?
Yeah, okay, Jeff.
I'll let you know if I'm alive in a day or two. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeff, did you get the one shot, or do you have both now?
Nah. Where I went, they had a Pfizer one.
Okay.
Morristown Mega. So yeah, I've been there a few times with my mom, and they've had Pfizer each time.
Okay.
Yeah,
a lot of the state-run sites in New York are supplying Pfizer. So I guess
Dan, you're close to my age, I know. Have you been able to get either of your shots yet?
Me?
Yeah.
Actually, I meant to bring this up in the announcements, but I'll bring it up right now. Wiz is scheduled to be vaccinated next week.
Woohoo!
So, y'all have that to look forward to. I get to come your houses after I get vaccinated, so I know you're looking forward to that.
And you're getting the one dose?
I am. They're saying I'm going to get Pfizer, so that's a 2-dose one. But yeah, that they expanded who was eligible the other day to include consultants and public works personnel. So that's my category. So I'm gonna jump on that.
I might start looking because I heard that they, like you just mentioned, they expanded it to include if you have any pre-existing conditions ranging from I have high blood pressure and sleep apnea, so I might be able to squeeze through despite my age. So
yeah, also, I wonder if your line of work, Tom, that you might be eligible because of that.
I'm still unemployed though, so.
Oh, really? They're not They're not gonna do it based on resume. Like you have to be currently employed.
Not that I don't think.
Okay.
But
in New Jersey, if you have a BMI of 25 or above, you qualify now, and that pretty much puts almost everyone into the the acceptance category.
90% of America is now eligible.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because we're all a bunch of fat bastards, right?
That's what a lot of people I talk to in Europe. That's one of the stereotypes. Yeah.
Well, yeah, Europeans look at us and they're like, holy crap. All right, welcome back. Let's see if we can knock out the rest of this roads-related stuff relatively quick here, although I'm going to have my work cut out for me because the first road up is US 301, which we mentioned before has taken on different alignments over the years, and it's taken on its current form through Delaware in 2018. This road was proposed... It's gone through a few different iterations over the years. So in the 50s, again, as we go back to the embryonic stages of Route 1 through Delaware, at the same time that there was chatter about building a toll road to connect Wilmington with Dover, there was also chatter about building a road from Wilmington to the Bay Bridge along Maryland's eastern shore. In fact, and we'll cover this again, I'm going to give you another bridges teaser here, but the Summit Bridge was built with such a highway in mind. It was built to freeway standards for that reason. Long story short, the Wilmington to Bay Bridge idea got scrapped. However, suburban sprawl in the Middletown area brought back the idea of a highway along 301, more as a bypass of Middletown than under the pretense of a connection to the Bay Bridge. However, the construction of the 301 toll road through Delaware did at last complete the divided highway between Wilmington and the Bay Bridge. Now you can get there between those 2 points without going through a traffic light. The toll road was built, as I said, in the 2016 to 2019 time frame. It's about 15 miles long total. It was built as a toll road. It is Delaware's first and, to this point, only cashless tolling facility. And it also is one of the only U.S. routes that's a toll that does not have an adjoining shunpikeable business route. I know that's been a point of contention within the road enthusiast community, but that is what it is at this point. I don't know if anything's going to change on that front anytime soon. I'll talk about the Summit Bridge connection in a moment here, but these are views from last year. I finally got around to photo documenting this highway. As I said, it is a toll road. There are exit tolls going southbound and entrance tolls going northbound at the interchanges. There are 3 interchanges along this road. One at 299, one at Old US 301, now signed exclusively as Delaware 71, and at Jameson Corner Road. Those are the 3 interchanges, and then there's a mainline gantry right at the state line that charges a toll of $4. They did this intentionally in order to match the toll rate at the 95 Plaza in Newark.
$4 seems to be a pretty common toll rate.
It's a Delaware thing.
Yeah, I know West Virginia Turnpike, each toll plaza is $4. I just recently went through that photo guide. That's how I remember that. A lot of $4 tolls. I think the Oklahoma ones are also $4 a pop.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, Delaware is not
complex than that. Oklahoma depends on which plaza you're at and on what toll road.
Yeah, I think the main line, the Will Rogers, last time I was through there, was $4, and the Turner was $4. Then, with the Kilpatrick and all the Creek Turnpike, all that, you're right, it varies on those.
So on this slide here, I'm highlighting Section 4 of the US 301 project. Section 4 matters, and we're going to talk about that. I want to first mention Sections 1, 2, and 3 of the contract are the main line of the highway. Those were built simultaneously. They had the option to build these 3 sections independent of one another. However, in the interest of expediting the overall project, DelDOT went ahead with building all 3 sections concurrently. However, as I understand it, this caused a little bit of a problem in terms of billing purposes between 3 sections, that they were billed independent of one another, which if you're not very good at bookkeeping, that can be a problem. But that's really, like, the section numbers were more for administrative purposes than anything else. Like, it didn't really affect too much in terms of construction. I want to talk about Section 4, though, because that's the section that to this point has not been built, and that is the connection to the Summit Bridge, which is envisioned as a Super 2 expressway connector. It's basically going to be a glorified off-ramp connecting the 301 main line between the 2 Middletown interchanges and the south approach to the Summit Bridge. The spur road, as it is noted on this slide, was slated to be part of the initial construction of the highway. However, DelDOT had a change of heart at the last moment, and it was scrapped from the initial phase of construction. However, you will notice if you drive this highway, and it's especially noticeable in the northbound direction, you will notice these 2 mounds of dirt here as you head north, and that is the graded approach to the spur road. So the ramp would take off to the right and go over and then off towards the bridge that way. That is the only part of the spur road, to my knowledge, that has been constructed, is this graded approach on each end. Obviously, there's going to be a bridge here at some point. You can't make that jump in a car, but that is what those ramps are doing there. As far as the outlook in terms of its construction, DelDOT is not in a hurry to build it. They're waiting to see how traffic patterns reestablish themselves with the completion of 301 in order to determine how much demand there is for such a connection. It seems like their priority right now is building the interchange at US 40 on the Glasgow bypass. So it may be quite a long time before we ever see this connection to the Summit Bridge built, although they do occupy the right-of-way that would be necessary to build such a connection. So that's the Summit Bridge connector for you. We've got a lot of pictures here. This is construction of 301 anywhere from 2017 through 2018. You can see here an overpass over existing 301. This is grading for the highway around Jameson Corner. This is the 301 flyover at the Route 1 connection at the north end. You've also got, now we're more advanced here. Now we've got paving going on in the Middletown area. In this slide, this was a few months before the Delaware meet was held. Actually, this picture on the bottom was, I want to say this was a couple months before the whole highway opened. They completed this section down by the state line, which includes the way station first. Because this right-of-way also is shared with the pre-existing 301. This area was the first to be completed fully. And here's the nearly completed highway. Everything is paved, all the signs are up, and yeah, that's looking pretty good in these pictures. Just about ready to open. Here's an overhead shot of the 1301 junction. This area had to be redone pretty significantly because originally there was a ramp connecting 13 with Route 1 right in this area here at the bottom of your screen. However, that ramp had to be moved to the south, which you can see here. The toll plaza at Biddle's Corner is visible in the background, and you can see the flyovers connecting 301 main line with 1 northbound. Of course, this is a partial interchange. You cannot go south on 301 from 1 northbound or vice versa. Not sure why you would need to. There's plenty of access to Middletown coming from the south on 1. And if you're looking to go south on 1 from 301 north, you're probably not going up this way anyway. So, and to my knowledge, there are no provisions in the construction here for those additional missing movements. They do seem kind of unnecessary, at least at this point. All right, we get to the honorable mentions section. So the Christiana Mall is the largest single retail center in the state of Delaware. It's located just a few miles outside of Wilmington. Easy to reach with all those highways, especially I-95. We build highways to connect the center of the city, and then everybody does the opposite and moves their businesses out to the suburbs. Imagine that. I want to talk about these signs here. That's why I bring this up. It almost looks like Connecticut DOT invaded here and put up some stuff. Especially with the old outline shields. These are pretty old still. They have not been replaced, which is actually kind of surprising that they're still here. I like the Connecticut touch here with the Delaware routes. We should also mention what's known as a diverging diamond interchange, which is another popular topic among certain people in the community. There is exactly one of these interchanges in existence in the state of Delaware today. It's located on Route 1 at exit 152 in Delaware City. This interchange was built as part of a larger plan in the long term to improve mobility along Route 1 and its connecting highways. So they put in a DDI here back in 2014, and this is what it looks like today. Since it was the first one in the state, there was a lot of mass confusion from what I understand when it was first completed, but that has since simmered down, and now people seem to know what they're supposed to do when they are directed to cross over onto the quote-unquote wrong side of the road to navigate this interchange. Honorable mentions for state highways. Let's run through these real quick. These are some of the major highways that we won't spend a lot of time on, but you should be aware of them in case your travels ever take you down this way. We have suburban highways here in Newcastle County, such as 4, which is known as Maryland Avenue. 7 is Limestone Road, running from Pike Creek down through Christiana. 2 is known as Kirkwood Highway. That's basically the local divided highway alternate to I-95 between Newark and Wilmington. I like 6 a lot myself. 6 is far southern Newcastle / northern Kent. It has a connection between Smyrna and Woodland Beach that I like a lot. That's a nice rural drive. 41 is another suburban Wilmington road known as Newport Gap Pike. It's one of the main routes actually to connect Wilmington with the Lancaster and Dutch country part of Pennsylvania.
Right. Well, it's named Newport Gap Pike because of the endpoints of the road. And interestingly, each state that it's in favors its own end. In Pennsylvania, where it's Pennsylvania Route 41, it's Gap Newport Pike.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. 273, same story, another suburban Wilmington highway. Actually, a carryover from Maryland. It enters from Delaware, enters from Maryland into Newark from Maryland, and then runs across to Newcastle. 92 is Naaman's Road, same deal. This one on the north side of Wilmington. 58 is Churchman's Road, same deal. 299 is an east-west through southern Newcastle by way of Middletown and Odessa. That's become a real main street for suburban sprawl in recent years. What else we got here? 279 is a recently new number that was created when DelDOT renumbered a bunch of their state highways in Newark, including 896, and the western end of 2 was truncated to the east side of Newark instead of the state line, so that freed up an area of the state highway grid that needed a number, so they just continued Maryland 279 across the border on up into Newark.
I would argue that's a dishonorable mention because of all the old signs in Newark that it got rid of.
Yeah, I am fortunate that I got a lot of pictures of that old stuff before they changed it. But
it makes it all the easier for shunpiking purposes.
Well, it's one less route number that you have to try to follow. That's true. 491, in case you're wondering, is the shortest state number in Delaware. It's spends the vast majority of its length in Pennsylvania, but it does have about a quarter of a mile cameo appearance in Delaware. There are 2 Route 9s in Delaware. There's a state highway in Newcastle and Kent County, and also US 9, which is a carryover from the Cape May Lewis Ferry in New Jersey, running east to west through Sussex County. US 9 is signed east-west in Delaware, as opposed to the more expected north-south. I can't find Route 404 on the map. I haven't been able to find it yet, but if any of you are able to find it, let me know, because as far as I can tell, 404 is not found.
I've seen US 404 signed, so I think that's what we should be looking for.
Maybe that's what it is. Okay.
I get it.
Laura gets it. All right.
Get it.
All right. I see.
Of the various 3-digit route numbers there within the state of Delaware overall, almost all of them are continuations of routes from either Maryland or Pennsylvania, because with Delaware being such a small state, numbering the stuff in Delaware on its own wouldn't be enough routes to get you that high.
Yeah, I mean there really aren't that many state highway routes in Delaware, period. But I mean, again, that's owed to the size of the state. But yeah, it is surprising that for a state that small that there are even that many carryovers from other states.
Yeah, but it's 3-digit route numbers. I think 141 is the only one that's not a continuation from either Maryland or Pennsylvania.
Or in the case of 896, both.
Yeah, good point. With its tiny little piece in Maryland that I don't think is even signed.
I don't think there are any Maryland 896 signs in existence.
There are not, but the piece in Maryland is also very short, so this is also interestingly noteworthy as one of the few unsigned state highways in the U.S. that is actually part of the travel mapping project, because it was kind of decided that, even if there's no Maryland 896 signs, for the sake of continuity, it should be included.
My favorite honorable mention is on the screen right now. And when I say it's my favorite, it is the one honorable mention of them all that makes me legitimately angry. If you want to clinch this route, I really think that you should be either drug tested or seek medical attention of some sort, because trying to clinch this road, even in Newcastle County, is, to put it politely, it's a major chore. I do not wish the effort to clinch this road on anybody. Yeah, it's just a pain in the butt, and there are a few reasons for that. It's the kind of road that is. It looks like it was patched together over the years, so there are a lot of intersections where the road will just randomly turn, and there's a lot of at-grade intersections where there are a lot of four-way stops along this road for some reason. I'm not sure what that's all about, but if you look at it on a map, it just looks awful. It is such a ridiculous compilation of local roads that they threw together into one state highway, and it runs a long way. It starts up by the Summit Bridge, and it runs all the way down to Milford. So if you've got a day on your hands and you have nothing better to do with your time, like Corco, good luck. And some of those turn movements that I mentioned aren't exactly signed, so you're going to have to figure that out on your own.
I think I found, when I did Delaware, I think I found 2 southbound and 1 northbound that weren't signed. It's mostly signed pretty well. It just doesn't make any sense why it's there.
Challenge accepted. We're going to go clinch that for the 3 of us ASAP.
Well, Rainey needs to clinch the state of Delaware, so she's going to have to do it whether she wants to or not. So maybe now is the good time to do it because she won't be aware of what a torturous drive it is. So you're getting it out of the way at the right time.
Sounds like a plan.
I look forward to the live drive for the next segment.
Oh God. Yes, a Delaware Route 15 virtual tour where everybody in the road enthusiast community commits suicide by halftime.
But we all get to ride with Laura, so yay!
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 Well, if Laura's hosting it, I don't really care. You guys, we'll all make it through that one. But if I'm doing a virtual
Don't tempt
tour
me,
of it,
or it just might come true.
You said you were doing it ASAP, so go do it.
That would actually be a good, what do you call it? A good April Fool's Day edition to do.
We're not that far away. We hypothetically could jump on the road and do it now.
I mean, you could, right? It's not that far.
I was told that people have to do whatever I dare them, so Laura, I dare you.
Yeah.
Husband, you ready to go?
Yep, Laura is now signing off as they go off to clinch Route 15 on a moment's notice. That's it for roads. That's all I got. Shapilov wants to know if you have any questions. See, look at him. There he is. He's hiding up there. He's lurking in the background. The late former mayor for life of the District of Columbia was a big fan of Delaware highways, from what I understand.
I want to know who set him all the way up there.
Some bitch got a hold of this PowerPoint.
Yeah, he looks like a Cuomo window sticker here.
Ooh, that's actually, I see the resemblance there. Actually, you know what? I should have remembered that, because I could have put both of them on the screen, like one on each side of the screen. That would have been good. All right, that's it for highways. What do we want to do? 30-minute break? Actually, you know what? Because it's by the time the 30-minute break ends, it'll be the top of the hour. So we can do let's do 35 minutes, and then we'll come back. It's 2:33 right now. Can Roadway Wiz do math today? That's the question. Let's see. What is 234 plus 35 minutes is
I think our second session was supposed to start at 2:30, so I think we should just roll right into it for another hour.
Motion.
I'm kidding.
No, you're not.
Well, what do you guys want to do? You want to do this, or you want to keep going? What do you feel like?
3:10 would be sufficient time to get to Delaware, so that we can report in live from.
I know, yeah, we should delay this as long as we can, so that Laura can call in from Milford and be like, "Hey guys, we did it." We're going to be waiting a while for you. Once you get through all those stop signs. Stop signs and random turns that you miss along the way, you know.
So we'll see Laura again maybe by next Tuesday?
Maybe. Connor, I don't know. Hi, Connor.
No, I will say you talked a lot about Wilmington, Newark there and things like that. Middletown is really becoming the next up-and-coming community for Newcastle County below the C&D Canal there. You're probably going to see some road building there and some road changes over the next few decades.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. Well, 301 was a huge game changer.
Yeah.
And so they were fortunate to get that in where there was still enough land for them to build it. That is one of the things that I got to give Delaware a lot of credit for, is that they saw the need coming down the line and they weren't hesitant in trying to fast track it.
Really isn't a bad drive. I mean, some curves on that road, but really is not a bad drive there.
No, I like it. You know, the only thing that is to dislike about it for me is if you have to go to Maryland paying the full toll. But I mean, a lot of people don't do that anyway. But no, it's a nice road. It's well engineered and it rides really smooth. And it's, you know, for the short length, it's certainly an enjoyable trip.
And then if you get in Maryland going to D.C., yeah, it's 2 lanes each way, no traffic lights. You know, just some of those the crossroads there.
You got to give Delaware credit for being, I think, the only northeastern state to actually build a new highway at any point in the recent past, unless you count West Virginia.
Well, you also then have to question whether Delaware actually counts as a northeastern state. This is another old debate, after all.
I would say if it's north of D.C., it counts.
Keep in mind that very little of Delaware is north of US 40, so most of the state of Delaware, by the 40-60 rule, is within the transition zone.
Yes.
No, Delaware does a really good job, you know, updating the roads and everything. Over the past few decades, they widened a lot of those roads. Namings Road 92, 7. You know, you can even Route 40. They widened to 3 lanes from 2 each way out a little bit more. They've been working on that. They really have updated. I don't think the Delawareans appreciate it compared to other states in the Northeast.
But simply on the question of, you know, building a new highway, we've had widening in some of the other states. But when's the last time that a completely new highway was built? I don't think there has been within my lifetime.
Oh, no, there have. There absolutely have. Well, let's see. Within our lifetimes, Connecticut has opened no fewer than 2 new sections of freeway, both incidentally part of US 7. The New Milford bypass opened in 2009. And the extension of Route 7 in Norwalk from Exit 2 from up to its current end at Grist Mill Road, that opened in 1992. And that's just Connecticut.
Yeah, fair enough there. I think the first time I was on the northern freeway section of 7 was after that was built.
Yeah, and then, I mean, we can keep rattling off examples. Boston obviously extended I-90.
New Hampshire built the circumferential highway, or part of it anyway.
Yeah, when did the first section of that open?
Actually, I guess there's the intercounty connector as well.
Well, again, now we need to debate whether Maryland is northeastern, because Maryland has opened quite a few things within the past 30-something years, including the majority of I-97, sections of 32. It's not even just the intercounty connector for them.
Yeah, I always associate the Northeast with the Northeast Corridor. So if it's north and east of D.C., it counts. At least in my simplistic mind, that's where I place the border.
Oh, by North.
And there's no one right way to do this. I mean, I think that in terms of the 40-60 rule is great because it acknowledges that there is no solid border. And in many respects, right, these areas in Maryland they're close to US 40, so even if they're not fully northern, they're still kind of northern. The 40-60 rule, for those who aren't aware, basically states that everything north of US 40 is fully northern, everything south of US 60 is fully southern, and everything in between is transition. It's not totally northern, but not totally southern either. Right? So US 40 goes across northern Maryland, across northern Delaware, and actually across South Jersey to Atlantic City, whereas US 60 ends in Virginia Beach. So that puts most of Virginia in the transition zone too, but southern Virginia is definitely southern, and so this rule respects that.
And I'd say southern New Jersey is definitely northern.
Yeah. There is also a corollary rule on the other axis too, which we'll call the 81-83 rule, that everything east of US 81 is fully eastern, everything west of US 83 is fully western, and everything in between again is transition. And this works out well. US 81 passes through Fort Worth, it passes through Wichita, and it passes up to the eastern end of the Dakotas. US 83 passes through Abilene, Texas, through North Platte, Nebraska, and if you look at maps of these states, you can very clearly see actually a great example is pull up a map sometime of the state highway system in Nebraska and plot where 81 and 83 on it. You will very visibly see that it is most dense east of 81 and least dense west of 83.
Yeah, what I wanted to say earlier, so I went to undergrad in Lynchburg, Virginia. I graduated from Lynchburg College, which is just below US 60. So US 60 goes through Amherst, Virginia, about 20 to 30 minutes north. But yeah, definitely southern. And also, when I told people that I was from Maryland, they would call me a Yankee. And I live just north of US 40, funny enough, in Maryland. Although I feel like where I am in Maryland, yeah, I guess transition is a good way to put it, because in some sense I feel like we're in the Northeast comparatively. We're definitely in the Northeast compared to the South, but that when you dig in closer, we definitely see more Mid-Atlantic when you're really nailing it down.
Maryland is northeastern with a southern twang. Kind of.
Exactly.
Because you're south of the Mason-Dixon line, and historically Maryland has kind of been on that fringe between Union and Confederate. If you want to go
right.
back
I mean, you had brothers that were on different sides of the war.
Well, yeah, and it's arguable that one of the main reasons Maryland stayed in the Union is because Lincoln sent troops to Baltimore. But among other things, but that is one of the factors that kept Maryland in the Union. So yeah, it is interesting. Delaware has a similar history as far as flirting.
Right. Well,
Confederate
Maryland was
values
one
and
of
all
two
that.
slave states that did not secede. The other being Kentucky.
Yeah. I think
Missouri
Delaware was another one.
Wasn't Missouri also a slave state?
I don't know if Delaware still had slaves.
Delaware did not. It was Missouri. Actually, is an interesting point on Missouri. You're right. There were three.
Yeah, Missouri's the other one. Yeah.
To the Missouri Compromise, it was the only slave state allowed to be north of 3630.
There you go.
For the time being, anyway.
Yeah. Compromise of 1850.
Yeah.
Right. And there are some other interesting impacts of this too. The Missouri Compromise is indirectly why the Oklahoma Panhandle exists.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
That's also
because Texas had to be cut off at that line in order to allow it to be a slave state. However, the southern border of Kansas was then established to be not that line. It was put up at the what is that? It would be the 37th parallel instead, right? So there's half a degree between the southern edge of Kansas and the northern edge of Texas, and for a long time it was just kind of no man's land.
So we'll give it to the Indians.
Right. Well, no. The main part of Oklahoma was the Indian Territory, right? And part of why Oklahoma did not become a state until 1907. But the Panhandle was not explicitly assigned as territory to any particular tribe. It was just, it really was no man's land. In fact, it was often referred to as exactly that.
Yeah. And I suppose.
And when Oklahoma became a state, they said, "Well, we got to give to someone. Oklahoma can have it."
Yeah.
Didn't this used to be a road stream?
It was, but it's funny how you guys work sometimes. We often go off topic at times onto very varied subjects. But this is an interesting discussion because it ties into maps in a way. Because if you look at how the United States is drawn, so much of state borders and how this country looks on a map today can be traced back to slavery and decisions that were made to either keep slavery in certain parts of the country or prevent it in others or promote slavery in other parts of the country. And then there's the whole popular sovereignty thing that came later where states were deciding whether they should be slave or free states. It's really interesting if you really go down the rabbit hole of slavery in the first 100 years of this country and see how it really impacted the states west of the Mississippi especially. I know you guys like maps, so I know that's something that might possibly appeal to some of you.
Going back to, and I'm going back several minutes here, but when you were saying like where are the lines drawn between Mid-Atlantic and Northeast and whatnot, being from the Pittsburgh area, what would you guys consider that? What region would that be a part of? Is that Northeast? Is that Great Lakes? Is that even Midwest?
Yeah, Pittsburgh is one of those places that's kind of difficult to pigeonhole into any one region. It's it's a little too far west to just be the Northeast, but it's also not a little too far on the fringe to really be considered Midwestern, and a little too far north and or west to really just be considered Appalachian. It's it's Pittsburgh. It's Yinzerville.
Yeah, it's the Rust Belt.
I being from the area, I generally always considered pretty much it's arbitrary as hell, but like Cleveland down I-77 east to be considered Northeast just because of how tight everything is there compared like as you get past, let's say, like Columbus, Ohio, it starts to look more Midwestern, whereas Eastern Ohio, obviously West Virginia and Western Pennsylvania look more mountainous and everything, everything closer together. Obviously the roads more narrow, stuff like that. That's what I always use to make that decision in calling pretty much I-77 East the Northeast. Obviously from speaking like that part of Ohio over to Maryland and Pennsylvania and up.
Okay, but I have an important question for you.
Okay,
What did you grow up calling carbonated beverages?
Pop.
There we go. And so this is one ways in which Pittsburgh is very much Midwestern. I even think that this affects New York even. That the pop soda line passes through Rochester.
Yeah,
and there is a very strong argument to be made that Buffalo is a Midwestern city.
Oh, Buffalo feels Midwestern in some respects. Yeah. Well,
Buffalo's
Buffalo has like going back to the Pittsburgh connection. I would first of all classify Pittsburgh as Rust Belt before anything else.
Yeah, or Great Lakes. Like that's another. If you're like that in Buffalo, kind of, and Cleveland, like they're kind of their own thing. They're not Midwestern. They're not quite Northeast in the way that you guys are. Like I said, my bullshit way was just arbitrary.
No, I mean, and the other thing too is that Rust Belt and Midwest are not coterminous. I mean, Albany is part of the Rust Belt, but it sure as hell ain't the Midwest.
Yeah, I tend to look at the Pittsburgh example from a more economic view than a geographic view. That's also why I consider Buffalo to be, and it might be a little backwards to say this, but I almost consider Buffalo to be Midwestern. Same thing with Pittsburgh. It's Great Lakes to me. Buffalo literally is Great Lakes because it sits on the lake. Great Lakes to me translates to Midwest. If I sit down and I really think about it. But yeah, as Anthony was saying, Pittsburgh is really a crossroads because you have the Great Lakes influence, you have the Rust Belt influence, you have the Appalachian influence, and you have the Northeastern influence. So, and they all kind of seem to converge right there in Southwest Pennsylvania. There isn't really a clear answer as to what Pittsburgh belongs to. And it's really left up to individual interpretations as far as where you draw the line for things. But I always thought of Pittsburgh as more Midwestern in feel than anything else.
Right. It's just weird to think of it that way aesthetically because it's so hilly, and the prototypical Midwestern image is prairie, is cornfields outside of anywhere that's developed anyway. Mm-hmm. And then this is where you also have, there is never any single definition of the Midwest that anyone can agree upon. I know I have some of my own opinions on this, that I would argue that, northern Minnesota, the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, even northern Wisconsin, at that point is just not the Midwest anymore. It's something else entirely, because that's northern forest country at that point.
South Canada.
Right. There are no more cornfields. It's not. It just doesn't feel the same anymore.
South Manitoba.
And then there's the whole western border thing. Again, there are people that would extend the Midwest. They would say the Midwest goes all the way to US 81, where the transition zone begins. That means Topeka's Midwestern, and I kind of don't.
Now,
I just don't see it.
Now, for dummies like me, where is US 81?
So US 81 in Kansas passes through Wichita and Salina, so it's very much west of Topeka, but it's along where 135 is.
Okay. It is about like driving across I-80 or for what this is worth, I-80 or I-70 in Kansas. US 81, I believe it's York in Nebraska is where it intersects I-80. As you said, Salina, Kansas. That is where a geographical transition starts to become noticeable for what that's worth. That's where a steady, basically the elevation starts to change very, very gradually going west from there.
The elevation starts to change, and also very importantly, the climate starts to become more arid. And this is really, I think, the single biggest east-west defining factor is the fact that the eastern United States is humid weather and has damp climates, whereas the western United States, there are some places certainly, especially along the west coast itself, where it can be quite wet, but for the most part it's a dry climate.
Mm-hmm.
And so this naturally this affects both the natural plant and animal life you see, and also it affects the type of agriculture you see as well. In the western U.S. you see more ranching because that's less water intensive than growing crops, and where you do see crops, you'll often see them grown in circular formations because they're a lot more dependent on irrigation than they are back east, and those big irrigation rigs, it's easier to just pin them around a spot in the center and rotate it so you have circles.
Central pivot irrigation fields fascinated me so much as a kid until I figured out what they were.
So to get back to what someone had said earlier about what you call a carbonated beverage in different parts of the country, with those kinds of dialectical differences, the one that I thought was probably most interesting is the words merry in the sense of Merry Christmas, marry as in what the bride and groom do at a wedding, and the name Mary. At least two of those three are pronounced the same in almost all of the country, except for this little region that includes New York City, Long Island, and Connecticut, and that's basically it. So it's like the places where I lived, and that's it.
How is it pronounced there?
What'd you say?
It's pronounced the way he just did. It's Merry Christmas, at a wedding, two people marry, and the mother of Jesus is Mary.
Right. Well, it's funny because I'm from Maryland. I'm from Maryland, and I also differentiate between the three.
Interesting. So maybe this map was just wrong.
Well, I also think it's worth noting that you can't draw hard maps on this anyway. You will get people that are from the other side of the line that still do things. That there's no sudden stopping point ever.
But this was a very small region. It was basically New York City, Long Island, Connecticut, and I think there was a little bit of spillover into Westchester and New Jersey.
No, it absolutely is true that most of the country, the vast majority of the country, merges at least two of those three words when they speak. But it's drawing exactly where a line is. You can't, especially since people move, and so you'll get people that move to different places, but they grew up somewhere else and they still talk like they're where they're from.
Yeah.
That brings up a good point too about people who come their families. Like, I had a friend who lived in North Carolina that spoke with a New York, like a Bronx accent because his family was from the Bronx. And that's who he learned, to talk from growing up.
Yeah, I supposedly have a little bit of the Brooklyn accent since it's where my mother's from, even though I personally never lived there. So...
Forget about
this is also one of those things where I need to take the moment to point out that as much as New Yorkers love to talk about the Brooklyn accent versus the Bronx accent and act like they're distinct things, scientifically they're indistinguishable. They're not actually different accents. They're all just New York City accents.
To go along with Staten Island.
Mary.
Yeah. I was once on the phone with some tech support person who hears me speak and says, like, I detect a Manhattan accent there. Which was interesting because, I was in Manhattan at the time, but it's not where I'm originally from. I was transplanted from Long Island via Connecticut, so.
Yeah, accents have always been an interesting thing to me.
Yeah.
It's just, we're all cut from the same cloth, so at what point did this group of people start talking this way while this group talked that way and this one another way, just living apart from one another? I guess it happens naturally, but I
think between, TV and phones and everything, that some of these, hyper-local differences are less than they were probably half a century or a century ago. I never really... you can talk about, like a Southern accent that's significantly different or, a Massachusetts accent, but, Long Island versus Connecticut, I never really detected all that much.
Yeah, you're right. It's a broad northeastern at that point. The thing is it's also right how you can get into some other interesting mergers that, from a child's perspective, get interesting. So I remember being I must have been in kindergarten at the time, and going to the media center at school and listening to the librarian talk about picture books. And now, in my head at the time, a pitcher is something you pour lemonade out of. And I had never heard of anyone... this was the first time in my life I had ever heard anyone pronounce pitcher. And so I actually didn't understand what she was talking about, and I was like, why do they call them picture books? What's picture like about them? I was like, no, okay. All right, no, she's saying picture. She just has an accent.
Yeah, that one always kind of annoyed me for some reason. Here, I had a math teacher that would pronounce every other word just like anyone else in our area except picture. He could not say the C for some reason, and that was kind of annoying. But yeah,
there's also interesting things about how the names of certain places get pronounced differently by people in other places.
We went through an example of this before. Delaware has the only Newark, in spite of the fact that there are other states that have cities spelled exactly the same.
No, I'm not talking about the same name being present in different places being pronounced differently depending upon which one you're talking about. I'm talking about things like, say, the state that those of us in the East refer to as Oregon.
Oh.
Is pronounced a little bit differently by the people who live there.
Speak for yourself. I'm in the East and I don't call it Oregon.
Yeah, well, I grew up pronouncing it that way until I was corrected.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because being from Maryland, I found that, especially if I'm talking to somebody who is from another country, if I say that, they're like, "Oh, where are you from?" "I'm from Maryland." They're like, "What?" And then I'm like, "Maryland." They're like, "Oh, Maryland."
I don't think that anyone who grew up in the United States pronounces it Maryland, though.
No, but I can see where someone who had briefly studied a map of the U.S. and never heard anyone actually say the name might think that.
Oh yeah. I mean, I remember when I was a kid first seeing it on a map and thinking it was Maryland and being corrected by my parents.
Nevada's another one. People there will correct you if you call it Nevada. It's Nevada.
Yeah, it's Nevada, and interestingly enough, though, right, it's a Spanish language word. It means snowy, and if you wanted to pronounce it like it was Spanish, it would more just be like Nevada. So the way Easterners pronounce it is actually closer to the original than the way locals do.
Well, that makes me think of, I remember Patrick telling me the town in West Virginia that's, written, we would pronounce it Canaan, is actually, they pronounce it there Canaan, which is more similar to the original Hebrew, which is...
I would have guessed you were about to say they pronounce it Canaan. I would never have guessed Canaan would come out.
That's what Patrick told me. But the original Hebrew is Canaan, so it's more similar to it.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, right, because we're not used to this with English being never a phonetic language, and so you never know how anything's pronounced, really. But right, you have if you note how it's spelled, it's the first A is one A, and the second A is a double A. And so it makes sense that would therefore translate in the original pronunciation to a sort of more stretched out sound.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Well, if you want to be super original with sounds that have essentially dropped out of the Hebrew language, probably at least 1,000 years ago, in between the two A's, there was this deep sound in the back of the throat that most modern Hebrew speakers don't pronounce anymore and just omit.
Not like a glottal stop.
No, it's distinct from a glottal stop. It's pharyngeal stop, I believe it's called.
I don't know.
So there's two Hebrew letters, Aleph and Ayin. Aleph is a glottal stop. Ayin, it was originally like Brian, something like that. I'm not doing it well. Arabic still has that sound pronounced that way, but Hebrew more or less dropped it. Basically because all the people who spoke it were in countries, in the diaspora, where the other languages spoken there were all Indo-European and didn't have it, since as far as I know, I think that's something that really only exists in Semitic languages.
Well, no, there are other languages that have, Hawaiian is another great example of where you see glottal stops.
Not glottal stops. Glottal stops are all over the place in all different languages. Pharyngeal stops, I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't even recognize what one of those is.
Yeah, if they exist in somewhere other than Semitic languages, it's certainly very rare. But yeah, English has glottal stops. We don't.
Right, we just don't have a character to represent them.
Right,
it's always implied.
But
the good way of putting this is that no word ever actually begins with a vowel sound.
Right.
You know, when you pronounce a word like "and," if you listen very closely, you make a very brief noise before you pronounce the A, and that is a glottal stop.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I took a phonetics course back when I was in college, so I'm pretty familiar with this stuff.
I want to ask...
No, I understand. I'm explaining this for the benefit of everyone else listening.
I want to ask David, I know that you were studying Maori quite a bit in recent years. For those of you who don't know, that's a native tongue out in New Zealand, and it has Polynesian roots and stuff like that. Are you still into that?
Still into it, but largely ran out of materials that you can get to study it outside of New Zealand.
Oh, so you would have to actually go on site if you wanted to really master it from here.
Basically. I mean, the reality is your speaking only gets so good when you don't have anyone to speak it with.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, so one thing that's actually kind of cool that, Anthony mentioned Hawaiian earlier, there's actually a systematic relationship between a lot of Maori words and Hawaiian words.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
If you know how you say something in Maori, you can perform certain transformations on the letters to figure out what the corresponding Hawaiian word is. And if you run those transformations backwards, you can, in many cases, figure out what something in Hawaiian means, even if you don't speak Hawaiian.
Yeah, I know that we talked about this when I was out in Hawaii a couple years back, and we were talking about, linguistic history of the Polynesian part of the world. And yeah, you can trace a lot of the Pacific Island native languages all back to the same origin, more or less. It's really interesting if you get into it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Language families exist in all corners of the globe, and knowing one in a family will help you out when you encounter another. I can tell you that. Right. So I studied un po' di Italiano in high school, and knowing that actually helped when I went to Quebec. Because I would see signs that talk about luna ven, and I was like, all right, well, what the hell does that mean? Well, when you recognize that in Italian lunedì is Monday and venerdì is Friday, and those words are very similar in French, the meaning then becomes apparent. Whereas if I didn't know that, I might not have figured out what that meant.
Although the relationship between Romance languages, I think, is a little bit less systematic than what exists between Polynesian languages. But yeah, I actually sort of did the same thing in the opposite direction, that there's this singer, Josh Groban, probably many of you have heard of him. A decent percentage of his songs are in Italian. And if I look at the lyrics in writing, I can figure out what a decent percentage of it means by analogy with French, which I studied in high school. Although French has undergone some interesting sound changes, as has English, so French is probably a little bit more distant, at least in terms of what it sounds like, from the other Romance languages than they are to each other, let's say Spanish, Italian, and Portuguese.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, and this is the other interesting thing too, is that Italian and French, in terms of word construction, are actually fairly similar in a lot of cases, but the way they're commonly spoken, it makes them sound very different. Whereas languages like Italian and Spanish sound a lot alike, but word for word, or actually, I believe slightly have a little bit less in common than Italian and French do, which is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, French has things it does, like with all its different vowels and how consonants at the end of the word are almost always silent, but then they become pronounced if you put an E at the end to make the word feminine. So it's not necessarily intuitive unless you actually learn the language.
Right. There are rules about how things are pronounced. It is a phonetic language. I don't know all of them. I have not studied French. It just looks a little complicated to me. Italian's phonetic rules are very simple.
Yeah. I mean, I would put it this way. French spelling is about as intuitive as English spelling, which is to say not at all.
Except in French, there are actually rules that are followed. In English, there really aren't.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I studied French in high school and in undergrad, and even if the spelling on the surface looks like it doesn't make sense, there are rules, and French follows those rules. So, unlike English, which is borrowed from so many different languages, you can't just look at a word and know how it's going to be pronounced. In French, you can do that.
Yeah.
Right, there's a reason we're talking about place names being pronounced differently in different places, even though they're spelled exactly the same, because, well, there are options. There's always options.
And then you've got place names in the United States that are borrowed from French and not pronounced like actual French.
And different people will always intuit things differently. Talk to me about how I decided to pronounce Shreveport growing up.
Do I want to know?
No, this was something that came up recently. Shreveport is a town in northwestern Louisiana where there was a road meet a few years ago, and when this road meet happened, I wasn't at it, but I heard people talking about it and saying Shreveport, and I was like, oh, that's how you pronounce that? Because I had never heard anyone actually say it before. I just knew the name from looking at maps all my life, and so all my life until that point, I had been saying Shreveport.
Oh, dear.
Which is just, how I read it and intuitively thought it should be.
I still don't understand how you came up with that.
That's a good thing you didn't go to that meet, Anthony. You would have.
Well, I would have been corrected and I would have learned. But
well, people would have looked at you like, "What the hell? What town do you think you're in, son?" Anyway, so we spent the last half hour plus talking about linguistics and slave states and maps. That's a good way to spend a half hour, right? So this is why I like hanging out with you guys. I never know what you guys are going to bring up next, and I never know how long you guys are going to go on about a certain subject and where it's going to lead. But
it's like a box of chocolates, Forrest.
It is. Forrest Gump would be nicely at home with you guys. That's for sure.
It was educational, that's for sure.
It is. I'm
going to assume we should take that as a compliment, because I'm not sure if it actually was.
No, listen, it absolutely is.
I think it was.
Yeah.
As someone who talks for a living, I found it interesting.
Well, Rob can certainly go on for hours and hours about certain subjects, but yeah.
I'm afraid so.
Well, that's okay. Maybe we'll sneak in a little. Maybe in the next intermission, if Rob is still with us, we'll sneak in a little bit of a baseball preview or something like that, just to get him in on the action. All right, welcome back to part 2 of today's Delaware Road Meet webinar presentation. We have one more part of the PowerPoint to go through that's going to cover everything you need to know about the major bridges in the state of Delaware, and a whole lot more that you don't need to know, but I'm here to tell you anyway, so you're going to sit there and listen to it. This is a nice bridge right here. I love this picture. We'll talk more about this bridge in a few slides, but this one is a sentimental favorite of mine. Partly because I was coming of the right age when it was being built, and maybe we'll go down memory lane a little bit with this bridge when we come to it.
Mini cop the Sunshine Skyway.
Yeah, it kind of is. Doug is not here. That bastard was going to tell us about the covered bridges of Delaware, but he of course doesn't show up for the part that he was going to shine in the most. We're going to start here with covered bridges. There are 3 of them in the state. They are all in far northern Newcastle County. You can see their locations on the map in the upper right corner. They are all easily accessible. They're all open to vehicle traffic of some sort. So they're easy to include in any kind of driving tour that you want. If this is up your alley, it's definitely worth checking out. Interestingly,
we actually took Rainey to them, and she was a teeny tiny little baby, little newborn when we took her, and we took her to each bridge, so she is fully clinched on the covered bridges of Delaware.
Well, I was about to say, and it's a good thing you said that, because Rainey is clinched on the covered bridges, but the host of today's event is not clinched on the covered bridges. I actually haven't been to see any of these in person. Which...
Well, good news is that Rainey needs to revisit them as a toddler, so...
Yes, every stage of development you need to revisit them, right?
That's right.
We should have a meet and go do this sometime.
I think that would be a fabulous idea.
I agree.
So there are 3 of them here, as you see on the screen. The Wooddale Bridge is in the lower left here, and there are 2 others. There's the Ashland and the Smiths Bridge. I think I'm going to leave it to you guys to research these more on your own time, because Doug isn't here to speak for them himself. He knows a lot more about them than I do, but they exist today. They've largely, well, at least I think in the case of the Smiths Bridge, it's been heavily modified over the years, but at least one of these is still more or less the original structure. They are all open to vehicle traffic. I think they're all open to 1 lane of traffic, and they're all really out of the way in that really rural corner of far northern Delaware where all the rich people and Joe Biden live. So there's not a lot of traffic going through here anyway. But they are noteworthy, and they're worth a visit if covered bridges are up your alley. I said that I have not visited the covered bridges of Delaware because I myself am a late bloomer when it comes to covered bridges. It was not ever a subject that I really ever gave a damn about. Really, Doug is the one who started to kind of sway me in that direction as far as becoming interested in the subject. So maybe I'll visit these 3 before too much more time passes. And yeah, Laura, if you host a Delaware Route 15 meet, first of all, you are a saint for even trying that. And secondly, I will absolutely show up for that, just because I want to witness the calamity that ensues when people actually try to clinch that road. That's going to be worth putting on video. We need to make this happen, guys. Like, when everybody's vaccinated, that's like one of the first things we need to try to organize, I think.
I agree.
So, we've got covered bridges out of the way. There are 3 rivers that run through Wilmington. We all know Pittsburgh is a city that's famous for 3 rivers. Wilmington also has 3 rivers if you include the Delaware River. Let's profile all 3 of those rivers, shall we? At least the bridges that pass within the city limits of Wilmington on all 3. First up is the Brandywine. It's one of the main tributaries of the Christina River, which we'll talk about in a little bit. I've listed out the bridges that span this river in the city limits of Wilmington here on your screen. In parentheses are the years of completion for these structures. The one that I would like to clarify a little bit is the Augustine Cutoff, which is actually a pair of bridges There's a rail bridge in there that's a stone arch bridge, and there's another deck truss bridge that also used to be a rail bridge. The rail bed was removed from it at some point. Who the heck is messaging the Skype chat right now? Oh, somebody's angry. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Steve's angry. What a surprise.
Steve's causing trouble.
Are you surprised?
No.
So the Augustine Cutoff, the road bridge, occupies an interesting place in Delaware history because it was built as a rail bridge and was converted for road use after the fact. That renovation took place in the late 70s. It was made operational in 1980. The rest of these have pretty straightforward histories, I would say. There's nothing too descriptive about them. You can see how the Augustine Cutoff bridges soar above the Brandywine Valley in these pictures. I also really want to make mention of the Brandywine Park Swinging Bridge, which is located right at the bottom of the valley. It's a baby suspension bridge. You know, it's a bridge that Lorraine should go clinch while she's still a baby. Because someday, when if the Brandywine Park Bridge eats its fruits and vegetables and grows up strong, it can be big like the Delaware Memorial Bridge. So, that's one way of looking at it.
That's right.
And this bridge, by the way, the swinging bridge was a favorite of mine as a kid. I remember it making a strong impression on me, and also it benefits. It benefits from the fact that it's next to two other much larger bridges here, as you can see in the background. So that this area of Wilmington being sort of bridge central, if you will, that was very appealing to me as a youngster.
And despite it being called the Brandywine Park Swinging Bridge, I'm assuming it's not a swing bridge based on looking at it?
No, it's not a swing bridge in the sense that it doesn't rotate to let ships through. The term swinging bridge has been used historically to describe suspension bridges because of how they swing when crossed. This is not the only bridge that's been described as such.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the movable type of swing bridge. It's the swinging suspension bridge, which the term swinging is used more for smaller, typically more pedestrian only bridges. That's where you tend to see that term used more frequently, and this is obviously another application of that. It's only for pedestrians, this bridge.
I love jumping on those and making them shake.
Oh, this bridge will shake if you do that. Yep. And so it does occupy. It does possess some of those swinging qualities. That's true. Nick asks an interesting question. So cutoff. So cutoff is a railroad term. The Augustine Cutoff is the name of a railroad connection that was built around the north side of Wilmington. And actually today, the road that occupies the former bed of the railroad line around the north side of Wilmington is still known today simply as Augustine Cutoff. Cutoff is just a railroad term for a section of track that bypasses a main line. It's like synonymous with bypass. Like today, like on highways, we know a highway is like, in North Carolina, there's the Asheboro bypass that recently opened. Cutoff is used in railroad lingo. It's synonymous with that. So
the term is also used for roads. I know off the top of my head, for example, the easternmost part of Alaska Route 1 is known as the Tok Cutoff because one end of it is in Tok and it shortens the route to Anchorage coming in from Canada substantially. Hence, it's a cutoff because it cuts off the corner.
Yeah, I'm not sure how prevalent the use of the term cutoff is in the Midwest. I'm most familiar with it for its use here in Wilmington, but also in Pennsylvania you see it used a lot. Also the southern tier of New York, I think you'll see that used. But I'm not sure, like outside of that little sphere of influence, I'm not sure how common that terminology is. I'm not a railroad geek, I'm a road geek. Sorry.
It's pretty universal.
Is it?
Yeah.
I-95's crossing of the Brandywine looks like this, and I love this bridge. I think it is so cool. Not because of anything that you would see if you're driving across it. The real treat is when you go underneath it and you look at what the substructure looks like. This is a very creative substructure design. It's not something you will see in very many places. I actually don't know of any other bridges that have this kind of design off the top of my head. I can't think of anything that's got this kind of an elaborate arched design to the supports and the hammerhead pier. This is really neat. Like I really like the look of this thing. It's a very interesting design, and I suspect that the creativity involved here originates from the fact that it's crossing a very scenic part of North Wilmington through the Brandywine Valley. So they put a little creativity and effort into designing a substructure that kind of blends in with its surroundings, at least when everything is in full bloom. Well, this was built along with I-95 through Wilmington. It was complete by the mid to late 60s, and is also part of the larger I-95 Restore the Corridor project that we mentioned earlier. Other bridges on the Brandywine that are significant, right downstream from I-95 is the Van Buren Street Bridge here. These are not exactly in order, but we also have the Market Street Bridge here, a simple single-span structure. And again, I posted the opening dates for these bridges in the on a couple slides back on the overview slide. So those dates are pretty well accurate. The one that I'm not so sure about as far as an opening date is concerned is one that's coming up, and I'll get into that in a second when we reach it. Oh yes, Washington Street. This might be my favorite of all of them. Built in the early 20s, an example of early reinforced concrete arch construction, although not unheard of at the time, because if you're a rail geek and you know about the construction of the Lackawanna and Summit cutoffs in northeast Pennsylvania, you know that railroad engineers have been building concrete arch structures for several years prior to this. This bridge is really interesting to me because of its decorative elements. Over the length of its structure, there are 8 pillars. You can see a few of them in the slides here. Each pillar is unique in how it is decorated. Each pillar recognizes veterans and those who served in each of the 8 armed conflicts that the United States had been involved in prior to 1920. So that includes the American Revolution, I believe, all the way on up through the First World War. I believe on some of them there is a list of names of servicemen who from Delaware who perished in these conflicts. I'm actually going to have to go back and study the pictures some more to see exactly who's on these dedication plaques. But this is actually I liken this bridge to a walking museum in a way, because you can walk both sidewalks and you can see completely different things honored on each side of the road, and it's interesting. this is really a neat example of paying tribute to our country's history with a simple bridge over a river. You know, it turns this bridge from an ordinary crossing into a very memorable one. And yes, I would encourage, if you have time to check this one out. This is one that I encourage you take a detour to go see. Now we're east of downtown. We're downstream of the city center. We have the 16th Street Bridge on the left. Pretty straightforward deck girder bridge. This part of the Brandywine is not navigable by, river-going vessels. So from 16th Street on upstream, it isn't. When you come to Northeast Boulevard, however, it's a little different story. Back 100 years ago or so, the Brandywine was navigated by river-going vessels, and so they built a bascule leaf into it, which has not, to my knowledge, been active for many, many years. But the bascule leaf design is still present and is very evident. By the way, one thing I want to say about the 16th Street Bridge is that if you're coming from downtown and you cross the bridge, I guess it would be eastbound, holy shit, you end up in like the sketchiest part of Wilmington in a blink when you land on the east side of that bridge. So, yeah, it's like night and day. It's probably the sketchiest part of the city over there. So I would not want to linger in that part of town. If you happen to be out and about photographing these bridges, I would be very careful out in that part of the town. Just a little tip from the pros, okay?
Even if someone's got you wrapped around their finger.
Yeah. See, Anthony's bringing it today. I like that. Okay, I mentioned there was a bridge that had a bit of an ambiguous opening date associated with it. And this is also going to be when we talk about the Northeast Corridor in today's presentation, because this bridge carries Amtrak and SEPTA. There's the SEPTA dinky in the lower left, in the upper left rather. See it? There it is. The SEPTA line connecting Wilmington and 30th Street Station in Philly has been around for a long time. Over the years, the line has ebbed and flowed as far as where exactly it's ended in Delaware. Nowadays, currently, it ends in Newark. Once again, it ends in Newark after being truncated back to Wilmington. And the reason why they restored service to Newark was a DelDOT push to restore some sort of commuter rail option along the 95 corridor through northern Delaware as a means to attempt to reduce congestion along 95 through central Wilmington. Yeah, I don't care what you want to call it. I'm calling this the SEPTA dinky, so shut up. I'm kidding. So this bridge...
Out in this context that the term dinky in railroading has been used to refer to a lot of little short shuttle lines. It is not a name that is unique to the one in Princeton, New Jersey.
Well, I think that's the one it's most commonly associated with, right? But I mean, it's a 2-car little train. Look at it. It's a baby train. It's like a Lorraine Pruitt train. See that? See that train? That train's a
Lorraine Pruitt train.
Yeah. See, it's a baby train, and it'll grow up big and strong to look like a Acela high-speed rail train someday.
That's right. My little baby's gonna be an Acela train.
That's right. And hopefully,
make sure you train her well.
Hey, okay. Well, hopefully Lorraine is not driving 150 miles an hour, okay? Like, she can be big and strong, but she's gotta, at least control herself a little bit. So this bridge is a swing bridge, not a swinging bridge, but a swing bridge, right? Because a swing bridge is a type of movable bridge that pivots around a center pier, like you see here in the lower right. Very nondescript, but you know what? It's bridges like this that keep the Northeast Corridor moving. You know, we talk about the big bridges and the big public works projects that are coming due, like, you know, the Portal Bridge and the Gateway Tunnels up in New York, the Susquehanna River Bridge further south. But there are a lot of bridges on the NEC that look like this, and they're small and they are off the radar, but they are, if you think about it in context, they are as important as any other structure on the line. You know, without a bridge like this, the NEC would be severed indefinitely. So, you know, these are very significant structures in their own right, even though they look rather unimpressive on your first glance. Kind of an ambiguous timeline as far as its construction. I was able to pinpoint 1907 roughly as when this part of the line was built. And I'm coming to that conclusion based on the approximate timeline of the construction of Wilmington train station, which is just to the south of here. Early 1900s, the first decade of the 20th century. That's a safe bet. Yeah, there isn't an exact date that I was able to pinpoint, but you know, I'm gonna say 1907, and that's my story, and I'm gonna stick with it. And this is not an easy bridge to see. Like, you will not, there's no real good place to view this from, mainly because you're on the east side of Wilmington and you might get, like, mugged or whatever if you try to go over this way. But also, there's just no public riverfront property here. So other means of photography are necessary. I wonder what those are. All right. So that was the Brandywine. Here's the Christina. Christina is considered to be the main river through the city. Even though the Brandywine has roughly, they're roughly equal in terms of discharge into the Delaware River. But Christina is considered the primary river here. Again, I summarize all the bridges here on this slide. Obviously your attention might be called to the two newest additions on the river, which are pictured on this slide. You have the Glulam Arch Bridge carrying the trail that connects Wilmington with Newcastle, named in honor of the previous governor of Delaware, Jack Markell. Also, the newest addition is a bridge that joined operation in 2020, and that is the New Sweden Street Bridge. Right at the south end of the riverfront development. Rob might want to know that this is right across, this is again in that same area near the ballpark. So it was built as part of a project to improve access to the riverfront district, because before this bridge came online, you had to approach the riverfront either from the west or from the north. You couldn't approach it directly from Route 13. And so they're trying to breathe some new life into the riverfront complex. And so they built this bridge over the river to tie in with Market Street and Route 13. And I-495 is also nearby to the east as well.
Interesting way to get to the ballpark.
Yeah, it's really going to provide another relief valve to get traffic in and out of that area, because before, when you were coming into the ballpark, you were kind of stuck in that at the south end of the riverfront. You couldn't leave without going back through the riverfront and through downtown. But now you have this bridge to escape out to the east so that you don't have to go back, so that everybody doesn't have to go through the neighborhoods to get out of the ballpark area. And I'm sure that was a part of the decision making in terms of, deciding whether to go ahead with the project. They were looking at traffic modeling from ballpark traffic and Chase Center event traffic, and they were trying to come up with ways to sort of ease the burden on the local streets. So here's the there are a couple rail bridges we'll talk about. The upper and lower Shellpot bridges are CSX property. CSX trains are not allowed to go through downtown Wilmington. They will not fit through Wilmington train station. So therefore they are forced to go around, and they built the Shellpot bypass. This is late 1800s as a way to bypass the city of Wilmington, and it is used exclusively by CSX traffic along the NEC.
You'll note a fairly decently common feature of old railroad bridges here was built for 2 tracks. I assume at some point in the past it likely did in fact carry 2 tracks. Today there is only 1.
Yep. Yeah, that's pretty commonplace, right? And yeah, there were 2 bridges at this location. The other one off to the right there has been swung permanently open and looks like it's been abandoned since Julius Caesar was in office. I'm not sure how far back that one goes. They may have been built at the same time, and then just the one was abandoned at some point along the way. Is it Norfolk Southern instead of CSX? Okay. Anyway, the point is it's freight rail. You don't see passenger trains going this way. Here's a look at the Jack Markell Trail Bridge. Interesting design, not because of its arch superstructure, but because of what the arch is made of. It's made of treated wood glulam beams, which is a unique way of building a bridge. You actually see a lot of bridges built like this up in, say, the Nordic countries. Up in Norway, Sweden, they have a lot of these.
The junction of 16 and 16A near Mount Rushmore in South Dakota is a noteworthy example of glulam construction as well.
Oh, really? Okay. So I mentioned the New Sweden Street Bridge, and here it is. It's a pretty, I don't know, when you look at it, there's not much to it, but it also doesn't have to be that spectacular. The Christina River is not navigable up this way, so you can get away with building a simple 3-span girder bridge here. Built for all modes of travel, as you can see in the overhead shot on the left. There's plenty of room for pedestrians and bikey-wikies. And again, this
Bikey-wikies!
Yay!
Shouldn't the plural be bikies, wikey?
Yay!
Logically.
I don't
it's
know.
like cul-de-sacs. If we said it correctly, it doesn't sound as cool.
Yeah, I don't know what the proper English would be on that. You'd have to ask Tantillo.
What calls the sack?
Except that since it's French, the S at the end would be silent.
Yeah, cul-de-sac.
Right, well, you would have to put an S at the end of both cul and sac, and right, but it wouldn't be.
No, only at cool. It is ends of sac. It is not ends of sacks.
My point was basically that we bastardize it, and that's okay.
Notice how I only
cul-de-sacs. It's all good with me.
No, it's cul-de-sac. I'm popping my head in for the French lesson. I'm gone for the next 3 hours.
Okay, well, I'm glad you were able to get that in.
I came back just for this.
It sounds like you're having a grand old time back there, so I don't want to distract you anymore. Yeah,
It's a dance party.
Yeah,
he needs more poutine before he can give us more French lessons.
That's right. Yeah. That's another place I need to get up to later this year is Canada. I haven't been back there in a long time.
None of us have.
If they'll let you in.
None of us.
Well, that's part of the problem, right? They have to let us in first. Yeah. Would love to hang out with Carl again. So yeah, this bridge, pretty nondescript, but again, it doesn't have to be any more special than it is. This is a bridge that, again, as I mentioned, is designed to provide access to the ballpark and the riverfront from the south and the east. And so I expect this bridge to get a lot of use on game days. Which is a good thing, because I don't want all that ballpark traffic going through my aunt's neighborhood. That's a pain in the ass. You guys can take this bridge instead of going through my aunt's neighborhood.
That's right. Blame us sports guys.
That's right, you bastards. Rob, you can go through my aunt's neighborhood if you want. I'll let you go.
Thank you. That's kind of you.
I won't bitch about you.
I normally show up long before and leave long after the game anyway, so.
Well, I can see how that would be part of your job description. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
A pair of movable bridges for a one-way pair of local streets through downtown are on display in this slide. Market Street was originally the only bridge at this site. Walnut Street was constructed later as they converted traffic along these two streets into a one-way pair. These two bridges are centered more or less around the train station in Wilmington, so it's right more or less in the heart of town. The monstrosity of a condo complex that you see here in the upper left, and you can also see kind of in the lower right, that's a recent construction project. The one tower, the one that's taller, is actually the second tallest building in all of Wilmington. Believe it or not. I have no idea who lives there. I actually haven't looked to see what the rates are for condos there, but my understanding is they're not exactly cheap. And by the way, I just want to take a second while we're on this slide and we're looking at this picture in the lower right to say that frickin' parking deck in the lower right should be like blown up or something. That is an absolute disgrace to architecture.
It does look pretty bad.
I mean, you're in a riverfront in a city center. I think that's the best you could come up with. Holy crap.
Not to mention, how brown is that water there? I mean, I hope a storm had just come through before you took that shot.
You're probably right about the storm runoff. That the river does not usually look like that. So, I mean, you see the picture in the upper left. It does not look like that at all. So, I'm inclined to believe that your theory about a recent storm is correct. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, you're right. There was a storm that had come through like the day or two before. That was a heavy event. Because this was also the same day that I did some flying above the Brandywine, and the Brandywine looked the same way. So that's what it is. That is not its natural color, thank God. Yeah. Moving downstream, we have another movable bridge here at 4th Street. This bridge is probably, at least it stands out to me, unfortunately, because of a large homeless encampment that's located near the downtown end of the bridge. It's not exactly in a nice part of town, but it is here. It is here for you to drive across and photograph if you wish. I'd be careful if I were you, though, if you were going to get out of your car around here.
So I'm really glad you mentioned that there's a homeless encampment, because that makes me actually want to visit this bridge more. And then to stop by, say hi, see if people need anything, maybe just some, nice highs and niceties. And, maybe some food or clothes, or maybe something else we didn't think of. Or just friendly conversation. That is your PSA for the day from your road geek friend who is very passionate about ending homelessness. And
no, look, I appreciate that. It's the encampment that I saw was in Christina Park. There's a large pavilion there. You'll find it.
All right, adding it to the Delaware agenda.
Just be careful.
Don't worry, I'm not adding it as a meat stop. They would probably be really freaked out if suddenly we all showed up at once.
I was going to say, I don't think there's anything like that along Route 15, but But yeah, just I wouldn't tell people to not go places, but I just want people to be aware of what's out there. That's all.
That's fair, and I always like to dispel the stereotype that people who are experiencing homelessness are automatically bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that is a stereotype that's out there. Yep. We mentioned the upper Shellpot Rail Bridge as part of the Shellpot bypass of central Wilmington. Well, here's where it crosses back across the Christina River to join back in with the NEC up at its north end. We're right near the port of Wilmington at this point. This bridge is in much better shape structurally, apparently, than its southern neighbor. This one is actually interesting because you can't really get to it other than by using either a boat or some sort of airborne camera. Actually, I kind of felt like I was an Air Force pilot flying in on this bridge, because with the power lines all around you have to fly really low. So I was kind of 10 feet off of the water going across, and I felt like I was kind of trying to slip underneath a radar detection or something. It's an interesting flight because you take off from the east end of 7th Street and you immediately have to skim across the water, and then you can gain elevation once you're on the other side of the power lines. That's how you would do it, folks. See, that's your crash course in how to photograph this bridge if you're ever in the area. And then, of course, we have the infamous Christina River Bridge on 495 that we chronicled significantly earlier. This angle again shows you the reconstructed foundations that were a total loss several years ago. It's a pretty straightforward bridge, although as I say, they always seem to be working on it. So I don't know exactly what the deal is, but it's here, and it hasn't fallen into the river completely just yet. So I don't know. It's part of canon. All right, so that's it for that river.
You can point out too that structure you see in the sign structure. If you go back one shot there, one page, that's that sign structure that used to have that big green sign with the slats through it, so the wind would blow through it. And when they replaced that, they just replaced it with a normal big green sign.
Yeah, those signs were done away with recently. I'm pretty sure that coastal Alabama is now the only place where you can find signs like that in the country. I don't know of any other place that still has signs like that. But that is the reason why they were designed that way, with the slats that are partially open, was for wind loading.
Maine actually does that too.
Really? Where in Maine do they still have that?
Some of the random small green signs that are strung up off mast arms at signalized intersections.
Oh, so this isn't stuff that you would be able to see on a freeway necessarily?
No, not freeway, arterial.
Oh, okay.
But it's the same idea, slats because wind loading.
Interesting. All right, I'm going to take a 5-minute break here. We're just before the top of the hour, but when we come back, the Chesapeake and Delaware Canal and the Delaware River. That's what's next. Enjoy your 5-minute vacation.
Woo! 5-minute break.
Laura, what part of Delaware 15 are you joining us from right now?
My living room. So my husband is not. So my husband is the more grounded member of our partnership, of our marriage. Yeah. So whenever I come up with crazy ideas, like, "Hey, let's just jump in the car."
I had a funny feeling that Mike is not the kind of person who just comes up with that stuff on a whim, but
no, he's not.
which is fine because sometimes I need to be kept grounded. Although, I'm not gonna lie, part of me does wish we were on Delaware 15 right now.
That really needs to be a virtual tour episode.
We should make that happen.
I think we should.
Go film it. We'll do it.
All right, I will do that. I will go film it, and
I was suggesting Dan needed to film it, but I guess if you want to, you can too.
No, Dan should go film it. It is his channel after all.
So I don't know if you ever heard of the JCs. It's a youth organization, kind of one of their civic organizations. And I was a member in Newcastle, and we would go down, across the Delaware Memorial, take Route 9 down a little bit into old Newcastle there. And our building was right by a park down there, right at the end of some street, right by the Delaware River. And they wound up having to knock it down because it was basically unsafe. They came in and it was just some square structure. We had our little home on the top part on the second level, and the first level was the park police there. But wanted to throw that out only because Delaware didn't have, and I don't know if they still do have, a national park. And I think Biden was really pushing to make that area a national park. I don't know if that ever happened yet or not.
I missed the first part of that. What part are you talking about?
It's in Battery Park, Delaware, Newcastle, Delaware, old Newcastle, Delaware.
Oh.
So I would go across, going from the Delaware Memorial Bridge, pick up 9 South, and go right into old Newcastle.
Yeah.
Right there by the 12-mile base right there.
Yeah, I actually don't know what the status of all that is, because that's all pretty well. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's relatively authentic as far as colonial construction is concerned. So I'm actually not sure if that's already a national historic park of some kind, or if it isn't, I think it should be at some point.
Yeah, it wasn't as of a number of years ago, and that's where I lost track if it ever did become one or not.
Yeah.
Newcastle is first state national historical park.
Okay.
Is that recent then?
I don't know how old it is, but I know it exists.
Okay.
Huh? I think we lost.
Anyway, I've been in that building you were talking about, though. Yeah, we would have our meetings there on occasion, and I think that's where the Delaware or Newcastle City Council may meet as well.
Yeah, I've never actually been inside the building.
If you want to sit down inside there, it's uncomfortable because they also use benches from the colonial era too.
Well, you gotta keep it authentic, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the National Historical Park was in 2013 by Obama. So that's probably why.
All right,
okay, that makes sense then.
Yeah.
Time-wise.
All right. Biden was probably like, "Hey, dummy, make this a national park, will you?"
That probably was Biden's doing.
The Delaware connection works wonders sometimes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
George Thorogood would get rid of all of those.
George Thorogood would just sit down and watch this meet while having 1 bourbon, 1 scotch, and 1 beer.
Yeah, he would be destroying Delaware.
Well, he certainly was known to do that years ago. That's for sure.
He was also known to drink alone.
Yeah, that's actually my favorite song by the way. Yep. I'm trying not to break out laughing, but yeah.
That is seriously my ex's least favorite song, so I am happy to sing it with you today.
Well, I think a lot of us have been drinking alone the past year. I don't know about some of you, but I think we've all been in that boat at some point. All right. I think that was 5 minutes, maybe. Let's round up to 5 minutes if it wasn't. All right. The Chesapeake and Delaware Canal is a sea level waterway I don't think it was always at sea level. The sea level part came much later when the canal was modernized. But the modern shipping lane that we see today was dredged out. It links the lower Delaware River with the upper Chesapeake Bay. It really became heavily trafficked during World War II, as with other waterways on an inland route, like the Cape Cod Canal and the Cape May Canal, for instance. A lot of the motivation behind using these waterways to the extent that they were used was to bypass potential enemy submarine traffic off the Atlantic coast. Since then, these waterways have been used primarily for commercial reasons and pleasure craft reasons. Hey, you can see a boat down there, can't you? And they do it gets a decent amount of traffic, although it's not the major thoroughfare for traffic that I think they thought it would be when they dredged it to sea level. But it's here, and it's fully navigable for ocean-going vessels. Hence the high clearances required with the bridges that we're going to profile here. So if you're wondering why some of these bridges look so damn big for the amount of traffic that they get, well, that's the reason. You can get ocean-going vessels with clearances in excess of 100 feet passing through here, and so that is why these bridges have to be so tall. We're going to go back to Delaware, don't you worry, but I can't really talk about the bridges of the canal without giving an honorable mention here begrudgingly to Maryland. So we're gonna dive into Chesapeake City, Maryland for a couple minutes, if you'll excuse me.
Yay, Maryland!
I know that makes you happy.
Yep.
This is the only bridge on the canal in Maryland proper. It carries State Highway 213, which once upon a time was also part of US 213, hence its route number. Chesapeake City is one of a few communities along the canal that were more or less cut in two by the construction of the canal. And also problematic here is that the need for a high-level bridge here in Chesapeake City meant that the through traffic route no longer went through the village. So it was kind of death by two blows. It was death by building a canal right through town, and it was also death by rerouting all that traffic away from town because they had to build a long approach for a high-level bridge. And if you go to this next slide here, you can see just how long the approaches had to be for this bridge, and just how tall this bridge stands above the village below. And there's another village that we'll talk about in a few minutes that was severed by the canal, and the bridge there has a very similar prominence in that village. This is another example of a bridge that really is kind of the flagship monument or landmark for the surrounding area. Certainly the most recognizable thing in this area, for sure. And again, what you're going to see in this series is all aerial photography, or at least the vast majority of it is aerial photography. These are bridges that I grew up really admiring as a kid, and being able to see them from this angle was just like, it was like seeing them again for the first time. It was such an amazing experience this past summer. And so you're going to see some of my favorite images from this past summer's tour of these bridges as we go forward here. All right, all you Delaware lovers, don't worry. We're back in Delaware now. I talked about the Summit Bridge in the context of the US 301 toll road before, and how there were plans to build an expressway connecting Wilmington with the Bay Bridge in Maryland. This is where that expressway would have crossed the canal. The Summit Bridge was built in the early 60s as part of a plan to build that expressway between Wilmington and Annapolis. that also explains why its grades are far gentler than on its neighboring local traffic bridges. Built as a 4-lane bridge, recently repainted in a nice shade of blue. Like, for the longest time, as I recall, the bridge was painted silver, which it's never really looked right to me, but I'm glad that they changed up the color scheme on this thing. This is also the shortest bridge on the canal, I believe, and the reason for that is because where it crosses the waterway, there are relatively high bluffs on both sides of the canal, which make landing the bridge on either side a much shorter adventure than it otherwise would be. And we'll talk about long approaches to bridges when we come to the east end of the canal. That topic will come up then for sure. I also mentioned the Summit Bridge connector with US 301, the Section 4, if you will, of the 301 toll road project. And I'm just going to reiterate that project was originally intended to be part of the toll road, but is now on indefinite hold, pending further study.
Oh, you know what's sad? If we would have left right when we had said, we probably would be at Summit Bridge.
Damn it! You could have called in live. You could have been our live. You could have been our live correspondent. We could have had a news report. Let's go live to the Summit Bridge with Laura.
And now,
Rainey
let's
and
go
Mike.
live. Happy to contribute my voice.
Reporting live from the Summit Bridge. Yeah.
I blame husband. I love him very much, but
Boo, husband. Boo.
We take you live to the household.
We don't just like to talk about road and rail bridges here at Roadway Whiz. Sometimes we like to deviate well off course. Sometimes we lose our way. Sometimes we never figure out where the hell we are, ever. Sometimes we figure our way out of a mess, but I'm going to try to get lost here and then see if I can find my way out of it, because we want to talk about a pipeline bridge. Now, these are more common structures on, say, the Gulf Coast. Like in Louisiana, there are a lot of these. In southeast Texas, you'll see a lot of them. You'll see some of them in, say, the Mississippi. The lower Mississippi River has a couple of these, I think. They're built for natural gas pipelines. And so the gas line crosses the body of water here, in this case. And that's the only purpose for this bridge's construction. It's a suspended bridge, quote unquote, that elevates this pipeline above ground so it can get over the canal and then back underground on the other side. It was built for the Eastern Shore Pipeline Company's natural gas service. That is a 12-inch line that runs direct between northwest Pennsylvania and the Eastern Shore of Maryland.
Yeah, it's worth noting that pipeline bridges, there are a lot of little ones around all over the place if you know where to look. They're not exactly actually that uncommon. Big ones are, but little ones are not.
Yeah, no, I know that there are some that are they're smaller. Like I know of a couple in my area, for instance. But these grand suspension bridge pipeline structures, these are pretty rare, at least in our part of the country. I like this shot a lot because it really puts in perspective what's going on here. So you have the gas line coming up from the ground on one side and then shooting across the canal, suspended by an overhead cable system, and then ducking back underground on the other side. That's how a pipeline bridge works.
Pretty cool.
There is one railroad bridge across the canal, and this is the one. Built for Norfolk Southern's service down along the eastern shore in the Delmarva Peninsula. It's a vertical lift bridge, which by default in its operation is raised. It is only lowered when there is a train approaching, which, to my understanding of its operation, this only happens during the overnight hours. That's when the trains tend to want to cross here. Not that it's unheard of completely for a train to cross during the day, but my understanding is that most of the rail traffic here crosses at night. And I think that has something to do with keeping the canal open during the daylight for ship traffic, and then kind of reversing the favor for train traffic. There's got to be some sort of agreement there.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that, right, there's that main trunk line. It goes all the way down Delmarva, and it has a few different branches here and there, but it's ultimately, a railroad dead end. There is no way for a train to get in or out of the peninsula beyond, going back up to the Northeast Corridor. So for that reason, it does not have a whole ton of train traffic either, because it's for purely local use. There's no long distance traffic going through there.
I suppose this line does terminate at Cape Charles. Is that the same line?
It is, yes.
Yeah.
That's the south end of it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, well, we'll just have to build a Chesapeake Bay bridge tunnel for rail traffic. I'll bet Steve's company would gladly design that.
I'm weighing how I feel about that right now.
See, I wasn't even sure if you were watching. I said that to see if you were actually still with us.
Excellent. No, I feel like you wouldn't get enough rail traffic to warrant that as opposed to a rail barge, but a rail barge would be pretty cool there also.
Is there already a car float at Cape Charles, or am I thinking of something else?
No, I think you're thinking of the ferry that US 13 used to use before the bridge tunnel was built.
Okay. Well, here's a sentimental favorite of mine. The Roth Bridge was built as part of the Route 1 project connecting Wilmington and Dover in the 90s. This bridge opened to traffic in late December 1995. Actually, a quick personal story. The story goes that my family and I were actually going to go down to the bridge walk on this day in December. However, it turned out to be, I think, the coldest day of the winter that day, and it was freezing at the bridge that day. So we didn't go. Oh well. But I've had the chance to cross this bridge probably 100 times since then, and
cool story, bro.
Yeah, bruh.
Did you just gender him?
Yeah, how dare you? So I grew up, I was at the right age. I was like 6, 7, 8 years old when this bridge was built. I vividly remember when Route 1 wasn't here. And I remember seeing the bridge get built. And it's one of those things that you look back on and you realize, how influential it was on your development and what you were thinking about and what you wanted to do with your life. And I didn't, I knew I wanted to build bridges. I just didn't know what that profession was called. It was only later when I realized that it was called engineering. But this project, and really seeing Route 1 be built in general, was very influential for me. And I got to build my own cable stay bridge some years after this one was completed, so that's pretty cool.
What was even bigger?
What's that?
The one you built was bigger.
Just a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Although this one's not a bath toy either. It's a pretty large scale project. It's built for 6 lanes of traffic. It can be widened to 8 if necessary. I think that widening is coming in the long term. It's a 750-foot main span. The pylons are about 300 feet tall. Named in honor of Senator William Roth, who was a senator out of Delaware, serving, let's see here. He actually began his political career as Delaware's lone U.S. congressman in the late 60s, served in the Senate from 1971 to 2001. He is the most recent Republican to have served as a senator from Delaware. Roth is probably most famous for his sponsoring of legislation that created the Roth IRA, an individual retirement plan that can be set up with a broker. I'm sure you guys have heard of that. So that's the Roth Bridge. I remember very well when this road first opened, and I remember just how excited I was as a little 7-year-old kid. Being able to cross this thing with my family for the first time, and it's one of those bridges that still reaches out to me, and I still feel very excited when I cross it to this day. It brings back that childish feeling in me, to see it and to drive across it and to visit it. It's still a very special landmark for me. Here are some more ground level views of it. You'll notice that there is a resemblance here to the Sunshine Skyway, and that is, I would say that's pretty intentional. The Sunshine Skyway was the hot ticket as far as bridge design in the late 80s, early 90s, and so Delaware saw that and said, hey, we want one of those. So you can see the resemblance, that's for sure. And here's a final overview shot looking to the east. Hey, that's interesting. There's another bridge just beyond this one, looking to the east there towards the east end of the canal. I wonder what that bridge is doing there. I wonder if that bridge might have been there for a period of time longer than the Roth Bridge was. Hey, how about that? Speaking of which, look at that. See, it's funny how these PowerPoints work sometimes, doesn't it? You lead seamlessly into another topic of conversation that you might have been thinking about just a few seconds earlier. The St. George's Bridge carries US 13. It was the first modern quote-unquote bridge over the canal, which is to say it was the first bridge built for divided highway traffic. And until the Summit Bridge in the 60s, it was the only bridge for such purpose. It is, due to bridge replacements and new construction over the years, this is the oldest bridge on the canal that is still standing. It opened in 1942. St. George's is another village. We talked about Chesapeake City, but this is another village, St. George's, that was severed by the dredging of the sea level Chesapeake and Delaware Canal. In fact, as you drive through this area, you will notice that the two villages it used to be a single village, but now it is signed as two distinct villages, North St. George's and South St. George's. That's how it's signed on Route 13 and on Route 1 as well. Yes, this bridge was a 4-lane bridge until the completion of the Roth Bridge and the Route 1 bypass, so most of the through traffic went over there. This bridge was restriped for 2 lanes, plus technically that shoulder on the right is a bike lane in each direction, although I've been over this bridge a million times. I've maybe seen a bicycle on it once or twice, tops. I also should bring to your attention that this bridge nearly met its demise in the late 90s. One of the motivations behind building the Roth Bridge was not just because of the Route 1 relief route, but also because DelDOT and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers believed that the existing St. George's Bridge was nearing the end of its useful life. In fact, after the Roth Bridge opened, the existing St. George's Bridge was shut down completely. And there was some back and forth as far as what would ultimately happen with this structure. It was decided that for redundancy purposes, the old bridge would be rehabbed and opened with a weight restriction on it, so that heavy traffic would still be forced to use Route 1, but that for local traffic purposes, the old bridge would be kept in place as an alternate crossing. A major reconstruction and rehab project was undertaken in the late 90s to ensure that it would still be with us for many years to come. I believe another one is on the docket for sometime in the not too distant future as well. Hopefully this bridge will be around for quite a while still. But it's crazy to think that up until, like, within my lifetime, this was the main artery to get from Wilmington down to Dover and Sussex County in the state. Like, this was it. And now we've got the modern bridge just to the west, and it's impossible now, when we look back, it's impossible to think of Delaware without Route 1. But I'm old enough to remember a time when Route 1 was not there. And I have seen this state transform dramatically, especially south of the Canal, in the time since Route 1 came into being.
And that shot there shows why it was 2 lanes each way. You can kind of make out the shoulder line for the 1 lane, and you see it really is 2 lanes wide there on each side.
Yeah, there weren't any shoulders on it when it was striped at 2 lanes, but it was definitely wide enough for a 4-lane bridge.
Yeah, it's very similar to the 71 former 301 bridge.
Yeah. I actually think that at least one of the major proposals for what became Route 1 in the 70s and 80s involved utilizing this bridge. And then they kind of moved off of that idea. They said, well, we're not sure this bridge is exactly standard for what we want to build here. We want to build more of a limited access, modern freeway here, so we'll just build a new bridge on a new alignment. And that's ultimately what they settled on. Here's another shot for you, this time looking back to the west. Many a childhood memory for me involve this part of Delaware, especially this little corner of Delaware, right around St. George's. Well, we got one more bridge to talk about on the canal, and that is the Reedy Point Bridge, which is this high-level monster truss bridge. You want to talk about a bridge that stands out? It stands tall next to the land around it. Well, this is an example of that. It's not any taller than any of the other bridges we've looked at, but man, it looks like it's way taller. You're in the coastal plain here. The land here is all at sea level, and this bridge soars to a height of about 150 feet, and it looks like it's 300 feet when you see it from a distance. This bridge came online in the late 60s. It's really an interesting structure. You can see it coming from a long distance away, like you can see in the lower left picture. And it takes you from sea level to drone level, as I like to say. And when you get up on the deck at the top, you have a great view. To the north, you can see Wilmington and the Delaware Memorial Bridge. To the south, you can see the upper reaches of Delaware Bay. On a clear day, it's definitely worth heading up here to take a look. That's it for the canal. Now to talk about other bridges in Delaware. A few honorable mentions. Someone was talking about the Indian River Inlet Bridge in the chat not long ago. Well, here you go. This is a bridge that was many, many years in the making. This is actually at least, might even be the fourth or fifth different bridge to cross at this particular inlet. This stretch has always been a busy corridor for beach traffic, but bridges have never really stood the test of time here due to the challenging currents in the inlet and engineers consistently believing that bridge piers must be placed in the water at this location for some reason. However, this latest iteration bypasses that need entirely with a modern cable stay structure that avoids the need to worry about foundation scour, which was really what did the most previous iteration of this bridge in, even though it wasn't that old. This bridge kind of went through a back and forth phase, a lot of false starts, a lot of redesign work. The original design here was an interesting tied arch structure, but that came to pass, and then DelDOT revisited the design. An entire redesign took place. The cable stay option that we see today is what was ultimately chosen. It is the signature bridge of the Delaware coast by far. It was completed in 2012, and it's a neat structure. You know, for its location, it's a very scenic location. You've got the Delaware coast there in the background, as you can see. It's really a beautiful place to visit. It's one of my favorite places in the whole state.
I love this bridge. I have many, many memories of going down the ocean horn, down to Ocean City. And because of where I live, we always go up and over, as opposed to doing, the Maryland Bay Bridge. We, go up into Delaware, take Delaware 1 down. And so I've been watching this bridge as it was constructed. I remember the delays. It's a cool bridge. In fact, there's a really cool Delaware Seashore State Park is right there. So you can actually go camping. And Mike and I have gone camping right within eyeshot of this bridge.
Yeah, that's right. You can do that. Yeah, this is a bridge that I didn't follow particularly because it's way at the other end of the state. I know it's like, many hundreds of miles away from Wilmington. It's only like, an hour and a half away. But I didn't have the personal connection to this one that I did for the bridges further north. But once I started driving down this way and checking out this part of the state, I really came to admire this structure as much as some of the other structures up north. And yeah, it has a spectacular light show at night. I have not seen it in person, but from what I understand, it is really spectacular.
It is.
I wonder who pays the electric bill for this bridge.
DelDOT.
I guess. Yeah, it's DelDOT, you dummy. We're not just going to talk about roads and bridges here. Let's talk about a ferry, shall we? This kind of is an honor.
Ferries!
This kind of belongs as an honorable mention in a way, but it deserves its own slide because of its importance in connecting southern Delaware with Cape May County, New Jersey. The ferry route here was born from the old Chesapeake Bay ferry that used to connect Cape Charles with Norfolk. As you know, that ferry was made obsolete by the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. So what happened was the old ferry boats that used to make that run were sent north up here to Lewis, and a new ferry service was created here. And that's how we started a ferry service here. You can cross this ferry both either as an automobile driver or as a solo foot passenger, either or. The fare is different, obviously, depending on what mode of travel you're using. But it will accommodate both automobile and foot passengers. There are 3 boats in operation. They are named the Delaware, the New Jersey, and the Cape Henlopen. There was a 4th boat known as the Twin Capes, which is no longer with us, sadly. We'll get to that in just a second. Here's some signage from the Delaware side of the ferry. You can see US 9 is signed east-west. Interesting here, you'll notice these concrete towers. Every so often in the Cape Henlopen area, you also see a few of these over in Cape May. These were built as observation posts during the Second World War, and they were used by lookouts to keep an eye out on the horizon for enemy U-boat activity. And that's why they were there. Some of them have been preserved. You can actually, on the Cape May side, you can actually tour at least one of them. They've been preserved. There's also a coastal battery in Cape May that was built for a similar purpose. They were there to more or less keep an eye out on the mouth of Delaware Bay and keep an eye out for enemy shenanigans that were happening just offshore. Yeah, isn't this distance sign a mouthful here in the lower right? I'm going to have to pull over on the side of the road to read this because I can't take all this information in 5 seconds. But that's like the fine print on a what do you call it? Like when you buy a used car or something like that.
Also, like that sign they used to have at exit 16 of the thruway.
Which one is this? I don't remember that.
The Route 6 and 32 and Woodbury Outlet Boulevard and you name it.
Oh, okay.
17. Yeah, everything. The sign that listed everything you can get to that's not 17 West.
Sorry about that. So I don't want to play this whole video because I'm afraid that Google will flag me for copyright infringement or whatever. But there's a video on YouTube about the scuttling of the Twin Capes ferry a few years back. This was part of an artificial reef expansion program. I encourage you to check out this video in its entirety. It's 5 minutes of watching a Cape May Lewis ferry boat sink, which is unique. I suppose it's not every day that you see ferry boats being sunk just offshore, but this was part of a concerted environmental effort just off the Delaware coast, and my understanding is that the scuttling on this particular occasion went perfectly to plan. Even though it was a sad day if you're a ferry boat. I'm assuming that the ferry boat was like, hey, why didn't I get a say in what happens here? But anyway. That's a little video for you to check out for a homework assignment if you like. Well, I think the Twin Capes is, it's the same thing with bridges and it's the same thing with cars. Ships reach the end of their useful life just like everything else. I'm under the impression that the Twin Capes was at that point and they had a choice to make whether they want to scrap it or put it towards some other use, and they chose some other use, and that's what they ended up doing.
This is so meta right now. We have a YouTube video and a YouTube video.
Yeah, I'm trying not to play the video because I don't want us to get thrown off of YouTube for playing a YouTube video on a YouTube video live stream. I think the universe might explode if we played the whole video right now. But
well, then we would need to put that video in another video.
I'm gonna throw in the word Memphis just to see what happens.
Yes. Well, that'll only get us thrown off of Twitter. That won't get us thrown off of YouTube.
Anyway, yeah, I think the most effective way to handle this might be to just post a link and say, hey, if you want to go watch this, here it is.
Yeah, just Google Twin Capes ferry sinking on YouTube or whatever. You'll find it. It actually was a big deal when they did that. I think it was 3 or 4 years ago now, but that was a big occasion for some reason. I don't know why, but some people really dig intentional ferry sinkings, I guess. Okay, we've got a couple more bridges here, and then we're done with this section. We're actually going to talk about a hypothetical bridge at this point, not a real-life one. Delaware Bay Crossing refers to a proposal that goes back as far as the 60s, right around the time when the Delaware Memorial Bridge was being twinned. There were talks about possibly building another independent bridge further downstream from Pennsville. There were 3 distinct locations that have been studied over the years. And while I draw these on the next slide, I will ask the question of, is another bridge even necessary to begin with? Because, there is some chatter as to whether it's even necessary at all. But here are the 3 locations. The northernmost one is up here at Woodland Beach. There was another location studied down this way in the Kitts Hummock area. The one that's received the most press over the years is the one that's down here in Lewis and Cape May. Something like that. Neither of these 3 locations or the proposals associated with them have advanced far beyond even preliminary study. So I would not say that anything is particularly imminent, but this is something that does occasionally come up in conversation every so often, and is therefore worth mentioning here.
Right, and I think also it's worth noting if you look at a map that at the aforementioned mega change, it does kind of serve as a funnel there, right? 95, 495, and 295 all push traffic into there, and if you go on the other side of the river, 295 and the turnpike also push into each other. So, everything that's coming from one of those 4 roads north of there more or less squeezes into the same road south of there. And so I think, in the context of building another bridge, the problem you're seeking to solve is not necessarily really actually capacity crossing the river. It's bypassing that section of 95 and giving traffic a way through that would not require it use that. And I think there absolutely would be utility to that. And in terms of building another bridge, that might just be the easier way to make it happen rather than trying to connect something up to the Delaware side of the already existing bridge because of how developed things are over there.
Yeah, well, that is, we talk about fictional highways and fictional bridges. This is obviously something that road enthusiasts like to gobble up as well. It's also something that a certain somebody liked to gobble up too when he was a kid. And I guess you could say he was pretty well ahead of the curve as far as envisioning a hypothetical Delaware Bay crossing between Cape May and Lewis. And this young squirt engineer, I want to say this is at least 20 years ago now, probably closer to 25. He came up with an idea for this kind of Delaware Bay crossing. I've got some particulars here on the screen that you should take note of. I have no idea how a 10-year-old me pulled these numbers out of his ass, but I did. And when I look back at the numbers and when I compare that against my own professional experience, because now I have the hindsight and the experience, I can say this is how things are actually done. if you compare how things actually are done with how I thought things were done when I was 10 years old, I really wasn't that far off. I don't think so.
What's impressive is the cost that you came up with, because most people look at bridges and like, that'll be $2 million or something. What do you mean it's $5 million? That's too much. So to say it was over $1 billion, when you thought of this 20 years ago, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I went straight to, what is that? How many zeros is that? 3, 6, 9.
The 10 digits altogether.
10 digits, that's it, yeah. Yeah, I wasn't willing to go to 9 digits or 8 digits with this thing. I went to 10 straight away. But yeah, this is 10-year-old me. This was my this was one of my fictional highway projects when I was really getting into roads and bridges and really starting to discover what engineering was. This was one of those projects that was on my I guess so-called dream job list. Of course, I ended up on a completely different project a little bit north of this one that satisfied that dream job requirement too. But you can kind of see, like, I have an idea for what I think things should look like in southern New Jersey and southern Delaware. And I don't know. You road enthusiast types probably aren't impressed because you probably did all the same stuff yourselves over the years. You all had your own little, pet things that you were into. So this probably doesn't surprise you all that much. But
I'm really impressed, Dan.
Why, thank you. We need to clinch the Delaware Bay crossing when Lorraine is. Well, she probably would have grandchildren by the time that bridge ever gets built. But that's a meet.
Yay!
I always say, yeah, the thing that I was looking at with this particular drawing was how I spelled Rehoboth. Yeah, that wasn't exactly right. I was close. I missed it by a letter, but I still missed it by a little bit. Also, you'll see that I made no attempt when I was younger to try to draw the U.S. route shields because I was horrible at trying to do it back then, and frankly, my drawing of them has not improved since then. So
I used to approximate them as upside down triangles. That was the closest thing I could come up with that was simple to draw. So I would put a symbol the shape of a yield sign with a number 9 in it to draw US 9 on one of my sketches as a kid.
I'm laughing at Roadways of Delaware's suggestion. Yeah, we should add it to Delaware 15. Why not? It's Delaware 15's a part of every other damn route in the state, so let's do that. And yeah, Laurel and Seaford, yeah, Laurel is actually where Route 9 goes. 10-year-old me, I guess, was obsessed with Seaford for some reason. I'm not sure why. I got all the towns in Cape May County right. See, look at that.
I thought Seaford was here on Long Island.
Well, it is.
Yeah, I was about to say, were you also into Oyster Bay?
10-year-old me probably wasn't even. No, that came later. My interest in the Long Island Sound crossing. That was after I discovered Steve Anderson's site, and I saw the part of his website that was unbuilt roads and crossings. So naturally, I went there first, and so my interest in the Long Island Sound crossing saga was more of like a teenager kind of thing. But so this predates that, I think, by a couple of years. But no, it's it's a similar track, right? Like I could have easily done this for the Long Island Sound Bridge, but this was the one that was kind of chief among my interests at the time. And really, I should elaborate that the reason I was so into this part of the Northeast, like southern Delaware, southern New Jersey, is that, you know, I've vacationed down in Wildwood all my life. Delaware is a state that I have a lot of connections to family-wise. So this has always kind of been like it's kind of been a side hustle for me to just kind of geek out about Delaware and Cape May County, New Jersey for most of my life. So, but yeah, like you go through some of these drawings, and it's really, I have to say, without trying to, you know, sound like I'm showing off too much, but I think I did pretty reasonably well for someone who was just 10 years old and didn't know what the hell he was really talking about. You know, and everything kind of looks right. You know, that's kind of the scary part about it too. Is like I was way ahead of my time with this stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff here. And this is, by the way, this is only part of it, what I'm showing you. Like, there are many other pages that I just didn't show here just due to time constraints. If you want to read all the captions for this, I encourage you to pause the video and try to decipher my 10-year-old chicken scratch for yourself. But there's really a step-by-step guide in here for construction that, like I said before, is not that far off from reality.
I think you're incredibly talented. The more that I look at these pictures, just the more amazed I am.
You know, I've never really shown you guys a lot of my doodles from my childhood, but this is the one, like when I was coming up with the Delaware River series that we did. This is the one that I singled out, and I said, all right, I have to show these guys this one, because this one is freaking awesome. And I had forgotten about it for so many years. Like all of my drawings have been sitting away in a filing cabinet in Wilmington. So I don't actually have them in my own possession right now. But what you just saw there is a little taste of what I was up to as a youngster. You could say I was the roadway whiz even back then when I was 10 years old. See that?
I do see that.
Yeah, when you put that part of the puzzle together, it makes a lot of sense. All right. Well, this is it. Delaware Memorial Bridge. Speaking of bridges that had an influence on yours truly, I have a thing for twin span bridges, don't I? That there's this one that was the first bridge that I really became attached to as a youngster, and then there's that bridge up north, quote unquote. That's also a twin span bridge. So I don't know. I got this thing for twins, I guess. Built in 1951 initially, it was twinned in 1968. It connects the south end of the New Jersey Turnpike with the Delaware and Maryland Turnpike system. It crosses at the doorstep of Wilmington, the largest metro area in the state. Really seen on the whole as a linchpin in the entire Northeast Corridor as far as traffic, both local and long-distance traffic between Baltimore and New York. Sorry, Philly. A lot of long-distance traffic will go this way. It is hard to imagine the modern Northeast Corridor without this bridge. It's become that significant to the entire road network of the Washington to New York to Boston corridor. This was easily my favorite bridge to visit in the air this past year. It's the bridge that, as I said, was my first love as far as bridges are concerned. And the crowd goes wild. What's going on back there? Somebody's having a good old time back there. I don't know what's going on in the background, but I like that. Sounds like I'm at a baseball game. Sounds like there are fans in the stands. And the crowd goes wild as Wiz shows off his drone pictures from 2020. See, there it is.
Roads! Woo!
Yeah, we talked a lot about this bridge in our Delaware River Bridges series, but it's worth iterating again that while these two bridges look more or less identical, they're really not. They can be best described as fraternal twins. They are more or less two different ways to arrive at the same looking structure. These bridges were built a generation apart, so the means and methods of both bridges were very different, and so that equated to a structure that, while looking similar on a macro scale, is actually quite different on a micro scale. Although going into the dualization, project, it was desired that they would build a bridge that was at least very similar looking to its predecessor. So they used that as the jumping off point, and then it turns out that what they came up with in the end was just about as close to identical as you could probably get. But they are not identical. A lot of people say that these are identical twins. They are not. Actually, far from it, really.
I know one of the big differences equates to evolution of construction methods. The original span uses rivets. The newer span uses bolts.
That is true. And that, of course, has consequences as far as connection design and also in terms of the entire structural design. I think one bridge has a higher vertical clearance than the other. One bridge deck is wider than the other. And there are other nuances here and there that you probably wouldn't notice by the naked eye when driving across. But they are, they're derived from the same general concept. It's just that they arrived at their end products in slightly different ways. I want to talk for a moment about the Delaware-New Jersey War Memorial, which is located in Newcastle at the Delaware end of the bridge. This was built in conjunction with the bridge that is right next door. The name this bridge is dedicated to combat folks who lost their lives in World War II and Korea from the states of Delaware and New Jersey. In fact, I will read, if you can tell in the slide on the lower right, the title of this wall that has all the names on it reads, "Inscribed here are the names of those valiant men and women of the state of Delaware and of the state of New Jersey who gave their lives in service of the United States of America during World War II and the Korean War, in whose memory this Delaware Memorial Bridge is dedicated." There is a memorial wall and a reflecting pool in Newcastle that you can go see. It's open to the public. Inscribed on this wall are the names of all members of the armed forces from those two states who perished in those two conflicts in battle. And I didn't need another excuse for this bridge to mean something to me personally, but because of my love affair with bridges in general, and because this was my first love as an engineer in training, if you will, as a toddler. But I'm going to highlight a name here. This gentleman here, this was my grandfather's brother who perished in the Pacific Theater. My understanding is somewhere out in the Philippines campaign near the end of the war, and he did not come home alive, but his name is inscribed here for all time. Just makes it even. I mean, this bridge is already special to me, but it's made just a little bit more special. Made just that little bit more special by knowing that part of family history and knowing that his name is here. And this bridge was built with his memory in mind. Thank you for watching. That's it for the bridges part of the show. Man, we're 5 hours into this, man. I'm surprised that my voice hasn't completely given out just yet.
No, you're doing
Time
good.
flies and you're having fun.
Yeah, I was going to mention, I mentioned it a few times. Have you seen, I don't know if you caught it on your drones or anything, that line painted on the bridge showing New Jersey and Delaware?
I know about the line you're talking about. I have not actually gotten an overhead shot of it yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're probably really close to that drone shot there. I think it was just out of view.
Yeah, it would require me to go a little bit inland to get that shot, but yeah, I do know what you're talking about. Yep.
Yeah, it's easy to miss. And for years they didn't have anything. It used to be a little sign on the bridge, then that disappeared for the longest time, and then they put a little sign up, and then they did that painting there.
Yeah, but that's a relatively recent thing, right? The whatever you want to call it, the state line.
A year, I want to say, yeah.
Yeah. Because it certainly wasn't there when I was growing up. That's a recent thing in the last few years, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, it's break time again, guys. What do you want to do? It's 4:56. Let's go with 5. Whoa, that's too big. I gotta change that. That's not gonna work. Let's go with. No, that's too thin now. Can Roadway Wiz draw on a screen? That's the question for today's program. Oh, we are so far behind schedule. That's terrible. We'll start the virtual tour part of the program, the third and final part of the show at 5:35 Eastern Time. You've got about 38 minutes or so to do whatever the heck you want to do. I'm going to go pick up my takeout from the restaurant right now, but until I come back, keep it classy in the chat, will you?
Say, why is it so quiet?
Because no one's down here and the music is off.
This was supposed to be our social hour.
It's so quiet, I guess, because everyone on the East Coast is getting dinner.
Roads. Okay, I'm gonna be making burgers. Anybody want one?
Yeah, I'll take one. Medium well.
Okay, I probably tend to be well done as because, but all right, medium well. Okay, one medium well. Anybody else?
I'll have one raw.
Where's the nearest cow to you over in Jersey, Steve?
Have you guys really been sitting there all on mute the last 15 minutes?
I have been learning about Hungarian herding dogs. Thank you very much.
I am working on Rainey's 12 to 18-month-old Shutterfly photo book.
And I'm trying Christmas lights and Christmas trees here.
Oh, so you all are here. You're just not talking to each other.
I put the 5-year-old on and nobody wanted to talk to her. They're all mean.
Well, really? There was a 5-year-old on? I would have talked to a 5-year-old.
You say hi. He wants to talk to you.
I want to talk to her too.
Hey.
Hi.
What's your name?
Hello.
Gabby.
Hi.
Hi, Gabby.
Nathan came over today.
This is better than what you've been talking about for the last half hour. Sorry.
Yeah, well, I can see that.
Oh, he already left now.
What's that?
He already left.
He left.
Yeah, well, he's.
That's why we're watching the video now.
Oh. Well, you can hang out with the cool kids now. You don't have to hang out with those boring people. Yeah, I see that line went over really well. Anyway, I don't know. I want Laura to elaborate on that. What was it called? What were you calling it the other day? The slumber party, whatever the heck was going on with your church and the stuffed animals and all that. What was that called again?
Yes, there was a stuffy slumber party.
That's what it was. Okay.
Yeah. So, long story short, like the youth group, they, as an activity, they had everybody drop off their stuffed animals yesterday evening, and the youth group leader and the minister took a bunch of pictures of them doing really cute little things, and then we picked them back up this afternoon.
Oh, you did? Okay.
It was adorable. So adults could participate too, and I think in fact the adults were more excited about it than the kids in some ways. But anyway, so I dropped off 2 of Rainey's stuffed animals. I dropped off an orange cat named Remo, who looks just like our orange cat Remo, and a cute little Cocker Spaniel puppy named Bailey, who looks just like my in-laws, Cocker Spaniel Bailey. So anyway, I had to not make a big deal about it when we went and dropped them off yesterday evening, so that Rainey didn't get upset that we were leaving her stuffies.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But today, this afternoon, we left the live stream for a little bit, and we went and picked them up. And they came back with flowers and painted flower pots. They did a little craft while they were away.
Oh.
They had a dance party. They even played pretend that they were in church. They had story time last night. It was really, really cute, and we got to watch the photos. We have like a private social network, like a private group, and so they kept posting photos throughout the evening, and then this morning and afternoon of all their little shenanigans, and it was adorable.
That's cool.
It was really cool.
Next year, you're going to have to do a live stream event.
Absolutely.
I just want to say before we go any further that Rob had to leave the chat, so he's not able to witness this unveiling in person. But look at what came in the mail today. That's my official 2021 Wilmington Blue Rocks ball cap.
Ooh.
Yep, I'm ready for baseball. I'm ready to show up.
I'm a Hudson Valley Renegades fan. Sorry.
I'm ready to show up to Duchess Stadium in my powder blue hat.
I'm so excited. Oh, I want to go. When everything reopens, I want to go to all the baseball games with all y'all.
Well, you know, Wilmington is actually pretty central for a lot of us, so that would be a good spot to meet up for games.
Post meet activity. After we see the covered bridges and drive Delaware 15, we'll have to go to the game.
Yeah, that is an awesome post-meet idea. I agree. I do that.
I'm in. I think I'm creating a meet as this live stream is going along.
So wait a minute.
What's
did
the
you
lunch
just...
restaurant?
Okay.
The what?
The lunch restaurant.
Oh.
I don't know. Dan, what do you recommend?
Well, I guess it depends on where you want to start. Do you want to start in, like, up by the covered bridges or down by 15? I guess it depends on how you'd want to do it.
Yeah.
I myself, and I know Steve will back me up on this, but I strongly recommend pit beef.
Yes, I love pit beef.
I know Steve likes pit beef, or at least he used to.
I have never had good pit beef, so impress me.
Really?
Have you been?
Okay. I thought,
really?
That's interesting.
Have you been to Chaps? So in Baltimore, it's a East Baltimore institution. There is Chaps Pit Beef, and it is in the parking lot of the Gold Club, Gentlemen's Club.
An interesting place to put it, I guess.
Ooh la la. Rawr.
Oh.
So wait, Laura, like you're thinking about this Delaware 15 meet. Like, does that mean that your Western Maryland meet just went out the window?
Oh no, not at all. No one said I couldn't have two meets this year.
Well, I understand, but I was just under the impression that maybe this wave of activity has made you have second thoughts about Cumberland, Maryland, which I agree. I think you should have two meets, frankly. But
I will. I mean, we gotta make up for lost time.
yeah, we got a lot of shit to get through. So let's go. Quit screwing around.
Yeah, I know. Plus a second birthday party. It's going to be a busy
that's
year.
gonna be. When's that gonna be? June.
June.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that wouldn't be a bad time to do something.
Yeah. So originally, I was thinking the Cumberland meet would be in June, but I think I'm going to push that back a little bit just to give people more time to get vaccinated. And
good idea.
But yeah, I'm still feeling, birthday party. Her birthday's June 19th. I don't know. Family might want to do something that day. I just kind of want to do a Road Geek hangout thing with just us. So I might use that June 26th date.
Yeah, I was actually thinking, like, as far as Cumberland goes, and I'm just throwing this idea out there. You can blow it off if you want, but I wonder how scenic, like, Western Maryland would be in autumn.
Yes, David Golub said the same thing.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. That area is beautiful in October.
Oh, look, a wild Josh appeared.
Speaking of wild Joshes.
Oh, you're still here too, huh?
I cast the spell of Thesis. It is effective.
Yeah.
And to address a comment in the chat, yes, there is going to be a Cumberland, Maryland meet I'm going to host. And that's what we're discussing right now. There hasn't been a date set, but strongly looking at autumn.
Yeah, once you kind of narrow down the date, I'm assuming you'll create a post for it in the forum, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I just hadn't yet because I didn't want there to be, I don't know, unless people think I should go ahead and make it now. I just figured it made more sense once I had more details nailed down.
No,
it's still uncertain right now, but I think autumn might be a good one for that if you want to look at the nice colors.
Yeah.
The only downside is you lose daylight.
Well, a pet peeve of mine on the forum is when people, like, create events on there and then they waffle back and forth for 6 months about when they're going to actually host it. It's like, I prefer to just, like, cut to the chase and be like, okay, this is the date, this is what we're doing, come join us. Or screw off, I don't care. But, like, pick a date at least,
Yeah, but
Definitely.
And that comment's going to get me in trouble also.
Right.
Rhode Island thing?
What's that?
Is this going to become like the Rhode Island thing?
The Rhode Island thing is its own thing. Like this isn't a.
Let's not talk about that right now, guys. I know, not Rhode Island, the other one.
It's Delaware, so we're doing a different small state.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Josh, what's so funny?
If we have it, say, Columbus Day weekend or something, everybody should be vaccinated. So we.
Well, I mean, we all really should be vaccinated by Memorial Day.
You would hope, but
we'll see what happens with defense production and stuff like that. But that's what they're saying.
Well, they're saying it'll be available to everyone by the beginning of May, and if everyone can start getting their first shot at the beginning of May, then for people who get stuck with not Johnson & Johnson who need a second shot, they're not going to be able to get the second shot until probably sometime in June. So.
Yes.
I mean, I become eligible Monday, but I don't expect to have a vaccine until later in April.
I actually get my second shot this coming Friday. I'm excited.
Woohoo!
Woo!
How did your first one go? Did you have a lot of side effects or not so much?
No, I mean, my arm was sore for a couple days, but I don't know how much of that was from the vaccine and how much of that was from Rainey kicking it.
So tell me this, Laura. How are you managing to get this besides certain conditions like that? Are you actually chasing it, or are you just waiting for them to call you?
So both. So for my shot, so I got it. So I work I work for a local town government.
All right.
And so we qualified under 1C, continuity of government, and as an I guess agency, we they set us up with appointments, with our first dose appointments on standby, and then so if there were shots available at the end of the day, we would get it, and so we gradually, everybody who wanted it has now gotten it, and then once we had the first one, then they scheduled for the second. But as far as appointments for my mom, my parent-in-laws, and my husband, I went chasing it. There's a really, for other Maryland folks out there, there was a good Facebook group called Maryland Vaccine Hunters. And that's where I was able to find out when different places had appointment drops. It's almost like trying to find concert tickets. Basically, you find out, oh my God, it's midnight, and they just dropped appointments at M&T Bank Stadium. Quick, go on and get appointments.
But as I have heard, that's how it is right up here as well, is that if you want an appointment anytime before April, it'll be online when appointments drop.
Yeah.
Right.
And
now,
when do they usually drop? That's the question.
It
depends.
Yeah.
I mean, I think CVS drops at 4 a.m. or something.
I've been able to book all my CVS appointments at around 6:30 a.m. But yeah, so Maryland's about to open up to phase 2. So I feel like though, as each phase, at least in Maryland, as each phase, and now with phase 2, I think it's going to be hard to find shots again.
Yeah.
Now that a wider group is going to be able to access.
Yeah, and that's going to be the case everywhere. Cause
but is phase 2 open season or?
I don't believe it is. I don't remember though.
Well, the thing to remember here is that you're right. Like, vaccine supply is going to ebb and flow for a period of time. It's going to go through waves. Like in New York, we just had a wave of new doses becoming available, and now we're kind of in a valley between the previous peak and the next wave of doses that we're going to get. And look, we are trying as a country to vaccinate 300 million people and administer however many hundreds of millions of doses that amounts to in, 6 months?
Yep.
That is a vaccination program that is being unveiled at a speed that we've never attempted before.
This is true.
It's going to take time. And look, people are flipping out about not being able to get appointments. Look, we gotta be patient, you know?
Mm-hmm.
We've never tried this before. And yeah, there's gonna be breakdowns here and there in supply and appointments and stuff like that. And I just ask that people stay patient. You know, your time is coming soon. For me, it's gonna be next week. But if you haven't been able to get an appointment yet and you're in one of those later groups, you know, your time is coming soon. You know, and you just we all still gotta do our part. And part of doing our part is staying calm even through the vaccine rollout process. I just see a lot of chatter online about, you know, people flipping out about appointments, and it's just not worth the aggravation, guys. You know,
it's hard. I mean, it's hard in some sense because so first to answer the question, apparently Maryland has phases 2A, 2B, 2C, and then phase 3. So we're about halfway there. But anyway, it's hard. I know for me, I frantically wanted to get appointments because, and I mean, I know a lot of people feel this way, right? As feeling cloistered in for the past year. I realize in the grand scheme of things, another few months is, you know, in the grand scheme of a life is not that long. I know that I jumped on it because I, especially, you know, having a young daughter and wanting to take her out and especially wanting her, not wanting to worry every time that she plays with other little kids. That was the big one for me. It was less about me and more about, hey, I want to get, you know, I hate that my parents are now considered elderly, you know, being over 65, you know, seniors or whatever. But I was, you know, my mom would hit me, but but anyway, point is that they're in the higher risk group, and they, you know, various health issues and stuff, and things that we don't think about as health issues, like diabetes and high blood pressure, that sort of stuff. It's still health issues. So.
Yeah, but again, like, you know, you think about this vaccine program on a macro scale, and it is an enormous undertaking, and
it really is.
I actually think that we're doing really well considering how many people we have to vaccinate, how many doses we have to get out per month, how many urban areas need vaccine in this country. You know, again, nobody's been perfect about it, but I think on the whole, we're doing a great job.
Yeah.
I agree. Yep.
And look at Europe here. They're kind of, okay, now what? The whole thing about Europe versus the U.S. is that the Europeans, most of them went private. And then all of a sudden, okay, what happened here? We got people that are falling to blood clots, so like 20, 30 people. Okay, everybody stop.
Yeah, that was with the, wasn't that the AstraZeneca?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So now they're, well.
And they're going through outbreaks now.
Are they?
Yep. Europe has not settled back yet. But I wouldn't be surprised if another outbreak had happened in parts of this country either.
I think that's something we're going to be dealing with off and on for a while still.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not too unsimilar to, yeah, every once in a while you hear about like measles outbreaks, and obviously it's on a much more micro scale, that kind of thing. But you're going to get, you know, outbreaks of COVID in some parts of the country every once in a while. But I think that what we're doing right now is it's a huge step towards making these outbreaks more limited and more controllable so that we can open everything back up again. That's really the goal here. So I can go to the Blue Rocks games and sport my new swag. See that? Look at that.
Yeah.
That's it. Play ball, folks.
Have certain people who don't want to get vaccinated is not exactly going to help.
No, you're always going to have that, Dalen.
I know.
You're going to have that because people.
A lot of that is in areas where you have a concentration of people who are anti-vax.
Yep.
I think the tricky thing is there's not one reason to be anti-vax, you know? Like, for instance, you know, in African American communities, you're more likely to be anti-vax because of things like the Tuskegee experiments and distrust of medical establishment. Whereas other folks, you know, they are afraid of what's in the vaccines. For other folks, it's, oh, I'm not afraid so much of the vaccines. I want to go last. I want to absolutely make sure that not a single batch is recalled or whatever. So it's you know, it's not just one thing.
Well, people who want to go last, they'll get it. They'll just wait a little bit longer, and hopefully they'll, you know, practice social distancing and everything in the meantime. So that one I don't think is the end of the world. The bigger problem that I see is people who won't get vaccinated at all and won't practice mitigation.
Right.
Yeah. And I've noticed a lot of vaccine apprehension has diminished in the last few months. Like you would poll people and they were like, well, I want to see how the rollout goes before I decide if I actually want to take it or not. But I think you've seen a lot of that sentiment go away as the rollout in this country has been successful with, I mean, I haven't heard of any kind of, you know, major mishaps medically with what we're administering. But
in our country, there haven't really been any issues. Yeah, but I would say the biggest holdup right now among people who are technically eligible is the difficulty of obtaining a documentation that proves you're eligible. For example, the medical conditions. A whole slew of medical conditions in several states are eligible, except you have to have a doctor's note. So if you don't have a primary care doctor or aren't able to get to a primary care doctor, you can't get vaccinated.
And that's the thing with the states is that it's state by state. Wisconsin is like honor system, so they're not going to triage you or anything like that. Whereas New York, yeah, they're going to triage you like death, maybe. But
actually, not even in New York, it is on a site by site basis. I have had.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I've heard of people who have walked right in and haven't been on triage at all. I have had people who have had to prove multiple ways that they qualify. And I will say our biggest failure as a country with the vaccine rollout is a lack of standardized.
Yeah, lack of cohesiveness. As if everyone wants to do the things the whole way.
Well, that's kind of what happens when you leave it up to the states, right?
Right.
And some states are leaving it up.
You want a health problem?
Yeah.
You got that skill back there? Let me step on it, please.
Yeah, and in some states, it's a town by town or
right. Some states are doing
county by county, so it's a complete
mess.
And it's either if you want to do it that way, it has to be either it really has to be entirely federal or entirely local government. You can't have this piecemeal system and have it really work.
Well, you know it's not going to be the former because the states aren't going to give up their rights.
Yes, exactly.
So that's out. So that only leaves one option.
Thanks.
So that's one of the curses of living in the country that we live in, right? Like when you really want to have federal control over things, you can. But I understand why that's the case, right? I mean, I think we know why that was written into our Constitution in the first place.
Yep.
Bravery!
Hey! All right. Welcome back to part 3 of our comprehensive overview of the state of Delaware at the 2021 Delaware Road Meet. We're in our 6th hour of coverage. I can't believe it. It feels like it's been... Well, some of you might have drifted off to sleep along the way, but it has gone by really quick for me. And I hope it's gone by reasonably quick for at least some of you. I have a bunch of video that I want to play. After that, it's really up to you guys what you want to see, provided that I have it in my library. I figured we would start with bridges and then kind of go from there and see where things end up in a little bit. I suppose the best place to start as far as bridges are concerned, we should start out with a video that welcomes us into the state of Delaware in an appropriate manner, and that is a certain bridge that we ended our PowerPoint presentation talking about. So this video consists of a full clinch of I-295 in the state of Delaware. The video was filmed, and actually a lot of the stuff that we're going to watch was filmed in March, earlier this month, about 2 weeks ago, because I wanted to update some of the coverage for this weekend's show. But here's a trip across what still is my favorite bridge to drive across and to check out.
I don't mean to bring New Jersey into this, but are all those neon light VMSs gone now on the turnpike?
Oh, like the old ones?
The last one I know of was actually in Pennsylvania on the approach to that bridge, and I believe that one has in fact been replaced. And all the rest are gone now, replaced with full-color modern ones.
I believe there's one around...
Is the Pennsylvania one still functional?
Hold on, someone said they know of one still?
Yeah, around exit 14C or 14B on the, what is that, the Hudson extension?
I have not been out there in a long time, so...
It's possible.
It's possible. I don't know. I thought they got them all.
No, 14B and 14C, that's all getting ripped up anyway, right? For whatever project is going on out that way?
They're redoing out past 14C. They're reconstructing some of the viaduct, I know, but that might have been done by now. And then they're doing work out by 14A, but I don't know of any immediate work at B and C itself.
If I find it on Google Maps, I'll share it. Yeah, this was last summer. I was up there. The one in Pennsylvania, that was torn down a few years ago, and has that been completely replaced yet?
I can only assume so at this point.
Yeah, I'm the wrong person to ask as far as VMS signs are concerned. That's more of Steve's territory.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, welcome to Delaware.
Yeah, anyway, speaking of VMS signs, here's a beautiful VMS as we approach the toll plaza. By the way, this design of overhead structure is known as the DRBA design, Delaware River and Bay Authority. You will also find overhead structures of this design on the new Goethals Bridge. They stole Delaware's design, those bastards. Toll plaza, the toll as of 2020 is $5 for the pleasure, though you do not have to pay to
Chicago Skyway.
Well, you do not have to pay back into New Jersey.
$5 isn't horrendous compared to some crossings, I will say.
Some crossings in the New York metro area.
Look at it this way: the Chicago Skyway. If you were to only toll it one way, it'd be $10 or so.
Well, yeah, the Skyway toll is what, pushing $6 now? Because I think they raise it every year, don't they?
Yep.
Yeah.
And the Indiana Toll Road isn't that really much. Pretty much is a $9 ripoff.
Oh.
Yeah.
God,
The West Point barrier there. Yeah, that's
West Point barrier. They charge you an arm and a leg compared to the Illinois toll rate.
Not as bad as the
This one never has anything relevant.
westernmost toll plaza on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, though.
I don't even
That's what
consider them because
$12
of
now.
their own problems. They have to support Philly Transit somehow, you know.
That's right.
I will say.
We all know how it works, right?
Yeah. I will say the $5, you get 2 bridges. You get, I don't know, I think, what is it, 5 miles of roadway. I mean, all in all, it really isn't a bad toll considering what the other bridges cost along the Delaware, and then especially New York City.
No, and as such, at $5 one way, what is that? $2.50 each way. Yay!
Yeah, that's not horrible, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Well, especially for a major metro like Philly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that the toll on the Scudder Falls is the 125 is the easy pass rate. If you go toll by plate, it's like more than double that.
Oh.
Yeah, but
But like the vast majority of people crossing that bridge have easy pass, so it's not. I don't know that you would ever be in a position where you would have to pay the higher rate. Well, just like that, we clinched I-295 in Delaware. I will bring to your attention one project that's currently ongoing that's related to the Newport Interchange project on 141 that I told you about. So there has been a long-standing problem of merging traffic coming off of 295 South, merging onto 95 South here. And one of the side projects associated with the Newport improvements is extending this merge area between 295 and 95. So actually the new road for 295 is going to be off on your left in the span, on the leftmost span of the new overpasses you see that have been built. They are going to delay the merge point until a little further south, because you also have to keep in mind that you've got traffic from 141 merging in and you've got traffic from 495 merging in. So they wanted to space out the 295 merge and put it a little further south to try to prevent all of these lanes from piling in at once and trying to make things a little more orderly. So that's what you see is going on the left. The new 295 merge will happen much further down than it does today. The expectation in there is that hopefully that will make the merging of the 3 interstates a little more orderly and help reduce congestion at least a little bit.
I wish they'd do that in other states.
Gee, I wonder what state you're referring to.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big issues there, you really have 2 different traffic patterns. You have the weekday traffic pattern going into and out of Wilmington, and then the weekend holiday traffic pattern coming, down the Jersey Turnpike.
Yeah, the Jersey Shore or the beaches in Delaware or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here, usually we all like to brag about how often we shunpike this particular toll plaza that we're coming up on. I understand that the playing of this video may give some of our viewers PTSD down the line. I am not afraid of a good challenge, and I elected on this particular day to face my fear and drive through the Newark Toll Plaza on the Delaware Turnpike.
Good. Exposure therapy is good.
See, it's not completely a bad idea sometimes, Sometimes we all have to, in order to overcome what scares us, we have to face it directly, And so, you know, that's kind of what I was doing here, and maybe I can serve as your group therapist today by playing this video. See, this stretch of highway isn't that bad.
I gotta be honest.
Interestingly, it looks like it's gotten, you know, the majority of the traffic is going into the open road tolling lanes, which it looks like there's perhaps potentially a budding imbalance here.
Yeah, that is one thing I'm curious about. How long are they going to keep up with just 2 lanes going through the ORT?
They're actually having that. It's a problem right now on the New Hampshire turnpike. That has 2 open road lanes, and it's a bottleneck on holiday weekends because you have because you probably have 3 lanes of open road traffic. It should have.
My best guess here is that here in Delaware you got the 1 toll booth. In New Hampshire you got the 1 toll booth. My best guess is that people are going to have easy passes for other states or have no easy passes at all. So there's not going to be a lot of cash lanes. And really, I look at this and compare this to Illinois. Illinois, you hardly have people going into cash lanes anymore. Most of the people have I-passes now. And that was one contributor to the permanent all-electronic there. And the through route, as you look through a toll booth, is the easy pass route. The open road tolling. Here, it looked like to me that the open road tolling exited off the roadway.
Right, it's a little bit more of an even split, and I think a lot of that harkens back to right. This is the way it was designed at other toll plazas in the area too. You look at both ends of the New Jersey Turnpike. They have 2 open road tolling lanes each way. And that was a massive improvement over none, and people with Easy Pass still needing to slow down to pass through lanes in the plaza. But it was also conceived at a time when a lot of people still did not have Easy Pass. So, two lanes where people with Easy Pass could breathe through was great. And I think, it's just one of those things is that as time goes by and you get more and more adoption, it starts to become like, all right, well, that's not enough anymore. It made sense when it was built for the turnpike lanes, certainly, because, they put those in, 15 years ago at this point. But, this the Delaware project was a little bit more recent than that. That was early 2010s that they were installing those lanes, and so it's interesting how they still didn't quite have the foresight to see, hey, eventually this is going to be the default, and they didn't design for that. And so I guess
default is right.
Do we know if they have any intentions to just go all electronic at some point?
I haven't read anything to that effect.
Okay.
I don't think I get the impression it's not a pressing issue for them.
Judging by the road design right now, yep.
So, but yeah, I would say that the next logical step would be to just eliminate cash collection. At Newark or on Route 1 or anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Durba is another issue because that's a separate agency, but at least for the DelDOT toll roads, that would the next step would be to just eliminate it completely.
I was going to say,
I could also see them doing it on 1 first, just because that's the road that going to have fewer people on it who are from outside of Easy Pass land.
Yeah, and they're also using 301 as kind of their pilot for cashless.
Yes.
So that's going to really that's going to help them get acclimated to how it works as an agency. So I can see in a few years them turning around and saying, yeah, you know what, it worked pretty well on 301, so we're going to just eliminate cash collection everywhere.
Yeah, but that's basically what every other Northeastern agency who has gotten all electronic has done. They had a single Oder Crossing as a test bed and expanded it from at a single crossing.
I want to throw this out there that a few agencies have thought this way, and would Delaware think, if they're going to go all electronic, that they can now start tolling the entire length of what they maintain instead of at discrete points?
You mean like reinstating the ramp tolls on the turnpike?
Right, and that maybe if you go from one ramp to another, they won't charge you, but if you're on the main line and you exit, they'll charge you proportionally, and then same on Route 1, they'll charge you. They won't, no more free rides, basically.
So, kind of what Massachusetts has done on the Mass Pike around Boston.
Well, right. Massachusetts eliminated one free ride, but created a couple that didn't previously exist. So they actually
Illinois is not doing that
free
yet.
rides.
Yeah, Illinois is not doing that yet. They're using the same points, even though it's now all electronic.
Well, the thing about Illinois is that the way Illinois does it, right, is its mainline plazas and ramp tolls. So, you know, all of those places already pretty much have the infrastructure in place to just do all electronic with the existing structures there. You don't even need to tear them down and put new gantries. So it's kind of like, all right, well, why would you spend the money rearranging it at that point?
Keep in mind, Anthony, newer interchanges that they've been putting in have been put in with fixed rate easy path or only, or now they're all electronic interchanges, and they disrupt the whole thing, and you have to they charge you a toll for that because of special privileges. They used to be like half interchanges going towards the toll booth, and then they put in the full interchange, and all directions get tolled. So there's some inconsistencies everywhere now. And
right, but the point is that, you know, there's no there's no need for them to change where they're collecting tolls if they're not opening new ramps, right?
Oh, that's correct.
It's easy to right, because as opposed to what you know, places like Massachusetts and partially at least New York did, where, you know, they got rid of the gateway plazas on the trumpets and they put gantries over the main line between the interchanges. They completely changed where the tolls were collected. And they did this because they realized, well, look, you know, it actually costs less to just put a gantry over the main line between each interchange than to have to, you know, put them over all the ramps. And doing that also gives you flexibility down the road to not have to build everything as a trumpet.
Right. Yeah. In this case, it's different, and you could set this up. You could get rid of, for example, on Delaware 1, you have separate shunt pikes for each of the two toll plazas, and there's a stretch of one you can use between them. That could certainly go away, and they could decide to pull that stretch pretty easily.
They won't get rid of the shunt pike for the northern one.
Well, they legally can't.
Right.
Yes.
That's the point.
Well, no, I'm not saying get rid of the shunt pike. What I'm saying is get rid of the ability to get back on and use Route 1 between the two plazas for any stretch. They could put intermediate tolls rather easily at this point.
Yes.
Oh, you're talking about just like putting in the rest of the ramp tolls everywhere else.
Or mainline barriers that do the same thing.
Yeah, and I mean, and as for the Delaware Turnpike itself, I would see it being problematic trying to change where tolls are collected there, only because of the history behind it. That road did used to have some ramp tolls that if you came from the north and didn't go all the way to the state line, you would have to pay a toll getting off, or, you know, getting on if you were in the opposite direction. And eventually, you know, once, I believe it was partly spurned by the roads bonds being paid off, but also partly by local complaining, you know, hey, why do we still have to pay to use this road? So they got rid of the ramp tolls and they left the one barrier toll with the idea that, you know, you can use it locally for free, but if you're traveling, you know, long distance, you run through the toll. And, you know, while there's a certain argument that, well, look, if they're responsible for maintaining this entire road all the way up to 141, you know, people should not be able to use the majority of it for free. People should be charged for any piece of it. But I think politics will get in the way of that, and I would be surprised if they actually changed that and made it so that you know, even if you got off at 896, you still had to pay a toll somewhere.
Yeah, that's a very tricky thing to get around legally in Delaware. That's a very touchy subject. Mostly because people just don't want the toll in the first place at the state line, even though they're hardly ever paying it. But yeah, it has to do with the ramp tolls were removed, so to reinstate them, I believe, would be some sort of, you'd have to get like federal approval or something, because it has to do with the interstate system and toll collection and all that weird shit.
That's true.
So,
There's also that they can do whatever they want with one, but on 95, the feds have a say.
right. So
Yeah.
there are all sorts of hoops you have to jump through to get the ramp tolls reinstated, and for the amount of revenue that the ramp tolls would generate, it's probably not even worth their effort. One, on the other hand, is a different story, because as you say, Delaware can do whatever the heck they want with it.
Right, and I think the by far the biggest ramp toll in terms of revenue would be traffic getting off to go down one, but you could just put a gantry over one immediately south of 95, and boom, there you go. Same idea.
Right, yeah.
Yep.
Or put a gantry between just north of Delaware City or something. You know, that would collect all the 13 traffic also. But yeah, it's the toll thing on 95 is really interesting because of how unpopular it's been historically, and that's also the reason why you won't see ramp tolls come back ever, I don't think. And it's also, I think, why DelDOT is defiant than saying that they're never going to get rid of it.
Well, here's another question too: do they transponder discriminate there?
I think so.
I'm assuming they do. Yeah.
I think right, because that's another way that you can also satiate complaints of locals, is by basically just widening the gap that an in-state easy pass gets you.
Yeah, that's true. I know that my aunt's Delaware tag gets some sort of discount, but I don't remember what it is anymore. But I remember it not being that much, actually. So
yeah, but that's basically how other states, such as New York, have able to build up public support from toll increases. Out of state toll increase, but in-state toll is the exact same.
Yep.
So they don't discriminate.
Yeah, I mean, and the degree to which that works depends on the amount of out-of-state traffic you really have. That's the other thing here too, right? The New York State Thruway is certainly going to get vehicles on it that have easy passes that are not from New York, even if it won't be the majority. But I'm trying to think of an example of a toll road that probably has very little out-of-state traffic. Something like PA Turnpike 66. You really
yes.
have very many non-PA tags there.
I've driven it.
Okay,
yes,
you're an
exception.
Once.
Yeah,
that would be. I drove it for the first and last time in 2009.
Do toll bridges count for this question, or only turnpikes?
If they can transponder discriminate, they count.
Yeah, because I'm thinking about something like, say, the
MTA
bridges. I guess.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't hear what David said. What bridge?
Marine Parkway and Cross Bay. I doubt there are.
Oh, those absolutely, yeah.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. The thing is that the MTA has the same policy everywhere.
Right.
So.
I'm pretty sure the tolls
do have more out-of-state traffic.
Yeah.
Well, and the other fun thing with this too, though, right, is that for MTA, there's an extra layer of nuance on this, and that while anyone with a New Jersey tag gets boned by the full cash rate, people from Connecticut usually have New York tags just because there isn't a Connecticut tag. And so, therefore, people from Connecticut actually are functionally don't count as out of state for this purpose usually.
Do they penalize New Jersey people for not getting New Jersey tags?
Yeah, Turnpike Authority does discriminate. So yes, I will note that the Port Authority accepts both New York and New Jersey tags as its own.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
They just charge you $1 for the privilege.
And yeah, that is a quirk to having a New York Easy Pass, because if you if out of state and do not purchase your Easy Pass in person, it will hand you a Port Authority Easy Pass, which comes with
which has a monthly fee,
which has a service fee.
Right, and right. Well, so there are three ways around that problem. Way number one, is to find somewhere you can buy a tag in person and then activate it online. Way number two is to use a New York address to set up your account. So either set it up while you're living in New York, or if you know someone who lives in New York, borrow their address if they'll let you.
Yeah.
And then you can just change the address and it won't change anything. I mean, again, my wife and I, we have our Easy Pass account. It's a New York Easy Pass account through the MTA, so it has no monthly fee. We signed up for it online, but we lived in New York at the time.
Mm-hmm.
They allow PO boxes, or is that forbidden?
Is what forbidden?
PO boxes.
I'm not sure about that. They may not like it if you use a PO box, because I know this has been discussed in the context of whether someone from Canada can get an Easy Pass account, and I think that part of the problem there is you need a U.S. address. They will not send them to anywhere out of the country, and PO boxes may or may not work. So there are Canadians with PO boxes in the U.S., but I don't know that they can do that for this purpose.
A lot of things beyond toll agencies have scorned the use of PO boxes for address. They want physical addresses.
Right. Well, and also then just back to what I was saying before, the third method, which is not open anymore, but it is the method that my parents used because they also live in Connecticut with an MTA tag, is this business about how you have a centralized service center where you get stuck with a Port Authority tag if you sign up from out of state. Has only been around since circa 2010, maybe a little earlier than that. When my parents signed up for their Easy Pass in 2004 or so, they did it with the MTA directly. They didn't have that centralized service center yet. So they just got an MTA tag directly at the time, and because they just still have it, it's the same account.
And back in the early days of Easy Pass, Delaware used to just use New Jersey's Easy Pass center. But if you recall, way back when, I think it was Whitman that set up the program, they used some contractor, and they just had so many issues in New Jersey with the Easy Pass system. Delaware decided, you know what, we're getting out, and they opened up their own service center down there.
I applaud them.
Good for them.
And now they can just transponder discriminate, and they take advantage of that.
Yay, transponder discrimination.
I was going to say, too, I think the Delaware Memorial Bridge, I think they charge $4.75 for all Easy Pass users versus $5 for cash. I'm not certain on that, but I think that's...
Right, well, that's not DelDOT, so that's a different agency.
No, that's...
discrimination policies.
Mm-hmm.
CRPA, yeah.
I'm waiting for Illinois to say, nope, other Easy Passes, you're going to have a little bit of higher fee.
I do wonder... So I'm trying to think now. Are there any existing examples of agencies that use someone else's tag and just don't even have their own way to set up an account through themselves?
Yes,
definitely.
Most of the upstate New York toll agencies use Thruway Authority. So
I'm pretty sure that
The Bridge Authority, along with the Bridges to Canada. You're right.
Yes.
They don't have their own tags, but not the entire state. New York still has a New York.
Jersey. The New Jersey to Pennsylvania bridges, I do not think all of those authorities have their own tags. I would have to check which ones do.
Chicago Skyway doesn't.
Right. Okay, all right. So there are plenty of examples of an individual agency not doing so, but I don't know of any examples surviving of an entire state.
Indiana Toll Road actually technically doesn't. I don't think they haven't. They kind of. I don't know what their deal is. They used to have what's called iZoom, but then they dropped that and went with Easy Pass. But from where, I don't know.
Does Rhode Island have Easy Pass?
Yes. I think every state has its own service center now, but every agency inside the state does not necessarily issue its own tags.
Yeah, because Connecticut and Vermont, basically if you look at an Easy Pass map, obviously since they don't have any current toll facilities that are on Easy Pass, basically, they'll show as kind of like gray on the Easy Pass, basically on the Easy Pass map, but, they can obviously, probably a lot of people there still, have Easy Pass if they are going to wherever that, has a toll facility that requires it.
In my experience, people in Connecticut or Vermont generally have a New York Easy Pass, but...
right. Well, people will usually have it from wherever they're closest to. I think as someone in the chat pointed out, right, people from Connecticut having New York tags is absolutely true here in southwestern Connecticut. But if you live up near Massachusetts, you may well have a Massachusetts tag just because you'll Massachusetts Turnpike is probably the most frequent place you'd use it at that point if you live up there. So,
what would you recommend for someone who might live in, say, Tolan, Connecticut?
I mean.
Tell him to jump on Skype and ask that question.
I thought it was Tolland.
I mean, he has Easy Pass. I mean, the person who lives in Tolland currently has tags for both Massachusetts and New York, so...
My person was hypothetical, Josh.
Oh, in that case, depends.
I would say it depends on where you go more often, right? If you're going to Massachusetts all the time but never going to New York, get yourself a Massachusetts tag. If you're going, on the other hand, if you're going to New York all the time and never really going to Massachusetts, then you want that New York tag. You just need to make sure you get it in a way that you don't get stuck with a Port Authority one. And you can actually potentially do that even in Connecticut. The service plazas on the Connecticut Turnpike sell Easy Pass tags. And they are, I believe, MTA tags usually. So you can get one. You can even get one in Connecticut.
Good to know.
Yeah. Well, I know that at least in New York, I think that you can buy an Easy Pass like Price Chopper or something like that.
Yes. I don't know how other states are, but here they're obtainable at most supermarkets, most throwaway service areas, some convenience stores, some
random one in
offices.
Nyack. There's nothing else near me. There's just one in Nyack.
And in Illinois and surrounding states, they target Jewel Osco.
Yeah, I need to remember to pick up a good to go tag, or basically request one.
One of the most ridiculous tag names out there.
Yes.
Well, that's the Seattle area one.
I know. I was saying, good to go where?
Go where? To go over one of the floating bridges. The Washington State 520. I think it's the Evergreen Point Bridge.
The 99 tunnel.
99 tunnel. I-405 has toll lanes.
Mm-hmm.
You also then have the Tacoma Narrows. Also, is another place where it's
the bridges. There's a couple toll bridges between Oregon and Washington over the Columbia River. Those do not toll.
Yeah, I was saying. I think pretty sure those are cash only.
Those are cash only. The Bridge of the Gods and the Hood River Bridge.
Don't you have God Pass, Doug?
What?
For Bridge of the Gods, don't you have God Pass?
No, because basically you're being smited by paying it because you have to pay a toll.
Doug, when did you show up
With
here?
405 in Seattle area,
yeah,
the fact that you got more toll lanes than general purpose lanes makes you want to get one of those, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I was there last year, and I was thinking to myself, well, if there was more traffic, yeah, I would probably wish I had one of these. But they also have, I think, at one point, when you go further north towards the northern end, I want to say that there's a tolled breakdown lane. You can drive through the breakdown lane, but I want to say you have to pay a toll to do it. I can double check my photos.
Flippin' Washington.
So that's why I want to double check.
Hi, Doug.
Hello.
Hello, Doug.
Yeah, I took a lot longer than I had expected. I had to get blood work today, and I was there for like 3 hours.
Boo.
And so that really screwed everything up. Okay, so the breakdown lane does not charge a toll, but there is still a express toll lane on the section where there's a breakdown lane that you can travel.
Awesome.
Anyway, speaking of Delaware, what's this construction?
Yeah, while you guys have been going on about tolls, I've kind of been taking you guys on a mission to clinch the interstate mileage in Delaware. So this is 495 southbound,
which does not have a toll.
This one does not. No.
Well, you weren't in too much of a hurry because I know you already took us on 301.
So here's that exit 0 coming up again.
Exit 0.
Yeah,
zero.
Yeah, this is the only sign that actually has exit 0 on it. The other signs that are up ahead are unsigned as far as an exit number is concerned. So,
Probably because they think it's 295.
If the exit 0, you'd think you were in Wheeling or something.
Yeah.
Or Hammond, Indiana. Exit 0. In the
You've seen those variable speed limit signs on 495. That was back when they first raised it from 55, but they wanted to adhere to the environmental rules and regs at the time. So 65 on regular days and 55 on bad environment.
Oh, is that what they would change the speed limits?
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Wait,
Define
what?
bad
How did that
environment.
work? Wait, say that again?
When it's like a smoggy days and whatever that stuff is,
They would lower the speed limit on smog alert days.
Oh.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, but
You know how that's going to work, right?
I'm sure that made a huge difference, really.
Wow.
You know what you know how that works, right? Let's make a smog alert day. Slow them down.
But that was back when Delaware was still 55. So that's how they allowed it, I guess, at the time.
What's interesting is that this is the first I've heard of a variable speed limit being used for this purpose, but there are other examples of that being a motivation for lowering a fixed speed limit. Texas actually, for years, limited the speed limit within the state's major metro areas to no more than 55. With that in mind, that this was supposed to be a pollution control measure, that they'd lower the speed limit in places where they had air quality issues, and of course it did nothing because everyone kept driving as fast as they were gonna anyway, and nobody was enforcing that limit really. So they eventually realized it was dumb and got rid of it.
Yeah,
and so you now do have 70-mile-an-hour speed limits in places like Dallas again, and that's fine. That's as it should be.
Actually, the counties surrounding Houston's county still have those. Well, like you said, not exactly.
No, the state eliminated the concept of environmental speed limits. You will still have cases where the limit drops in an urban area, but it's not as a pollution control measure. It's as a, this is a denser area, more traffic getting in and off. We need to lower the speed limit because it's not safe to go as fast here.
Oh, our Delaware, our beloved Delaware, for the sun is shining over our beloved Delaware.
More construction.
Oh, our Delaware, our beloved Delaware, here's the loyal son that pledges faith to good old Delaware.
I see the Pennsylvania state of flour.
Oh,
who's the loyal son? Is that Caesar Rodney?
I thought that was the New York State flour.
No, it's the barrel. It's the state flour of several states.
Yes.
I suppose that in this long of a presentation about Delaware, we do need to give a minute to Caesar Rodney at some point. Since he does show up on a lot of the state's little signs pointing to subdivisions as well, as well as on the state quarter.
Yep.
And so basically, right, Caesar Rodney was a delegate at the Second Continental Congress, and he was a really, really old man who was dying, basically. And so he left the Congress in Philadelphia, went home to Delaware, just to, live out his remaining days in peace. And then word from Philadelphia came that they were going to vote on independence, but they needed the vote to be unanimous, and that meant that a majority of the delegation from every state had to vote yes on it. The remaining 2 delegates from Delaware were split on this issue, so if one voted yes and the other voted no, the vote for independence would fail. And so Caesar Rodney basically gets up off his deathbed, gets on a horse, races through the middle of the night back to Philadelphia to be able to vote on independence the next day. And so because of this, the entire state of Delaware treats him, deservedly so, as a hero, and he's all over their little subdivision signs, which is an unfortunately unflattering place to stick a hero on suburban subdivisions.
Hey, that means that he's everywhere.
Yeah.
He's all over the state. He's not just confined to one forgotten monument in some back corner.
He is, he is the Paul Revere of Delaware.
I'm going to post a Wikipedia link to Caesar Rodney. So that way you can learn all about this gentleman.
And I'm sure...
this beloved gentleman of the state of Delaware. Our beloved Delaware.
And I'm sure that in about 25 years or so, descendants of descendants of descendants will try to cancel him because of inappropriate contact that he had 250 years ago.
Of course.
Culture.
Hey, since we're on this road, when Biden comes home, he usually lands at the Newcastle airport. He lives basically just to the left of this area, about 3 to 5 miles or so away. So his motorcade will come right up this road, and either gets off right here or at the previous exit for Boxwood Road.
Yeah, isn't he up in the Greenville area?
Somewhere up there. He may continue on to the first traffic light I think we hit here, 37 or something like that.
You got an exact address? Oh wait, don't say it on there.
No, it's fairly known down there, but yeah, I don't know it all.
So this is Joe Jam Central, basically.
Yeah.
See that? We could all come Joe Biden's house. I'm sure you would appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm sure you would, Jack. He'd love it, Jack. You wearing your sunglasses yet?
I mean, we can all at least show up wearing Syracuse University shirts or University of Delaware shirts, and that'll probably make his day.
AAA Boulevard.
Ah, Boulevard.
Proud Delaware.
It's a boulevard, so there's bike lanes and crosswalks all over the place.
Ooh, bikey wakies.
I guess I would say that.
AAA.
Back when I went to college in Delaware at Golden Beacon College, this was a regular intersection right here that they eventually converted to an overpass.
Oh yeah. I remember when this was being rebuilt. So right. So I used to have family in this area in Delaware, and we would always stay at the Fairfield Inn that was right near this intersection. That was our
Just to
local
the
hotel.
left. Yep.
Every time we went down there. So I know this intersection well.
And there's an apartment complex to the left here also, right off Churchman's Road, that I lived at for a year when I was in college.
What is it with this? Oh, man, we can't go to Wilmington because we got a Jersey barrier blocking us?
Yeah, they don't want
Yeah,
you doing
so
that.
this is another unfortunate consequence of the way this interchange was built. Is that back when exit 166 wasn't a thing and that was just a traffic light, you'd come through there and you had a cloverleaf with 95. No big deal. When they built exit 166, one of the issues was that they didn't want to create a crazy weave. So the solution was, okay, we're going to build these parklo ramps, and we're going to make it so that anyone coming south who wants to go to 95 has to still get off and go through the traffic light to get there. And so they took the existing then 2 lanes under the overpass, they dropped a Jersey barrier down the middle, and made the right one into a CD roadway and the left one into a through roadway. And in terms of traffic counts, that's okay, but it is kind of lousy and low grade. It was for years known as the worst interchange in Delaware, especially with that loop ramp that would carry a lot of traffic on summer weekends. And so they did later eventually build that bigger flyover ramp that you saw back there to deal with that traffic. Much better able to handle the traffic from 95 south to 1 south now, but the weird setup underneath the overpass on the 1 main line southbound there does remain. And I don't know that there's any plan to really do anything else about that, or what else you really would do.
I mean, they need to think about Fort Duquesne and Fort Pitt. You got 350 feet to cross your lanes. Good luck.
It wasn't necessary evil at the time. Yeah, it kind of sucked what they wound up doing, but it wasn't really better the other way either.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah, we showcased we showcased the entire length of Route 1 northbound last Saturday. So if you'd like to see more of Route 1 from the beach all the way on up through Dover and Wilmington, I encourage you to check out last Saturday's virtual tour episode. I'm just showing you guys the far northern segment of it in the southbound direction.
You're going to see a sign that says beaches.
Yep. And if you tune into last week's live drive, virtual drive of Delaware Route 1, you got to learn all about Scrapple.
Oh, yeah.
It's everything but the oink.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to mention before we move off of Route 1 is the legendary control city of Metroform.
Yeah.
Is that like chloroform?
It's spelled Metro and then form, all one word.
Is that where the
Like a
screen door
TPS
factory is?
I guess that might have been where one of them was, but wasn't the story behind Metroform that it was like the name? It wasn't. It's not the name of a town, obviously. It's the name of some sort of commercial development.
Not even that. I think they meant for that whole area around like Christiana Hospital and where a few of the restaurants are there. Shopping center, the Home Depot there, kind of maybe on the border of Delaware Park. That was kind of going to become Metroform, and with businesses and maybe some not high rises but medium rises, and it just never really developed the way they thought it would.
Yeah. So there's a Metroform medical building. And then there's a Metroform medical company which offers a full array of podiatric services to help you maintain your healthy feet.
Okay.
No, I'm serious.
Is that what it says? Okay.
Yeah, I did a Google search for Metroform, and that's what came up. The Metroform medical company, which is in Newark and Rehoboth Beach.
Get the Delaware foot doctor.
Yeah, so it'll help you with things like bunions, corns, ingrown toenails, plantar fasciitis, warts, And even flat feet. Oh, and athlete's feet.
No,
I mean, it's toe that some people have.
Hammer toes.
It's got you covered.
Heel spurs.
Yeah, but it never really happened, so it became Trishman's Crossing, which ain't great for highway signs, and I don't know if anyone really calls that area Trishman's Crossing anyway.
Yeah, that's another one of those weird CDP kind of things where, hey, we'll just call this by this name. But
yeah, I mean, it's been present on signs for a while, and there is a Churchman's Crossing train station too. So there's that.
That's Septic Station, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. It does sound better than a foot doctor, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd rather talk about the Churchman's Crossing SEPTA station myself, but
yeah, septic station.
Let's go through Wilmington. This video shows the pre-construction condition of 95 through town, and then we're gonna fast forward to this month to show you guys some of what it looks like nowadays.
Oh crap.
Well, it ain't fun if you're trying to go through there nowadays at peak hours, I'll say that.
There's light towers there, by the way, for the Blue Rock Stadium.
Yeah, the ballpark is right next to us.
Oh,
I'm sure if Barry Bonds was all jacked up and he was playing ball here, he would hit a few onto the highway.
Mark McGuire.
He's probably still jacked up.
Yeah.
The Amtrak and SEPTA logos on the sign there.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are going away.
The Northeast Corridor line is
well, that's not really MUTCD compliant thing, is it? Isn't it? You're not supposed to have logos of things on guide signs.
Yeah, there are a lot of things going away on these signs. There's no such thing anymore as must exit. And
yeah, there's
that's a little bit of a okay, we're gonna make these idiots realize.
Right, well, you see that right here. Right lane must exit. Like, you think that means nothing different from exit only.
Right.
So why?
Yeah.
The big question is, are they still going to have sequential exit numbers here?
Yeah, there is no way that is MUTCD compliant.
Well, they're not switching exit numbers as part of this project, so I'm not sure what the outlook is for that, but. The question I have is
about this too is that for years I actually didn't realize that the exit numbers on I-95 in Delaware were sequential, because you figure, right, you come across a state line, you have exit 1, and then you have exit 3 later, and then you have 4, 5, 6, whatever, and the gap between 1 and 3 is noticeably bigger than all the others, and so it kind of fools you though. In reality, that gap between exit 1 and exit 3 is more than 2 miles. So it looks a little bit like there's hints of distance spacing there, but it's not. It is sequential, and there just is no exit 2.
Yeah.
The exit 2 was going to be like a Route 72 exit or something like that. That just never happened.
Kind of like the exit 3 in Albany, which they actually finally built an exit 3, but for years that was the thing. Is like, why is there no exit 3 on the Northway?
Well, that's
because we're waiting for something to be built.
I think they wanted to build some kind of slip ramp at 72 at one time or other, but the original exit 2 was going to be a freeway. They thought for a long time that would be a jumping off point for what became Route 1 today.
Right now, meanwhile, 301 does have mile-based exit numbers as a new road. It was built and signed compliantly. And then Route 1 has exit numbers that are distance-based, but are measured in kilometers rather than miles.
As they should be.
Quirky, but it's...
As the rest of the world should be.
I agree.
Delaware is a hodgepodge, right? You've got sequential exit numbers on some. You've got no exit numbers on 295. You've got mile-based numbers on 301. And then Route 1 in itself is a hodgepodge because it starts out as kilometer-based, and then you get south of Kit's Hummock and it becomes WTF. because those aren't kilometer based anymore. Exit 79 for Thompsonville Road is 12 miles south of exit 91.
Right, they just took the exit numbers and started counting down in terms of miles. So it's
completely it's completely inappropriate.
A hot mess.
Wow. It should just all be kilometers.
It's a
We should
cluster.
just
Well,
get,
yeah,
we should just go to
basically,
metric.
right. Make it all miles or make it all kilometers, but
Right.
Kilometers.
Yeah, so
I'm going to advocate right now.
you can't.
Pro metric system.
Yeah. Well, you.
I
should
agree
not,
with Laura.
You should not be able to jump between measuring systems, right? So.
Yes.
Yeah. But the thing that I was curious about was with Route 1's kilometer-based numbering, is it explicitly written in the MUTCD that it has to be mile-based? Or does it say distance-based?
no. What it says is the reference location sign method of exit numbering, which is very technical and this is the other thing too, is what we commonly call mileposts and mile markers. The technical name for them is reference location signs. So I think you could make an argument that one is non-compliant in the sense that its exit numbers don't actually match its reference location signs because it has kilometer-based exit numbers, but it doesn't have kilometer posts. So it's not like I-19 in Arizona where everything is signed in terms of kilometers and it's consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Right, you would have to go one way or
does
the
not
other.
explicitly say it has to be miles.
But
Yeah, so
wasn't
I-
it originally posted in kilometers for the kilometer markers?
I think for a short time everything was in kilometers, yeah. But then they realized what a disaster that was, so they brought back the English measurements for other distances, for mile markers, for instance, and then also for distance measurements at exits. But the exit
They
numbers
changed
themselves never changed.
Yeah, well, right, and that's also one of those things. It's interesting too, right? See, I-19's story is simple: is that road was built in the 1970s when there was a big push, and a lot of people were thinking, the United States is going to go metric. So they were looking at this as well. Okay, we might as well just sign it this way to begin with, rather than do it now and just have to change it in a few years. Delaware 1, however, is a newer road than that, which makes it kind of curious, and that, by the time most of Delaware 1 was built, the idea that the United States was going to go metric was already well dead.
Right, but most of it was conceived in the early 90s when there was that last great push for metric. So
Right, I
a
do
lot
remember.
of that got shoved into the design, and by the time metric was on the way out, it had already been pushed through as far as design specs and stuff like that.
Yeah, so I had recently learned that for years, the exit numbering on I-88 in New York was blank because they were because New York was trying to figure out, are they going to have to post things in sequential numbering or mile-based exits or kilometer-based exits.
Right, well, and this was also something that was given as a justification in the 70s as to why New York didn't want to expend any effort changing numbers over to distance bases, because they're like, well, we don't want to do it in miles now and then have to change them again.
Right, which I can understand. It's like, why change something when, let's say, 5 years down the road, you're going to have to change it again?
But it shows you how far we came, because back when the interstate system started, they changed things all the time.
Right.
Route numbers, exit numbers, things like that, and now they're very reluctant to do so.
Well, I think that's what you're seeing there too, is that there was a different time when the cost of changing things was not nearly as much of an impediment to doing so as it is now, because financial resources to do these things were not as constrained.
And people were just used to things changing quickly. And they went along with it. Now, I think there's a lot more hesitation to...
Right, because people are people know the exit numbers. Basically it's like, okay, I know that I have to exit at, let's say, exit 20 to go to Richmondville, which is the exit for, which is, if I'm using I-88 as an example, which I just was, or like in, Newark, Delaware, if I'm going to Newark, Delaware, I have to take exit 1 on I-95 or something like that.
I remember when they did the changeover on I-83 in Pennsylvania in 2002. And I mean, it takes a little bit to get used to, but now I mean, oh my gosh, I mean, ugh. That was 18,
Of course, they still
years ago.
Yeah, if you go around Pennsylvania, you can still find a lot of the old exit number tabs. Like for instance, I had on I-80 and over in like East Stroudsburg, I had posted a picture on, I think it was on Rebel Nation a couple months ago, maybe, where it was the exit for PA 611, but it said exit 53. And I think like the next year it actually said like exit 310. There's like a little tab that said under that said old exit 53, and I think that's still up.
Yeah. So
Right. Well, Pennsylvania has made no effort really to remove those. They come down as they fall down or as the sign structure gets replaced.
Yeah, well, that's PA for you.
Yeah,
look at
Turnpike has a lot of those with, like Doug just explained, with the old exit number at the bottom of the sign.
Well, look where 95 became 295 up in Pennsylvania. I mean, they took down the old exit number and put up new old exit numbers.
Yeah. I remember the signs at New Hope as they were before they took those down. There was old exit 31, and then there was old exit 51, and then it was exit 11 or whatever the number is on 295.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Pennsylvania, what do you expect? Most recently, down on I-70 in Washington, PA, where I-79 meets I-70, they put up new mile markers with the shield on it on I-70. Only problem is it's a US 70 shield. It was dark, so I didn't get any pictures, but yeah. They just redid that whole section. First, they redid the ramp from 79 north to 70 west.
That reminds me of the...
they have those mile markers with the US 70 shield on it.
That reminds me of what happened on I-87 in
Right, they made the same exact mistake in upstate New York.
Oh, yes.
Wait, what was this that they did?
All the mile markers in I-87 in Warren County were put up with US 87 shields.
Oh no!
And then they did an overlay with I-87 shields, and they're already wearing out a few years later.
Yep.
Was that
No, the best one was the Interstate 984J mile markers.
Oh God!
Oh, I remember seeing pictures of that.
Yeah. 984J, for those of you who don't know, is that little arm off of 684 now near its south end in Manhattan.
That's the Hutch.
Oh, yeah.
Right, it's the roadway from 684 to the Hutchinson River Parkway, and it's New York State reference route 984J. But they circa 2010, a couple of enhanced mile markers went up because the road is it is just over a mile long. And so a couple of enhanced mile markers went up with Interstate 984J shields on them, and they stood up for they were there for at least like 5 years, but they eventually got taken down, and there just aren't mile ones there anymore, and it's kind of
when did they take those down? Because I don't remember seeing them in 2016.
They probably were gone by 2016.
Okay, it was before that.
Yeah, and that section of roadway is just a reference route. I mean, if you're coming from the Hutchinson River Parkway, it's signed as 684, but if you're coming the other way on 684, it's signed as Exit 1 Hutchinson River Parkway South. So really, it's it's a long exit ramp. It's not part of the interstate system.
Yeah.
Trucks can't use it past the Manhattanville Road exit because obviously it dumps you into the parkway.
Yeah. When they renumber the exits on the hutch, it's supposed to get an exit number coming from that way too.
Oh, there you go. That's true. That exit has never had a number before.
Nope, it hasn't.
It makes no sense. I mean, why wasn't it 26A or something?
26N. Yeah, I mean...
I've just been showing you guys footage of 95 through Wilmington and the revised traffic patterns. The video we just watched was footage of the exit 6 on-ramp to southbound 95 that's been flipped around into a northbound off-ramp. So that's a little interesting footnote for this project from a traffic management standpoint. I'll now show you guys the drive going southbound through Wilmington in the Phase 1 contraflow pattern, which, as we outlined before, is getting you down to a single lane per direction through town. So it's probably not a good idea for you to want to go this way unless you're very off-peak like I was when this was documented.
What is this strange Del Mem Bridge being mentioned here?
I have no idea.
I've never heard of that.
I thought it was the Del Mem Burr.
Hey, there it is. You can see it from the top of the hill. Yeah, Northern Delaware loves to sign the Del Mem Burr as a control city.
Well, it's probably something they're so proud of.
I mean, I'd be proud of it too if I was them. I wouldn't want to give it up.
Yeah,
JM there.
Saginaw Bridge. North of Saginaw.
Right. Isn't there a... Because there are other cases of bridges being used as control cities. Obviously, it's very common in New York. But this practice is frowned upon federally. They really want you to use the names of cities rather than bridges. And, with the thinking being that people who aren't local might not be familiar with the name of a bridge.
Well,
you're
they
saying that
they do have a water gap as an official control point.
Well, there is a Delaware Water Gap, Pennsylvania, which is an actual town.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's
even though the control point is referencing the geographic feature, that's one of those things where right, it's like they put that because all right, I guess you could put Stroudsburg, but they don't necessarily want to put what's outside of their state.
Yeah. You talk about Ohio and have New York City as the control city on I-80 East in the Youngstown area. It completely ignores Pennsylvania. Granted, there's no major control city, but I would just put Pennsylvania on it.
I would just put it,
See, here's the thing. I am a fan of do not fear the long distance control city. If I were in charge of signing, the westbound control city for I-80 would right from I-95 be Cleveland, and it would be New York City from Ohio, and all the way across Pennsylvania it would be New York City and Cleveland, and that works. It should work. So which direction they're in.
You can always have two as well. You can always have like Du Bois and Cleveland, or Cleveland Du Bois, like a close one, small town, and the big final destination.
Illinois.
Compromise.
Illinois tradition. All of their control city is for on the freeways at interchanges are designated as like their ultimate end area. So you got 70, Indianapolis and St. Louis. 57, Chicago, Memphis. Why Memphis? That's the next best thing. 94. Actually, I'll use a better one. 80. They use Iowa and Indiana. So on and so forth.
I think it's on either I-270 or I-255 in Illinois. I've seen Kansas City.
Yeah.
And Tulsa.
Yeah,
I think 255 uses Tulsa.
Yeah.
You also then have Interstate 270 as a control city.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah.
And so does 24 has Interstate 57.
Yeah, talk about being pretty much handcuffed there. There's nothing really to say on I-24 in Illinois.
Right. I think
after that, there's jack shit.
Yeah, Kentucky was
the way
St. Louis.
Is right. I-255 and then Interstate 270 in text. I would sign that simply as I-255 north to I-270 and leave it at that.
Right, but this is IDOT you're talking about.
Right.
But yeah, in all fairness to afraid of signing somebody else a long distance, you're talking about international borders. they don't like to say the next city in an another country, right?
Unless it's Montreal.
Unless it's Montreal or Vancouver.
Vancouver, BC. I know they use I-5 north of Seattle.
Right.
Montreal is the local control city for the Northway, or I-87 for those of you out-of-towners.
But so far, what I've seen outside of like El Paso, where they do put Juarez, or Laredo, where they did put Monterey as like a bonus.
Right.
International border.
They'll put it on mileage signs. Like I noticed, they'll put on mileage signs, but not on the actual guide signs. Like I-29 North Dakota, it has the mileage to Calgary for pretty much from Grand Forks north.
Or Winnipeg?
Winnipeg.
Yeah.
Yes, with I-15 in Montana will have Lethbridge has listed mileage north of Great Falls, but just not on the guide signs.
Right, well, and you see it as control points on more minor roads. I definitely have a picture of a sign from US 2 pointing north towards Regina, Canada, and that also kind of drives me a little bit nuts too, because it's like, all right, can you not put SK? Why do you have to just say Canada as if Saskatchewan doesn't exist?
Yeah, I know that.
Vagina.
Yeah,
Regina. You don't. The city that rhymes with fun.
Yeah, so on Montana Highway 16 in Glendive, Montana, which is basically where 16 meets I-94, you go on Highway 16 and you see a sign for distance to Regina.
Which rhymes with fun. And
Regina.
But yeah, it's like I did see a mileage sign on 5 just south of San Diego that had Tijuana, Rosario, and Ensenada for mileages and like that. It was like kind of like a one-off shoot, because they were always doing Chula Vista, then international border.
Or you go to Ontario, which they'll use. If you're going to the U.S., they'll just have basically like the last 10 you go into the U.S., or it might say Bridge to USA.
Mm-hmm. They do that in Michigan. Bridge to Canada.
Bridge to Canada.
In Quebec,
I mean, that works.
What they'll do is they'll actually say they'll give you a highway shield, and then they'll give you basically what state you go to. Like they'll have for the Auto Route 15, they'll say New York, and then they'll have an I-87 shield next to it.
In Tijuana, they have signs with Interstate 5, San Diego.
Yeah.
What was there? Oh, yeah, USA border in Vancouver area.
Yeah.
But they did have a couple of mileages to Seattle.
Yeah. Well, I guess under normal times, there's probably a lot of cross-border traffic between Vancouver and Seattle, for instance.
Absolutely. Yeah. Like Pete's Arch
makes sense.
One of the busiest crossings.
Yeah. Like I know that under normal times, I'd be seeing a lot of vehicles from Quebec around here. They love taking the Northway, and you have a lot of people from Montreal, which they spend a lot of time in and around New York City and suburbs.
One I can think of, which I don't recall seeing any Mexican control cities listed, is not I-19 in Arizona.
Nogales.
Nogales, yeah.
Nogales is on both sides of the border.
Right.
So, I guess technically it is inclusive of that, but, speaking of I-5 Canadian border, that's my favorite border crossing, I'd say. There's only a couple I have yet to do, but that one, Peace Arch State Park, where you can park your car and walk into Canada, that's cool. If you haven't been there, I highly recommend that one.
Well, the busiest U.S.-Canada crossing in terms of trade, at least, is Ambassador Bridge. I don't know if you're judging it based on traffic count, maybe there's another crossing that's higher, but...
Yeah, but if I remember correctly, the highest bridge by passenger traffic is the East Bridge. But
that could be true, yeah.
Yeah. I'm going between Ontario and Michigan. I much prefer using the Blue Water Bridge.
This also then raises the fun question on the opposite end. Does anyone know where the least used border crossing between the United States and Canada is?
US 3.
No.
Not even close.
It's probably one of those obscure ones where they don't even have a border checkpoint.
False.
Yeah, that's also false. I mean, I don't remember the name, but I know where it is.
Is it in Vermont?
No.
Nope.
It's probably in Montana. It's probably between,
What was that, Tom?
I say, is it in North Dakota?
No.
Choose.
It's in Montana, but I don't remember.
It is in Montana, yes.
Is it the one at the end of Saskatchewan 880?
It is. Well, that's Alberta 880, but yes.
Alberta 880.
Alberta 880 and Montana Secondary Route 409. That border crossing there is it processes an average of less than 2 vehicles per day, and yet it's still a border crossing that's open like 8 hours a day, and the roads that lead up to it are unpaved on both sides for miles. Wow. So it's I think the only reason it exists is just because it fills a very long gap. The next crossing to the west is I-15, which is a good 30 plus miles west, and the next crossing east is I think even further away, and it's another small.
Right, basically the next crossing to the east basically links to a road that it's like secondary highway 232 on the Montana side.
32.
This goes to Havre, and then
I'm looking at the
Highway
880 409 on Google Maps, and you can just blow right through Canada without stopping if they don't catch you first. Whereas at the USA, you got one lane customs station that basically forces you without going cross traffic.
Right. Well, and what happened there is at Canada, they have the tiny old customs house that they've never spent any money improving, because why would they?
Right.
Whereas the United States spent a whole ton of federal money building a huge customs facility that's really ridiculously oversized, and that's just because, after 9/11, there was a whole ton of funding put towards, well, we're going to beef up every customs facility on the border, and this one was not skipped.
Of course not.
And and the only reason it's there and open is because local farmers on both sides, if they would have a really long drive around if they couldn't go through there, but there aren't very many of them, so it's 1 or 2 vehicles a day. And it's the sort of thing where, knowing this, I've pondered the idea of, I wonder what would happen if I went to go across the border there. What would that be like? And but I also feel like, okay, that's probably not good to attempt if you're from nowhere near there, because you're gonna get treated like, what are you doing? Why,
Yeah, I am looking at a map of the area. There's a border road, and which basically it's between this 880 and I-15 or what have you, and it looks like you can get there from basically get to this border road from either side of either Montana or Alberta, and you could hypothetically cross the border without actually going through a customs station. Although I don't think I'd really.
The road along the border immediately east of I-15, yes, and it is, we must stress, illegal to do that.
Right, I said it's not a good idea.
Physical barrier in this particular location.
I would not recommend doing that, because they do have cameras and such. So
Yeah, they got a camera system along the border.
They have cameras everywhere.
Yes, so they will catch.
Yeah, and there have been other cases of this too. There was an incident a couple of years ago where a family drove across the border illegally from British Columbia into Washington at a location where there are two parallel roads, one right on either side of the border, and they just drove through the ditch. And they claimed, when they were caught, that they didn't realize that they were crossing the border illegally, and they were just confused. But because Border Patrol has cameras, they have footage of this, and they actually released the footage, and you can see their vehicle coming to a complete stop on the Canadian side, and then turning and very deliberately driving across onto the other road. And so you watch this, and it's kind of like, all right, no, you weren't confused, you didn't do that by accident, come on.
Define
That's not what that
confusion.
looks like.
Well, there are some crossings, like for instance at Angle Inlet, which you basically kind of have to phone in to customs when you cross the border.
Yes. Oh, yes. They're used.
Has anyone ever had any incidents with Border Patrol and just driving up to the border and turning around?
No.
Nope. I've had a couple of times where they give you U-turns to turn around.
I've heard stories of people doing it. Thankfully, I haven't. But
the owner of this video did that on I-110 in Texas.
Well, and I-75 in Michigan.
Well, with
too.
the 110,
I didn't even think there was one on I-75 in Michigan.
Well, I think he just U-turned right before the.
Yeah.
I just got off at the last exit, and you can see the I-75 end shield in the state customs station from the overpass. I stopped there for like a minute and took a bunch of pictures, and I didn't want to go beyond that. But I did make a sketchy kind of U-turn on the I-89.
When it's on an interstate, it makes it a little sketchier. I mean, when I talk about having U-turned right before the border, I'm talking about doing this on two-lane roads where it's not even an illegal U-turn. In a lot of places, they actually explicitly have, like, hey, last U-turn before the border here, dummy.
Back to USA, this way.
Yeah.
In case someone made a wrong turn, you catch them before it becomes a much more complex mistake to fix.
Yeah, I think in the one in I-89 Vermont, I briefly turned into a one-way ramp that was coming in to go north into Canada, and I just briefly swung it in there and got back on the southbound. When I did it, I'm like, I think I just did something illegal. I kept looking in my rearview mirror. Oh, they're going to come out probably and chase me down. They never did.
Dan, you need to say something?
The important thing to realize here is that if you did not cross the border, you were not legally obligated to report to customs. That's only if you left the country. So you can U-turn right in front of customs, and it's not illegal from the perspective of customs. It may be a moving violation to make a U-turn in that particular instance, but customs doesn't care. They don't have a reason to care. It's not their problem. They're not there to enforce
Dan,
traffic.
what are we looking at?
Yeah, so this is a little side project that I started on in 2019 called Wilmington Neighborhoods. It's actually inspired by a series that our friend Jason over at 504 Road Trips embarked on a couple years ago with his home city of New Orleans. The city of Wilmington has 42 officially marked out neighborhoods. And I started in 2019 to try to document all of them in mini driving tour episodes. So we're watching one of those episodes right now. This is, for example, the neighborhood of St. Elizabeth's. The interesting thing about St. Elizabeth is that it's centered around the St. Elizabeth's Catholic Church, which you saw a drone picture of 27 hours ago at this rate. It's a nice area. It's up on the hill, west of town, west of 95. The long-term goal of mine is to collect footage similar to this for all 40-plus neighborhoods in the city, and then publish it in its own mini-series on the channel at some point in the future. Obviously, the events of 2020 really delayed and derailed the project, but it's my hope that in 21 I'll be able to start to get back to work on it. I actually have about half of the neighborhoods documented already, so it wouldn't take that big of an effort to get it started and get it close to completion. But yeah, probably what I would do here is I would probably do things a little different. I would put captions in, and I would put timestamps in everywhere just to kind of show people what streets I'm on and what landmarks there are, and other important information that they will want to know about each neighborhood. It's not, I would say it's not an imminent thing that I'm looking to complete, but it is something that I do have on my long-term outlook.
This is awesome. The city planner of the group highly approves of this series. I think it's great to have more footage of neighborhoods and more info about them out there.
I find it interesting that you have 2 signal heads on one lane, but of course that's probably an MUTCD compliant signal tone.
Yeah, you need a minimum of 2 for the sake of redundancy in case one burns out.
Right, exactly. And at least, it's not like IDOT where they have 20 signals at one road with 3 lanes. In one direction, I bet add. I'm exaggerating.
While we watch the St. Elizabeth's footage, I want to give the floor to Doug, because I know he joined us late, and we were going to give everybody an opportunity to give their shout-outs as far as what they were working on, 27 hours ago, but Doug was not here for the opening of this, so if he
yeah, that's a long story.
Yeah, that's okay.
So I had posted an update on gribblnation.org this morning about a trip that I did a couple years ago in the great state of Wisconsin. It was Wisconsin Trunk Highway 42, which this basically goes from Sheboygan to Door County, but I focused on the section in Manitowoc and Kewaunee, I guess you pronounce it, or Kewaunee County. And just a nice little drive, about 55, 60 miles, and I decided to write something up about it, and I wanted to share that. I'm actually going to post the link on the live chat right now. There's also a page that Tom from Gribble Nation did actually earlier in the week on California State Route 128. I think he's actually taking a nice long road trip right now, so I wanted to give a shout out to some of his work in California. And with St. Paddy's Day happening earlier this week, I also wanted to share that I did a podcast on the roads of Ireland, basically where I talk a little bit about the highway network in the Republic of Ireland, and also give a shout out to a few of the scenic roads in that very scenic country.
Eric Morales.
What?
So go check that out. When you have a chance. Basically, you might learn something new, and basically, it's a good time. And of course, on Gribble Nation, you can also see some work of Dan's, and also on the Gribble Nation broadcast, you may actually be able to hear him talk about some of the road happenings in the state of Delaware and elsewhere.
Yeah, if I can sit down and record again, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Doug, but I've really been derailed lately by... Well, for me, it's a bunch of different things.
It happens. It ebbs and flows, and sometimes you have more time than other times. It's normal.
Yeah.
It was the fried chicken place there at the end of that video. Was that Kennedy or Crown or some other thing?
I don't remember what that was.
Whatever it was delicious.
I'm sure it was finger licking good, whatever it was.
At least it wasn't fried chicken and pizza. Because in Delaware, maybe they know better.
Yeah. I've seen fried chicken and ice cream. I'm like, what?
A rule of thumb in New York is do not get pizza from places that also sell fried chicken.
Kennedy Fried Chicken and Pizza.
There is I passed by a Kennedy Fried Chicken today.
Did you?
And they have.
I remember there was a time
pictures,
years ago.
Yeah, they have pictures of their fried chicken, but it looks like it has a green tint on it.
Ooh, that sounds interesting.
I've actually been to a Kennedy Fried Chicken in the Bronx. It was all right.
There was a time years ago where, for work related, I had a few people visiting in New York City who were from California, and we were out and around doing field work, and at some point we were in Harlem and it was lunchtime, and one of the California people, they were kind of in charge of this operation, and they were leading, and they spotted a fried chicken and pizza place, and they were like, "Oh, let's get some real New York pizza." And I bit my tongue because I wasn't in charge, but I was like, sure.
Yeah, speaking of Californian food that you can find in California, I went out to LA a number of years ago, and before I went on my trip, I had dreams of eating at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles, and I'd wake up where I'd be eating my pillowcase. Then I went to an actual Roscoe Chicken and Waffles, and I wasn't that impressed.
Well, we can't end a
Did it taste
discussion
like
about-
a pillowcase?
It tasted better than my pillowcase, but yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't, God's gift to Earth.
Well, we can't end our discussion about Delaware food without, and Steve teased it in the chat a couple minutes ago, the infamous muskrat trip that Steve went on, and he took me along for the ride too, and I did not indulge in it, but Steve apparently was quite enamored with the quality of the muskrat, and he had something else too. I forget what else he ordered, but it was some, as he calls it, it was a strange meat, whatever it was.
Yep. So a couple of things with regards to muskrat. Apparently they'll also do the muskrat barbecues over in South Jersey as well, and I guess it's a big thing in Salem County, New Jersey. But apparently in basically it's probably because muskrats are basically more waterbound creatures. It's actually okay to eat muskrat on Fridays during Lent if you're a Roman Catholic, and I guess in the Detroit area, they actually will have muskrat dinners there as well, basically, kind of like, instead of fish, you could have muskrat for Fridays during Lent.
So they consider it a waterborne animal for...
Yeah, I guess what it is. Oh, and apparently you can have beaver for Lent as well.
Beaver?
Yeah,
that is an interesting interpretation. Wow, all right.
Yeah, I'm going to actually post some articles that I found. There's one, actually, where beaver comes up. There was an article in the Milwaukee Record, and it's an oral history of Catholics eating beaver and muskrat during Lent.
Are you sure they weren't just having a good night?
I was going to say, wait a minute. Now we're talking about an oral history of eating beaver, and it suddenly starts to not sound like dinner anymore.
Lent does overlap with these.
And the Archdiocese of Detroit says it's okay on days of abstinence, including Fridays of Lent, that you can eat basically muskrat and probably beaver too. And I'll post an article from that. That's from the Detroit Free Press.
That's the radar, guys.
So if you aren't fish, you can, if you have something new, you can eat on Fridays if you're a Catholic.
There you go.
Duck.
See, you learn so much from these Roadway Whiz presentations, and not always about roads.
Yeah, we always end up talking about a bunch of stuff that's completely out of left field.
Yeah, which is great, because let's say if you're on an actual road trip, which I do look forward to going on road trips with you guys again. Once the time comes, and it looks like that's going to be sooner rather than later. Fingers crossed. But on road trips, you always talk about, or even like road meets too. You just wind up talking about whatever comes to mind, or basically whatever you observe.
Right. Yeah.
That's what makes things. That's what keeps things interesting.
Right.
The conversation makes an unexpected turn. And, yeah. I think that's what happened quite often when Dan and I did the one-on-one.
Well, yeah, you set out thinking that you're going to go in one direction, and then you see how things are going, and quite often things go in a completely different direction. But then that just happens naturally. So
that's how you can tell it's not a forced conversation too. You can tell these people are on the same wavelength to some degree if they can keep a conversation going, not just like, okay, question one, and then you give an answer, and then question two.
Yeah.
It's so. Yeah, it's.
I can vouch for that.
Well, I've basically run out of video that I wanted to show you guys. If there's anything that you haven't seen yet that you want to see, I'm open to ideas as far as that is concerned. I love this drive down Lancaster Avenue, approaching the city center from the west. This is a fun drive.
I dig the architecture.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like the Pennsylvania row houses.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's plenty of that in Wilmington.
Oh, considering how close you are to Pennsylvania.
No, that is an interesting font.
Right. I mean, you see a lot of that sort of row house brownstone architecture, in Maryland too. It's that whole area, but you can tell, right, that for example, structures like that are in a place like Boston, they don't look quite the same. They do still have row houses and brownstones, but they have a different appearance to them.
Right. They might use like different. What's the word I'm looking for? Like little different architecture or different materials. For instance, sometimes basically some places had access to different like types of stones or. Basically concrete or brick or what have you. And then you also have case or wood for that matter. But then you also have cases, where in you have your influence from like where people came from like the Netherlands or England or Wales or Scotland. So sometimes you have like if an area of the country had a lot of people from, let's say, Germany or Scotland or what have you, you might have some influence in the architecture from those places as well, especially if it like front stoops or what have you. So
I noticed kind of like
I want to talk.
Sorry, I noticed kind of like a copycat Philadelphia type thing, Center City.
That is another similarity between Wilmington and Philadelphia. Yep, we have a center city.
And then we have the railroad there.
What does Laura have to say?
Would you guys shut up and let Laura talk?
So what I have to say is that I actually know someone. His name is Charlie Duff. He just wrote a book called The North Atlantic Cities, and a lot of what he talks about in his book is the architecture of I'm so excited I can't talk. The North. So basically, architecturally, how all the cities on the North Atlantic in the U.S., so the northeastern U.S., but also along the Atlantic in Western Europe, how they're architecturally the same and laid out very similarly, and row homes and. That's a tradition that goes back 4 to 5 centuries and was brought over here to the U.S. And so for like the first 200 years, all the northern cities, north of D.C., have that same architecture. And you're right, though, it was brought over, but it's interesting how he's made this link between those cities and how similar they really are. Well, in the United States up until about like 1850, and that's why all the cities that were founded later than that don't share those qualities and are not known for row houses. So I have a link to a lecture he just gave that I just recently watched. He gave a lecture to the Historical Society of Harford County. I'm going to put that in the chat for anyone else who's interested. I know him as Charlie, but he goes professionally as Charles. But he's really, really great. He's a local planner and runs a nonprofit called a nonprofit development corporation called Jubilee Baltimore. Anyway, so I'm gonna post that in the chat.
Right, and it's also worth noting that you talk about, age of influence. It's not just a question of newer cities don't have it. It's also a question of even newer buildings within these cities aren't built quite the same way. That there's a lot of 20th century construction in northeastern cities is still wall to wall or almost wall to wall, but the architecture is different. And then you have a lot of more recent modern construction that tries to emulate that 19th century and older style, and the result is horrendous. Please never attempt this if you're a builder. It does not work. It looks so fake.
But you know what though? Hey, I live in the burbs now, so they're called townhouses out here, and not row homes like they are in Baltimore.
Row house.
But row house, yes.
Row
but anyway, anyway, look, but here's the reality. My house still looks really nice. It's not made of the same materials, but it emulates that classic style, and it's affordable. So I live in it. And, I accept this limitation, but I love the classic, the Rome style. And, it's very similar on the exterior. My house to, exterior-wise looks very similar to much of Baltimore City.
Yeah, I mean, where you live isn't what I'm talking about, though. Where you live is fine. It does not look horrible. It looks fine. I think the best example I can throw out there is Urbana, Maryland. If you've ever driven through there, oh my God, it's well. First of all, because the entire community, didn't exist until more recently. So it's not just that they have a bunch of fake clones of old style architecture that are all new. It's that it's literally everything. Everything is all new. Someone went and just created a town where there wasn't one before. Everything is new, and it's aesthetically, I am not a fan at all. No character.
Yeah, I remember 15 years ago when Urbana was an intersection. but I would call Urbana a new urbanist. Yes, you can argue that, the whole thing looks fake because all built at once, but a lot of our older cities were built, like the neighborhoods themselves were built at one time, It's just that because we've had 400 years of history and infill and different things, it gives it the diversity, and Urbana will eventually have that diversity, provided that they don't have a design code that's like super mega strict. But yeah, the difference between Urbana and Baltimore 200 years ago is that there's been 200 years to have varying architectural styles and things happen to make it quote unquote look less fake.
And that is true, as things age, if they're allowed to age organically, right? Because I think components of a place that actually has character, right, are that you have diversity in architecture because you have different buildings of different ages built in different styles, but also just that it's been around for a while, so it feels like, okay, this is a real place with some real roots. It's not like SimCity where someone just dragged a cursor here and went dirt, 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 and said, all right, great, now there's stuff there. It feels real.
Yeah. So I guess there was an issue with basically Laura trying to post the links. I actually think I actually wound up finding the links. I have NorthAtlanticCities.com, And then I also found a YouTube video for basically Charles Duff talking about the North Atlantic Cities book. So hopefully that helps. I know that there was some concern that the links didn't go through, and basically said, "Oh, you might need a moderator to post that." So,
Thank you, Doug.
You're welcome.
Not to interrupt the conversation, but I'm going to have to get off here for the evening. So I just wanted to quickly say thanks, Dan, for inviting me and hosting this, and all the rest of you. Thanks for a good conversation. I learned a lot. And
you're welcome.
Hey, you're welcome, Tom, and you're welcome back anytime.
All right, yeah. Anytime you want me, you let me know. You know how to reach me.
I think I do. Yep.
And everyone else, Laura, Doug, Scott, Josh, Anthony, Steve Alpert, if you're still here. It's nice hearing from all you. And
yeah, nice chatting with you. Take care.
Great
All
talking.
right, have a good one.
Good talking.
Take it easy, man.
All right, thanks, guys.
Yeah, we are going to start to wrap up shop here in a few minutes, but trip plans for the spring and the summer, that was something else that we brought up in the announcements that we never really elaborated on. But what is everybody working on right now as far as what their next trip is going to be? I know what Laura's next trip is going to be. It's going to be clinching Delaware Route 15.
I got a definite trip for the week after Easter. I was kind of figuring out, as Dan falls over, figuring out how to do this, but I'm pretty much going to be lined up with a kind of a mini loopy trip around Indianapolis, where I drop down to Louisville, drop down to Cincinnati, drop up to finish 69, and basically catch all the interstates in Illinois and Indiana, and kind of like a flurry clover type of thing. So it's not going to be any elaborate things. It's all roads, safe road tripping for COVID, and basically just taking a few days to do that.
Yeah, so I know in my case, I'm planning the end of April, beginning of May. I am going out to Oregon. I am probably going to spend most of the time will be around Portland, Salem, the North Coast, that area, Willamette Valley. But I'm planning on going down to Southern Oregon for like 2, maybe 3 days. I don't really get to that part of the state that often, so it'll be a nice change. Also, during the summer, I'm going to be heading up to the North Cascades National Park and do a little bit more stuff in Washington State. Otherwise, this summer, now that Vermont is going to be, once I get fully vaccinated and what have you, in a few weeks, I'll be able to do some Vermonting again.
Hooray!
I'm looking forward to that, and I'll probably do some Vermonting and go into New Hampshire. There's actually some hikes that I've been meaning to get back into doing, which I couldn't do last year. So I'm looking forward.
We're allowed to do Vermonting again.
Yeah, that's basically if you go to Vermont. Basically, if you don't want to quarantine, which I don't think many of us do. They want to make sure that you've been fully vaccinated plus the 2 weeks. So if you had like the Pfizer and Moderna vaccine, get both the doses, then wait a couple weeks. If you get the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, get your dose, wait a couple weeks, and then you're golden. You probably you might have to present some proof, so you might have to make a copy of the vaccine card that they give you. And so you could show it to like a hotel, or like if you're camping, you might need to show it to the campsite or what have you. Or even you might want to check ahead of time, like if you're staying at a hotel or a campsite or what have you, to say, okay, I've been vaccinated. Do I need to show anything? Is a copy okay?
Yep, and I'd probably be down the road, more likely in 22, but it's with the pace of vaccinating. It might sneak back into 21, but it will interfere with San Antonio, Gene's meet.
Right.
Get my Hawaii trip back on schedule.
Yeah. I was supposed to go to Alaska last year. Alaska this year, that was pushed back to next year because of the Really because of the cruise line now, because actually they decided not to run that cruise in 2021. What are other people planning on doing this year?
So I've got, in a similar vein, I've got my Antarctica cruise postponed by a year. That was supposed to be timed with seeing the eclipse in Chile. So that would have been really interesting. I still hope to do that, but over the next week, I've got a little burn some vacation time planned to finish my clinch of US 301, get US 41 from Florida up to Chicagoland, down I-57 across US 60, and up I-77. So it'll be a nice long drive.
Nice zigzag.
Nowhere to go, nothing to do.
A nice zigzag.
In a couple of weeks, I'm gonna drive out to Kansas and Colorado for county clinching purposes. I'm sure somebody can tell me some stuff to look for out in Colorado besides others in Denver.
Sorry to interrupt, but Dan, freeze your video. Go back. You had an upside down signal ahead sign.
Oh yes, it's right there.
Well, this douche just made an illegal left turn, so I'd rather focus on that.
What a douche.
Yep.
Anyway,
douche nozzle.
Yep.
So besides my road trip, also, let's see, there's supposed to be a road meet in Northwest Ohio this summer, whether it be Dan Garnell and Sean Lyons up in Toledo, or me trying to do something in Findlay. And then come this fall, let's think go turn real bad. Go to New Orleans come October and catch one of the weekends of Jazz Fest, since it got postponed from its normal spring date to fall this year.
I'm working on a few things. The holiday weekends are going to be pivotal this year for me, I think. I'm also working on something possibly for around the same window that Doug has something brewing for Oregon. I've got something else that's possibly in the works. We'll see. I do feel the need to kind of make up for lost time, especially given the fact that there wasn't a lot going on outside of the Northeast this past year. So we'll see what happens. I'm optimistic about my travel capabilities starting in mid-April and going forward, and we'll see what happens from there.
If you guys get a chance, summertime, one of our Illinois guys is going to do a meet in the Quad Cities centered around the bridges there, especially the new I-74 bridges there.
Me, Brandon, I don't believe in mask, Gort.
Summertime.
Yeah, that Mr. I don't want to wear a mask. Yeah.
Mr. I don't believe in COVID.
Yeah.
He'd fit right in Florida.
Yeah, I wish he would go there.
Oh yes.
But
It's America's
that the meet itself is going to be quite interesting, and I've already did a little personal scouting down there, pre-drone, and it's quite the infrastructure and the brand.
Speaking of road meets, you guys have anything planned for New England or Upper New York?
I was thinking about having something around Oneonta, New York. Basically, there's a lot of little things that I can piece together, around the countryside there. But I have a feeling that's going to be pushed back to next year, because I think it's going to be something where I feel more comfortable, being in a case where we can all carpool again to go to these places. So that'll probably be pushed back to next year. I want to say there was someone was planning a meet up in the Plattsburgh area as well, and I think that was originally going to be this spring, but the gentleman who was planning on hosting it, when he was posting the A-Roads forum, the general consensus from everyone else was, you can have this meet, but you might want to hold it a little bit later. So I think he was looking at having it during the fall. So I'll have my meet, basically probably after he has his meet.
Yeah. Also, I know there was talk on the AA Roads Forum about there being a Boston meet involving transit. I don't know when that's going to be, but that sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have way down the road, I have another meet that I'd like to plan a little bit north of Boston, but that's probably going to be a few years down the road. So.
Yep, and then in the Mid-Atlantic, as I previously alluded to, Cumberland, Western Maryland Road meet, and I can't even say it, the Delaware 15 Road meet.
Which I guess is officially happening now that we've discussed it enough over the last several hours, right?
I think the beans have been spilled.
I think
so. I can't wait where we can all get together again, and I can break out. I have a few bottles of Marionberry wine that I picked up from the airport in Portland, Oregon. You can actually buy like full-size bottles of wine and beer at this one store after you get through security.
Nice.
So I can't wait till we can all get together in person for like a weekend bonfire or something like that, and we can break open a couple bottles of Marionberry wine.
Well, why do we have to wait until your cabin is available? We can just burn Corco's house down.
That's what he gets for not showing up.
He might lose his security deposit.
Ah, that's too bad.
Yeah.
I do want to.
We just come to his house.
I do want to start to bring the official meet here to an end. That's all, folks. One final question slide. That's it. Guys, thank you so much for watching over the past year.
Thank you so much for your efforts on this, Sir Dan.
We've done a lot over the past year. I think you were saying over 100 and, well, not including tonight, over 124 hours of live programming, 30 weekends out of 52.
Yeah.
We've done quite a bit. So I'd like to sing a song for Dan. Because he's a jolly good whiz, for he's a jolly good whiz, for he's a jolly good whiz.
I think I object to this.
Look at all
My
this.
ears are bleeding.
Oh,
I
and
can
if
see
you
the angry face on help.
And if you like this video, make sure to give it a like.
Well, when we gathered here again in December, we had this pretty much as our itinerary. We didn't have this stuff down here yet, but we knew that we would be going all the way through March, and this was the list that we came up with back in late November, and by golly, we made it. We made it all the way to the end. We made it to the end of this season, and we made it to the end of an entire calendar year of live programs, which actually began officially 1 year ago yesterday. And over the last 52 weekends, we've been here for you guys on 30 of them. And that is pretty remarkable, I would say.
That's a lot.
That is a lot of content.
At the end of it,
shows per weekend many times.
Hit the road, Jack.
Yeah. Most of them were 2-show weekends. But I want to salute everybody who has contributed to this past year of programming. You see our websites and our other dalliances on the screen here. If you have not already made these sites and channels part of your everyday road geeking experience, you ought to. They are great sites. The people behind them do great work. And I really am proud to know that those guys were all on my team this past year. It really it means a lot that everybody was able to come together for this. And man, I think we made this work. I don't know how we did it sometimes, but we made it.
Yeah,
we sure made it look good.
Yeah. There are some weeks where you're like, okay, I need someone else. I'm like, yeah, fine, I'll do it. And I still had a good time when I talked myself into doing it. So
now to close this out, let's do a repeated echo.
Echo.
Yeah, we worked out.
Echo.
It took us about a year, but we finally worked out all the echo problems, right?
Yeah.
So I didn't put a credit slide together because I wasn't sure how I was going to credit you guys, but let's go through these folks who all were part of the live streams the past year. Adam, Doug, and Tom from Gribble Nation. Anthony, Duke87 on the AA Roads Forum. David Corcoran of Corco Highways. Connor from the great state of Live Free or Die, New Hampshire. David Gullub of EastCoastRoads.com. Big Jeff, representing Southern New Jersey. Josh, whatever. Laura and Mike Pruitt of MDRoads.com. Just kidding, Josh. Mr. T, Mike from Metro DC. Pat Ziliakis, we know him as CPZ, also from the DC Metro. The great and powerful Sandor from Ohio. Scott Onson from Wisconsin. Steve Alpert of AlpsRoads.net. Tom Valazak, CrossCountryRoads.com. Rob Adams of 1490 WGCH AM.
And the voice of the Hudson Valley Renegades.
Yeah, Doug, you missed Rob's appearance earlier today.
Yeah, I'm sorry to miss that.
Yeah, Jason Hoffman of 504 Road Trips on YouTube. And, of course, Steve Anderson of NYCRoads.com, etc., etc. Guys, thank you all so much.
You forgot Steve Alpert.
I said Steve
You got him.
Alpert.
You got him.
All right.
I'm happy to go twice.
I'll clap.
I don't know. That's it. The meet is...
And a big thank you to one Mr. Dan Murphy of Roadway Wiz.
Yes. He owes his pizza right there.
Yay, Dan!
And now he's back at the anchor desk.
I am back at the anchor desk, yeah.
Yeah, Dan owes his pizza.
I owe you guys a lot of different things.
You would say the other way around.
Pizza works.
Better than owing to everyone maple syrup.
Yeah, so at the Bennington meet that we had in 2011, which actually we had more people at the meet than Occupy Bennington, which was across the street. Actually, we had more people by far over Occupy Bennington. Steve Alpert talked me to buying maple syrup, so I bought maple syrup. Then I found out that even more people were coming, so I had to buy even more maple syrup for everyone.
Well, that's only fair. I think that works. Who is still here, by the way? I see a few of you on the screen. If I could get whoever is still here to turn their video on for just a minute as we
all right, I have to actually
close this out. Doug, what do you got to do? What do you got to put clothes on, Doug?
No, I have to plug in my camera.
Oh, okay. All right.
I can see the corner.
You only have to put a shirt on.
I enjoy being a creepy, disembodied head in the dark.
That's actually a
I got rid of the big shoulders.
That's a nice look for Anthony. Yeah. Oh, there's Steve.
I'm being called down for dinner, so this is my farewell.
All right. Well, we'll let you go. We won't keep you. You can always watch back the last few minutes if you want.
From all of us here, to all of you, take care and view Alps Roads repeatedly and obsessively.
Will do.
Party on.
Party on, dude.
I just want to say to all of you, once again, thank you very much for coming together this past year and helping me and helping each other. I said that a year ago the key to getting through the tough times was to stick by each other and to keep supporting each other. What's that?
It won't do it on this computer.
Aw, really?
Yeah.
That's lame.
Well, symbol instead.
Well, the rumor has it that Doug is still on this call, so I'll
I am. Yeah.
He's talking. That's all we do.
Yeah. But guys, we could not have done this without each other. We did that, and I'm looking forward to the next year of us just kind of starting to get back to normal. The one thing that I would ask is that if I don't have a flower with me, but you know what? I'm gonna be lame and pretend that this is a flower, okay? And if I could give this to each of you to pass on to all of those in your life, those of you that have loved ones, maybe those of you who you haven't even seen since this whole pandemic started. I hope that you guys take the next year to help recoup some of the things that you lost in the past year and pass on the love that you have for all of us as a community to everyone in your own community outside of road enthusiasm. I hope that in this next year we can go back to being each other's friends in general. I mean, we are, as a group, that's what we do. But I just hope that we can get away from a lot of the strife that has happened in the past year, that we can go back to being each other's friends, and that we can start to really turn the page and get back to some semblance of normal. And I know that this is the right group of people who can help facilitate that. Let's get it done. Good luck. We're all counting on you.
I'm not even going to pretend that's flour. I'd rather give people Tabasco sauce anyway.
Then, there are some people I would rather give Tabasco sauce to right now, but
I don't think my son will agree with that anymore.
Yeah, well, there are some people I would rather give hot sauce to. I'm not going to lie, but anyway.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with hot sauce.
No,
it's a perfectly fine gift.
Looks like I picked the wrong week to quit drinking hot sauce.
That's it for the meat. So, if you want, I don't know, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to sign off now, or what do you want to do?
I'll sign off because I got a sunset I need to go see about photographing. So, till next time.
All right.
Later,
have a good one.
All right, bro. Well,
Dan, great job. Everyone, great seeing you.
Yeah.
Yeah, have a safe drive home, everybody. I know that you're commuted very far to get to this event, so.
Halfway across the country.
It's a long drive.
It's about 30 feet to my bedroom from here, so I'm gonna have to.
I don't have to worry about the Easy Pass charges.
Well, that is true. I don't have to. That's one thing I don't have to worry about.
I didn't toll my hallway.
Yeah, I don't know. You travel another 30 feet, you might need an oil change soon.
I might. I'm almost due, I think, after the past year. So, all right. Well, I guess we'll end this stream here then. I can't believe we did this. We were on the air for 8 hours. That is absurd.
Yeah, really.
That is insane. Whoever.
Oh, it's a good way. It's a good way to cap things off.
Yes.
Well,
Absolutely.
yeah, we knew we had to do something special to round out the year, and I think we kind of achieved that. So.
All right.
All right. Well, guys, thank you. Enjoy your vacation from all the live programming. You are free from having to watch us every weekend. I know you were thrilled by that, or maybe you're disappointed. But we will take a nice long break. We're going to enjoy the nice spring weather. We're going to enjoy our ability to move about the country again. And we'll see. Maybe we'll pop up again at some point down the road. But until then, I want to thank everybody who has contributed this past year, everyone who has watched this past year. It has been our pleasure to help be a distraction for you guys at home over this past year. We were here for you this past year when you needed us, and we'll continue to be here for you guys again when you like us. Even when you don't like us, we'll still be here.
Or even if you're kind of so-so about us.
Yeah, if you're on the fence, if you're thinking about canceling us but you're not quite there yet, yeah, you can, we'll be there for you too. So, signing off here from Wiz HQ in the Hudson Valley of New York State. Thank you so much. Be good to yourselves. Be good to each other. And we'll see you next time.